Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Hell's Kitchen. Now. After a while, the pain becomes a way of keeping score, a way to keep track of how many people he's pissed off. And tonight, Matt Murdock has pissed off a lot of people. He rolls over. His left cheek is cold from resting in the bloody snow. He puts all his attention on the cheek. It's the one part of his body that isn't screaming in pain. Slashes, cuts, fractured bones. Definitely a broken rib or two.
Close your eyes. Just rest for a bit.
That's the voice in his head. His eyes drift closed.
Yes. A rest. You've earned it, haven't you? After everything.
No, not yet. He hasn't earned anything yet. His eyes slowly open. Booted feet approach. He can hear them pounding on the pier.
They've got guns, Murdock. Better get your ass in gear.
But he can't. He can't even bring himself to move. His eyes slide closed again as the booted feet come closer.
He's over here!
Graphic Audio presents Marvel's Daredevil, The Man Without Fear, by Paul Crilly. Adapted from the graphic novel by Frank Miller and John Romita Jr. Copyright Marvel. Narrated by Richard Rowan. With performances by Jonathan Foyer, Thomas Penny, Todd Schofield, Tim Carlin, Maggie Donnelly, Dylan Lynch, Bill Gillette, Jennifer Hopkins, Chris Stinson, Bradley Smith, Danny Gavigan, Andy Clements, Chris Genebach, Scott McCormick, Tim Pabone, Yasmin Twazon, Jonathan Church, Michael John Casey, Dolores King Williams, Alexander Strain, Chris Davenport, Paul Reisman, Robbie Gay, Matthew Keenan, Rose Elizabeth Supan, Alejandro Ruiz, Michael Glenn, Lawrence Redmond, Nanette Savard, Tia Shearer, Colleen Delaney, David Jordan, Ken Jackson, Terrence Aselford, Matthew Bassett, Nora Ashrati, and Andy Brownstein. Hell's Kitchen, 13 years ago.
He's over here!
Matt Murdock grins at the two fat cops waddling down the alley toward him. Their uniforms are stained dark blue with sweat. Even Matt is sweating, but at least he has an excuse. He's wearing an old ski mask to hide his identity. Still, he makes a mental note that the next time he gets the urge to show off in front of the school bullies in an attempt to avoid getting beaten up, he'll do it on a day that isn't one of the hottest of the year.
Just stay where you are, kid.
Matt thinks his name is Officer Leibowitz. He's seen him around the neighborhood. His partner doesn't even look like he can speak. His face is an alarming shade of red as he leans up against the alley wall. Matt hopes the guy doesn't have a heart attack. He'd probably get into a lot of trouble for that.
Come on now. You just want Officer Mitch's nightstick back. Can't go busting criminals' heads without it. Hand it over, kid.
In answer, Matt leaps up onto a dumpster. He almost slips and falls in, but just manages to catch himself on the low-hanging fire escape ladder. He peers into the container. Rotten vegetables, old meat, soggy newspapers, syringes, what looks like a dead cat. Yeah, do not want to fall in there. He pulls himself up the ladder and climbs to the first level of the fire escape.
I'm gonna shoot him, Oswald. Little creep can't just steal a man's nightstick.
Matt peers down and sees Officer Mitch reaching for his gun. Matt's eyes widen in shock. He quickly looks around, searching for a means of escape. The alley ends at a wall, but he can maybe get over the other side. He scrambles up to the next level, then climbs onto the railing and drops onto the back wall.
He's going back on the 9th Avenue.
Matt glances over his shoulder and sees Leibowitz running out of the alley toward West 51st. Officer Mitch is still trying to pull out his gun. He wouldn't actually shoot a kid, would he? For stealing a stupid piece of wood? Matt doesn't want to hang around and find out. He drops over the wall and lands lightly on the asphalt. No way Officer Mitch can follow him that way. Leibowitz, on the other hand, just as Matt exits the alley, he sees the cop running around the corner of 51st and 9th.
Stop! Stop that kid!
Obviously, Leibowitz is new in town. Any sane New Yorker knows that the best way to get yourself killed is to try to interfere in someone's business. Matt might just be a 12-year-old kid, but nobody else knows that. He could be psychotic, a serial murderer escaped from an orphanage. No way anyone will stop him. Matt turns and sprints along 9th Avenue, dodging around the people out, enjoying the summer afternoon.
Hey!
Watch out!
Smells and sights assail his senses. Hot dogs, french fries, burgers, gasoline fumes. Some kids have knocked the cap off a hydrant and are playing in the fountain of gushing water. A few adults are enjoying the spray too. Matt runs through it, letting the water cool him down. He darts between sedans and delivery trucks.
Stupid kid!
The sun shines bright in his eyes, reflections glinting off windshields and shop windows. He squints, dodges around a group of teenagers. He risks a quick look over his shoulder. Leibowitz is still coming.
Stop that kid!
Not bad. A+ for effort, officer. But still no match for Matt. Matt puts on a burst of speed and darts through the traffic, arriving on the shaded side of the street. Leibowitz has to wait for a bus to pass, and by then, Matt is turning onto West 50th, still sprinting. He ducks into another alley that takes him down onto West 49th. And now he can relax. No sign of Leibowitz. He's close to home now. Safe. He keeps jogging, moving into the heart of Hell's Kitchen. The traffic isn't as crazy here, and the cars he does see are older, more beat up. The sidewalks are cracked with weeds. Steam that smells like a mixture of dead bodies and crap rises up through the manhole covers. Matt was once dared to put his face over one of the covers and stay there for a full minute. He managed 3, but threw up as soon as he was done, and felt sick all the next day. Matt looks around to make sure there are no cops close by, then pulls off the mask and stuffs it into his pocket, turning his face up to the breeze. It's warm and sticky, but it still cools him down. He smiles and breaks into a run again. Flying past the school and the old bodega that's been there since his dad was a kid, past the butcher shop where the old gangsters meet up to buy their cuts of meat, and on to West 44th. He's made it. Back to the gym with a cop's nightstick. He's won the bet. Again. He's been having trouble at school with some of the bigger kids, but he really needs to think up a new method of holding off the beatings. The dares are becoming more and more dangerous, more and more crazy. And if he does get caught, he won't, but if he does, Dad will have something to say about it. It's late on a Sunday afternoon, so the gym is closed, but Matt has his own way of getting inside. He ducks around the back of the building and pushes the old fruit crates up against the wall, then uses them to pull himself up to the locker room window. The latch doesn't work, and no one has ever bothered to fix it. Nothing worth stealing in a gym. He pushes the window open and climbs over the ledge, dropping lightly into the cool darkness of the locker room. He'll have to stash the nightstick somewhere. The others will want to see he really has it, that he hasn't chickened out. Matt thinks for a second, then opens the closest locker and feels around at the bottom. The base is made of wood, and it's loose. He pries it up, revealing a cavity where he can hide the stick. He secures the base and straightens up, feeling pretty good about himself. His cred has just gone up. Word of this will spread, maybe make them back off.
Or they'll come down harder to keep me in my place.
Matt considers that possibility for a moment, then shrugs it off. Nothing he can do about it now. He turns back to the window. Matt freezes. The gym is supposed to be empty, locked up. Matt moves quietly toward the locker room door and slips into the passage leading to the gym. It's dark here. Can't see a thing. He runs his hands lightly along the ancient paint, feeling it flake away beneath his fingers. He doesn't like the sound of that voice. It has the cruel hysteria of a bully, the kind he hears at school. Matt pauses by the door leading into the gym proper.
See, here's the thing, Jackie. I don't like it when people say no to me, especially when I'm being nice to them.
Nice.
Matt tenses, his heartbeat thumping heavily in his chest. He knows that voice.
Dad.
Matt peers into the gym. The light above the boxing ring has been switched on, flooding the center of the room with a harsh white glare, while everything else is layered in darkness. There are 3 figures in the ring. Matt's dad is on his knees, held there by a massive guy in a white t-shirt. The guy is covered in black curly hair, thick and dense. Matt's seen him around the neighborhood. People say he works for the mob. The third man stands directly before Matt's dad, tall and thin, black-gray hair that glistens in the light every time he moves.
Yeah, this is me being nice. Trust me. You won't want to see me when I'm pissed. That right, Slade?
That's right, boss.
See, people respect me around here, Jackie. They like to keep me happy. Right now, you're not making me happy.
Dad looks slowly up at the man. Matt takes an involuntary step back. He's never seen his dad like this. His eyes are filled with rage, fury.
Nobody respects you, Rigoletto. They're scared of you. There's a difference.
Rigoletto? Matt feels a surge of fear. Everyone knows the name Rigoletto. He's the head of the Hell's Kitchen mob.
And you're not. You know what? Don't bother answering. I don't care. Because you're wrong about that. Fear and respect are the same thing.
Rigoletto squats down and grabs Dad by the chin.
Think carefully, Murdoch. I'm offering you a job. A good job.
I don't want to work for you.
Why not?
Rigoletto looks up at the huge man with his hand on Dad's shoulder.
You like working for me, right?
Sure do, boss.
See? I'm good to my workers. Remember that time I let you guys work at my club?
Yeah. There were ladies.
That's right, Slade. There were lots of ladies.
Blood spatters against Rigoletto's shoes. He frowns, then takes a handkerchief out of his jacket pocket and wipes away the blood. He drops the handkerchief in the ring and stands up.
Wise up, Murdoch. I'm trying to do you a favor.
I don't need a favor, and I don't need a job. I already got one.
Boxing? What is it they call you at the casino? The Daredevil. In your little red costume, all the housewives screaming for you. You like that, Murdoch? You think that's any way to make a living?
At least it's honest.
Listen, all this talking, it just draws things out. We both know you're gonna end up saying yes. The only thing you gotta question is how many bruises you want before you get there. You will work the neighborhood for me, collect on bad debts.
No.
Yes. Or
No! Just do your worst. I won't do the mob's dirty work.
I wasn't finished, Murdoch. You need to watch that. Interrupting people when they're talking. It's a bad habit. Isn't that right, Slade?
Oh, rude.
That's right. Rude. Here's how it's gonna go, Jackie. You collect unpaid protection money for me.
No.
Shh. Otherwise, things will go bad for you. And your bright-eyed boy. Your little Matt?
Dad doesn't speak after that. No one does. The big man, the one called Slade, pulls Dad to his feet and brushes him down. Rigoletto pats Matt's dad hard on the cheek.
There you go. See now? Just a matter of finding the right pressure point. There's a lesson for you there, Murdoch. Might be a good idea to remember it when you're collecting from some of the more stubborn holdouts. Always find the pressure points.
Matt watches his dad slump down onto the floor of the ring, his back against the corner post. He doesn't move. Just stays like that until Matt can't watch anymore. He slips back out through the window and goes home. But home doesn't feel that safe anymore. And it won't, ever again. "12 years ago. The thing about doing a job you hate, thinks Jack Murdoch, is learning how to separate yourself into two people. One goes home, and one goes to work. Make sure the two don't cross paths.
The way I see it, Jackie,
Slade has a chicken drumstick in his mouth.
what was I saying?
Jack cranks the window down. The smell of fried chicken is making him sick.
What, you crazy? Put that window up. It's middle of winter. You know I catch cold real easy.
Jack winds the window up halfway. He likes the night breeze on his face. The cold air distracts him, keeps him alert.
Murdoch, wind the window up.
Jack turns in the driver's seat to stare at Slade. The vein on Slade's forehead is visible, standing out against his greasy skin. That means it's going to be a bad night.
That's right. You respect your betters. Do what you're told, Jackie boy.
Jack grinds his teeth and wraps his gloved hands tight around the wheel, imagining it being crushed beneath his grip, coming apart in his hands. Imagining himself stabbing the broken shards into Slade's throat.
Let's go, Jackie. We're gonna see how the other half lives tonight. Gotta pay a visit to one of the rich guys.
Jack pulls out into traffic, taking his time. The more time in the car, the less time spent doing what he hates. They stop to pick up another pair of hands for the job, a young guy called Larks. Jack has seen him around, usually hanging out with the bald guy who recently joined one of Rigoletto's squads as a low-level enforcer, and he's never liked the look of him. Not just his look, although that's enough to give you the creeps. Pale skin stretched over a too prominent skull, lank blonde hair turned almost white, eyes the paler side of blue. It's everything about him. It just weirds Jack out. Hardly ever talks, never smiles. Just stares at you with those lifeless eyes. They arrive at the house a little after 10. Jack parks across the street, realizing their old Cadillac sticks out like a Cadillac among Audis and Porsches and Mercedes. Not exactly inconspicuous. Slade wipes the window and peers at the house. All the windows are dark.
So what's the job?
Slade doesn't answer. He takes out a handgun and racks a bullet into the chamber. Jack frowns. This is new. Usually they go to these things with baseball bats and fists, but guns? Slade finally turns to look at him.
A guy named Mitchell. He pulled out of a deal with Rigoletto. Now the other investors are getting cold feet. Understand?
Rigoletto wants to make an example of him.
Slade smiles, showing teeth that have been whitened so much they look like they're made of plastic.
That's right, Jackie. An example. Hey, you're learning. About time, too. It's only been, what, a year? Now, there are a couple of bodyguards downstairs. We'll deal with them first.
Slade and Larks get out of the car. Jack reaches back and grabs the baseball bat from the well beneath the seat. He doesn't mess with guns. They climb the high gate into an immaculately manicured garden. Slade tramples through the flower beds, squashing down the precisely placed flowers with undisguised glee, actually going out of his way to make sure he gets all of them. Stupid, Jack thinks. The cops could use his footprints for evidence. Not that any cops would actually go up against Rigoletto. They move around to the rear of the house. The back door is solidly built, heavy wood. It looks like it could withstand a police battering ram. Slade gets down on his knees and takes out a roll of lockpicks, unrolling the leather pouch on the ground. He chooses 2 thin pieces of metal and gets to work. Jack watches nervously. The only time Slade seems happy is when he's out on a job for Rigoletto. When he's sitting around at the gym, his new favorite place to hang out, where he talks about the days he used to be a boxer and how he could kick Jack's ass if they ever got into the ring together, he's sullen and bad-tempered. It's like he needs to be out breaking the law to feel good. Jack sneaks a glance at Larks. He's sitting in a kid's swing in the middle of the garden, slowly swinging back and forth, back and forth. The lock must be pretty good, because Slade stops humming and starts swearing. It takes 5 full minutes before the sweet click of success. Slade packs away his lockpicks and opens the door. Jack follows him, with Larks bringing up the rear. Jack waits in the room beyond, while his eyes adjust to the darkness. A long table takes up most of the space, a dining room. Through the door is a long passage that stretches to the front of the house.
Bodyguards.
Jack nods. They head along the passage into a wide, tiled entrance hall. A set of carpeted stairs leads up to the second-floor landing. Slade leads them to the right, away from the stairs. They move through a living room, into a narrower corridor, and finally into a tiny shared lounge housing 2 couches, a table and chairs, and a huge television. Beyond the lounge runs another corridor with 2 doors to either side. Slade points at Larks, then to the door on the left. Then he points at Jack and the door on the right. Jack tightens his grip on the bat, lifting the weapon higher. His hands are clammy. His heart is racing, like it always does before a job. Will he ever get used to it? Probably better that he doesn't. The door is ajar, a thin rectangle of gold falling across the floor and up the wall opposite. Slade slowly pushes it open, just enough to slip inside. Jack follows. The bodyguard is asleep beneath a thick blanket. Jack glances around the room, surprised at the books stacked up in piles along the walls. Another book lies face down on the bed. A desk light casts the glow spilling into the corridor. Jack takes a step forward, reads the spine of the book on the bed. The Hobbit. Jack can't help a small smile. His mother used to read that to him when he was a kid. It was one of his favorites. He doesn't have time for books nowadays, but he did read it to Maddie a couple of years ago. He seemed to like it. The bodyguard shifts slightly, throwing off some of the blankets. The book slips from the bed. Jack and Slade freeze. Jack brings the bat up, ready to defend himself. But the bodyguard simply rolls over onto his back.
Hey, wake up!
The bodyguard sits bolt upright, wildly looking around. He spots Slade, standing there grinning, and Jack posed like a batter about to swing for the fences. Then he's moving, scrambling around on his bed, looking for something. A gun. Jack sees him curl his fingers around the grip and reacts instantly.
Home run!
Jack drags his eyes away from the unconscious guard and wonders how Larks is doing with the other one. A second later, he gets his answer. Slade and Jack hurry into the corridor. The second bodyguard bursts out of his room and crashes into Slade, sending him flying back into the wall. Slade brings his gun up, but then he stops, realizing that the guard isn't even focusing on him. He's stumbling away down the corridor, heading for the common room. Larks appears in the doorway.
He's still going. I find that interesting.
Jack peers after the guard, wondering what Larks is talking about. Then he realizes there's a knife sticking out of the guard's eye socket.
It's a 4-inch blade. Must have gone into his brain.
They hurry after the wounded guard. As they catch up with him, he puts a shaking hand to the hilt of the dagger and tries to pull it out. Blood bubbles out around the blade. He lets go. Lark starts forward, ducks under the guard's arm, and jabs the dagger in even deeper. The guard jerks back and stumbles over a chair, falling flat on his back. Larks quickly moves around the chair to kick the guard in the head. The man lashes out with his hand, but Larks manages to skip out of reach. Jack watches all this in horror, his eyes going between the guard on the floor and Larks. The man is actually enjoying this. Larks kicks out again, this time connecting with the guard's other eye. Larks bends over to get a better look.
Did you hear it pop?
Larks finally reaches down and drives the knife home. He pulls the knife out and wipes it clean on the guard's clothing. He straightens up, and Jack gets a good look at the blade. It looks old, stained and curved. Larks turns and walks calmly away. Jack glances at Slade. Even the big man looks shocked. They climb the stairs to the second floor. The landing is carpeted in black, or red. Jack's not sure. It's hard to see in the dim light. He glances along the corridor and counts 10 rooms. One of them belongs to Mitchell. They just have to find out which one. Jack starts with the door directly in front of him. He gets down on one knee and peers through the keyhole. Nothing. Just blackness. He carefully opens the door, then turns to Slade.
You got a light?
Slade hands him a small flashlight. He points it inside, revealing an empty guest bedroom. Jack leaves the room and moves to the next, carefully opening the door. There's a strange, musty smell in here. His eyes take in the shapes of bookshelves filled with leather-bound tomes. A library. They move to the next door. He tries the handle. Locked. He looks at Slade with eyebrows raised. Jack thinks he's going to get out his lockpicks again, but Slade doesn't. Orange muzzle flashes erupt in the darkness. Jack hits the ground. Larks and Slade follow his lead, Slade firing wildly at the orange flashes as he drops. Jack cautiously raises his head. He looks sidelong at Slade, sees his face pale in the beam of the fallen flashlight. Jack picks it up, pointing it inside the room. Blood all over the bed. A figure sprawled backward, his head resting on the floor. The three of them walk slowly into the room, staring at the figure. Slade's bullets have caught the guy in the face and neck. Jack turns away. He leaves the room, leans over the balcony, and stares into the entrance hall below. A moment later, Slade appears by his side. He claps Jack heavily on the shoulder.
Message sent, I think, yes?
I didn't agree to murder.
You didn't commit murder. Besides, it was self-defense. He shot first.
Where's Larks?
Still in the room.
They turn and look. Slade points the flashlight into the room, and they see Larks down on his haunches, staring intently at the corpse, his own face only an inch from that of the corpse. That guy is going to be trouble, thinks Jack, and a shiver runs through his body. When Jack gets home, he finds Matt watching a boxing match on the TV. Jack stands back, staring at his son, the eagerness in his face, the excitement in his eyes, and he's instantly reminded of Larks, of his face coming to life as he killed that guard. Jack strides forward and switches off the television.
Dad, I was watching that.
Jack squats down in front of Matt and takes his hands.
Maddie, I want you to promise me something.
He can see the look of concern on Matt's face.
I want you to promise me never to solve your problems with your fists.
Dad?
No, just listen to me.
He taps Matt's forehead.
That's where the power lies. You stick to the books. You get an education. You make something of yourself. Don't be like your old man.
But I want to be like you. I want to be a fighter. I want to...
No!
Matt flinches.
Kid, you're better than me. The whole world is yours, as long as you don't use these to solve all your problems.
He puts his massive, scarred hands over Matt's.
Understand?
I guess.
Promise me!
Huh?
Say it! Promise me you won't use violence to solve your problems!
I promise.
Jack stares into Matt's eyes, trying to see whether he means it.
I promise.
Jack nods and tries to smile. He ruffles Matt's hair and straightens up.
Why are you still up anyway?
I was waiting for you.
I'm here now. Come on. Get.
He waits till Matt disappears into his room. Then he goes to the kitchen, sits down at the old table, and fills a glass with whiskey. 11 years ago. Matt runs all the way home, a huge grin plastered onto his bruised face. He's finally done it. He's shown that stupid Barkley kid who's boss. After years of bullying, years of recess beatings, he's finally stood up to the fat idiot. Didn't back down. He's out of breath by the time he reaches the stairs leading into their apartment building. He wants to stop to cool down, but it's already late afternoon. Dad will probably be up, which means he's going to start on the whiskey soon. Matt has to tell him before then. He wants to see the pride on his old man's face. He wants the smile to be real, not drunken. He sprints up the stairs, barges through the door.
Dad! Dad!
He rushes through to his dad's bedroom. The curtains are still drawn.
Dad!
Stop shouting. You know I don't like noises first thing.
It's 3 in the afternoon.
3? Crap.
Jack scrambles out of bed, stumbles, and grabs his head, swaying in place while he tries to gather his thoughts. He shakes his head and reaches for his clothes, his muscles bulging and straining as he pulls on a pair of dirty jeans and a t-shirt.
Dad, guess what?
Give me a minute, Maddie.
His dad yanks the curtains open, letting the afternoon sun barge into the room.
Ah!
He staggers back, turning away from the light.
Damn, weather report said it was gonna rain today.
It rained this morning, Dad. Guess what?
What the hell is it, Matt? You find a new book to read?
No. Dad, that Barkley kid, he took a swing at me.
His dad is approaching Matt now, frowning.
But I took him down. One punch. He just sat on his backside and stared at me. He looked so dumb. It was great, Dad. I wish you could have seen it.
Matt has imagined that all the way home. His dad seeing him knock someone down with one hit. He'd imagined the proud look on Dad's face, knowing his kid is just like his old man.
You promised me, Matt.
Matt's excitement abruptly disappears. His dad is striding toward him, his fists clenched as he picks up speed.
You promised me!
Matt blinks. It takes him a moment to realize he's sitting on the floor, his back against the door. It takes another second for the pain to hit, all down the left side of his face. And another second to realize his dad just hit him. Matt looks up. Dad stares down at him, his eyes wide. Angry. Matt thinks for a second he's going to get hit again. Then Dad lowers his hands.
Why'd you make me do that, Maddie? Huh? Why'd you have to break the rules? You promised me! You promised me you wouldn't use your fists!
Matt sees the moment when Dad realizes how stupid those words are coming from him. Dad scowls, hesitates, then turns away to find his boots. Matt scrambles to his feet and runs. Out the door, down the stairs, his face throbbing, through the streets, never stopping, down to the Hudson River. He walks along the piers until he spots an old, upturned fishing boat near the shoreline. He perches on top, watching the gulls fight over a fish carcass a few feet away.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you have to break the rules? My fault. I made Dad crazy. He hit me because I didn't listen. I broke the rules.
Matt gingerly touches his cheek. It's swelling up. This is wrong. His dad had never raised a hand to him. Never.
I made him do this. It's my fault.
Matt watches the sun sink, and as the hours pass, his mind works furiously, thinking, worrying, trying to understand. And he finally makes a decision. His dad was right. There have to be rules, have to be laws. That's the only way the world makes sense. Rules are what stops the pain. From now on, he'd do as he was told. Help Dad. Do everything by the book. That way, he wouldn't disappoint anyone.
Ever again.
From now on, he'd be a good son. He wouldn't be any trouble at all. If he was teased at school before, he is now the #1 target. Always with his nose stuck in a book. Always studying. The other kids love it. They taunt him, call out at his bedroom window while they're riding their bikes.
Daredevil! Hey, Daredevil, you coming out to play?
Matt's never sure whether his dad hears these taunts. He never lets on, but Matt figures he must. He couldn't have missed them calling Matt by Jack's own cheap stage name, the one he uses when he wears the red Halloween costume, with the tail and the horns. Those are the worst days. When Dad has to fight at the casinos in his costume, he comes home and drinks himself to sleep, staring at an old photograph he keeps in his wallet. Matt tries to make sure Dad eats on those days, eggs or toast, something to soak up the whiskey, but it never makes a difference. It always ends the same way.
Come on, Dad.
With Matt helping his dad to his bedroom, while he mutters apologies and compliments with the same breath.
You're a good kid, Maddie. Good kid. Remember, don't turn out like your old man. You hear me? You do better.
Then he passes out on his bed and snores the hours away until he has to go to work again. When it all gets too much for Matt, he goes to his secret place. A place he can go to release all his frustrations. A place to unleash his anger, his fury. The gym. Where he can pretend the punching bags are the kids from school. Where he can scream endless abuse at them, pummel them until his fists are red and raw, until his voice is scratchy and hoarse. He sometimes feels he's being watched when he's at the gym. The first time, he thinks it's his dad, that he's found out Matt's secret habit of sneaking in once the gym is closed. He thinks he'll get in trouble.
Hello?
Maybe he's wrong. Maybe it's nothing. But the feeling doesn't go away. It grows. Eyes on him, gauging, judging, waiting. "10 years ago. Another day slipping out the back gate at school to avoid Barkley and his cronies. Matt is tired of it. Every day it's the same thing, waiting in the school corridors for his tormentors to pass, hiding in the classrooms while they search for him. And it's too late to change it. He's shown his true colors, at least according to the school. He's a coward, someone who backs down, someone who runs away from fights, who hides behind his books in the library instead of going out at recess.
Hey, kid, you're gonna break your neck.
Matt hates it, because he knows he can beat the crap out of Barkley. He's already done it once before. But he can't do that to Dad again. He made a vow, and he's going to keep it this time. It's better this way. Keep his head down, study hard, get good grades. It's the only thing that seems to make Dad happy. Every day, no matter how exhausted he is, he sits with Matt at the old kitchen table and asks him what he learned. Matt knows Dad doesn't understand most of it, especially the math, but he tells him anyway, because he can see how happy it makes him. It's become their bonding time. Some parents take their kids fishing or camping. Matt and his dad go over his homework. Matt snaps back to attention, squints up at the sky. The sun is hidden behind the Empire State Building. Time to get home. He has to tidy the apartment a bit before putting supper on. Dad certainly won't do it, and Matt likes things to be clean, in their place. He shifts his backpack into a more comfortable position and waits for the walk signal. There are a few others waiting with him. An impatient guy in a suit hopping from foot to foot like he needs to pee, a woman with a baby stroller, a couple of ladies in their early 20s wearing smart suits. He can smell their perfume. It's nice, sort of musky with some kind of spice to it. One of them catches him staring and winks. Matt flushes and looks away. To see an old man walking into the street, straight into traffic.
Hey!
The old man keeps walking. Matt leans into the street and sees a yellow flatbed truck speeding toward him, way too fast to stop. The other lanes are blocked with traffic. Nowhere for the truck to turn. It's going to hit the old man.
Whoa!
Matt doesn't think about it. He sprints into the traffic.
Hey! Move!
Nothing. Matt glances to his right and looks straight into the wide eyes of the driver as he sees Matt and the old man for the first time. The driver spins the wheel. The truck veers to the right and hits a bus. Matt keeps going. He reaches the old man and shoves him hard. The man stumbles a few steps and sprawls over onto the sidewalk. Matt keeps running, but something heavy slams into his back. He's lifted into the air, and he thinks,
"You're dead. Who's gonna look after Dad?"
Then he lands, skidding along the asphalt. His head hits hard and bounces. He feels skin scraping from his hips, his arms, his neck. He slides across the street and sees a metal canister bounce and flip end over end, keeping pace with him as he tumbles and rolls. The truck has jackknifed, spilling its load into the traffic. The canisters fall all around him, some spraying bio-colored liquid into the air. A sharp scent hits the back of his throat, makes it hard to breathe. Matt stares at the gray black surface. A piece of gum has been ground into the asphalt. The canisters, still on the move. One of them might crush him. He should get up. Should get to safety. He painfully shifts his head, trying to see where the canisters are. One of them is spinning past him. He sees the thick liquid flying through the air. Too close. He tries to turn away, but he's too late. The liquid splashes into his eyes. Instant boiling pain erupts. Red-hot coals grinding into his retinas. Barbed wire rubbing against his eyeballs. A razor slicing and flicking, cutting his eyes to shreds. He claws at his eyes. The light slowly fades around him. From the bright lights of a summer afternoon to bright red pain flashing and darting. From bright red pain to purple pulses, fast at first, then slower and slower, shifting to purple and black. Then just the black, then just the pain. A thousand voices scream into his ears, but Matt can hear every single one of them. Never stops, even while he sleeps. A barrage of sounds, cars, trucks, people whispering, people talking. It's all the same to him. Torture. Unfiltered sounds, unlike anything he has ever experienced, take up all the space in his head, shoving away all rational thought. A confusion of voices he can't separate, like a million demons clawing at him every moment of his life. And smells. They overwhelm him, wash over him in smothering, cloying waves. Flowers with scent so strong they make him choke and gag. A butcher shop 3 blocks over that throws its old meat and bones out into the alley every night before closing. A smell like 1,000 rotting corpses. Even perfumes and deodorants overwhelm him. He can tell the nurses and doctors are coming minutes before they arrive, and smell their presence an hour after they leave. The cotton sheets feel like sandpaper against his skin. His fingertips tingle all the time, like they've somehow grown in size. The whorls on his skin now so deep and sensitive they can identify hair strands from a brush as those of a 50-year-old blonde woman. Heartbeats are a soundtrack to every waking moment. Overlapping, thumping, rapid, slow, fearful, excited. A constant drum and bass that never stops. None of it stops. They operate on his eyes, try scraping, cleaning, cutting into his eyeballs. Syringes are pushed into his pupils, drawing out pus and blood. Nothing works. Matt hears a doctor talking after one of the surgeries.
The nerve endings behind that kid's eyes look like the stump of an amputated arm after a car crash.
He lies in bed for weeks, catatonic, unable to do anything except try to fight his senses, to block out the stimuli that are driving him mad. He hears conversations from streets away.
How much? You gotta be nuts!
It's like watching a hellish soap opera every minute of every hour of every day. The girl from the bakery on 35th Street always talks about her boyfriend who hits her.
I know he can change.
The secretary about 5 blocks away tells her boss that his wife has found out about them.
You and I both know you have to leave her.
Whoa! Is that an ultimatum?
A kid at least a mile away screams over dropping her ice cream. He can't hold a rational thought. Every time he tries, the voices drown him out. 1,000, no, 1,000,000 maniacs babbling at him, clamoring for attention. Covering his ears does nothing. He even tries screaming to drown out the voices. But that doesn't work either. Eventually, they give him drugs. It's the only thing that helps. Knocks him out, so he can get some rest. Over the days that follow, he senses visitors through a haze of drugs and pain. Dad, a huge presence he can feel by the bed, almost as if he can still see him. The smell of whiskey and fear, anger and regret.
I'm sorry, Matt. Sorry for everything. When you get out of here, it's gonna be different. We'll move. We'll get out of this hellhole. Find somewhere with trees and grass.
A hand touching his. The touch is an electric jolt of pain. Matt reacts instinctively, snatches his hand away. Senses the hurt radiating from Dad. Waves of shame and guilt pulse outward. How does he know this? How can he feel it? Matt doesn't know. He just does. Another visitor. This one comes just as the painkillers are kicking in, the pills lifting him gently on a soft wave of oblivion. A woman. He could smell soap and jasmine. A clean smell.
I'm so sorry, Matt. For everything.
She takes his hand, and this time he doesn't pull away. This time the touch is soft. She leans forward to kiss his forehead. As she does, something cold touches his chin. He reaches up. A cross, made of gold. And then she's gone, leaving behind a moment of calm. A moment when the voices recede into the background. He almost weeps with gratitude. A moment, a brief moment when he can think, when he can remember who he is. That means the voices, the smells, everything, they can be controlled. Even if it's only for a second, it's important. It means they can be pushed away. He feels stronger, calmer. He will control his senses, bring them to heal. They aren't outside forces out to destroy him. They're who he is now. They're all he has left. It isn't easy, In fact, it's the hardest thing Matt has ever done, and it nearly drives him mad. First, he has to single out the sounds, the voices.
You can't leave! Not like this!
The noises, the shouts.
Taxi!
The traffic, the scurry of rats, the scuffle of shoes, the clatter of cutlery in 1,000 houses, the city. He has to single out each one and slowly push it to the background. Then he has to erect a wall, a boundary for his mind where his everyday thoughts can operate without the never-ending onslaught. He has to learn to put all the sensations behind this wall, to push them farther and farther back, to build the wall higher and higher until he has a cleared space in his mind, an abandoned room from which he can operate. That's the first step, regaining the silence. The next step is making his senses work for him, inviting them back into the room, learning to function from this space, to draw in what he hears, tastes, and smells. He tries to bring them to him in a controlled manner, to zero in on exactly what he wants. That's the hardest part. Every time he opens up his senses beyond the wall, everything rushes in on a wave of sensations, knocking down the wall and forcing him to start all over again. It takes weeks lying in that hospital bed, his eyes crusted over, weeping tears of pus and blood. But he learns. He learns to tame his senses, to make them work for him. He sees himself as a cop, sitting in a high-tech security room with cameras and mics, sending their feeds from all over the city while he collates the data in the room behind the wall. It's the hardest thing he's ever done, but slowly, he remembers what it's like to be Matt Murdock. Jack Murdock waits outside Matt's room while the doctors inspect his eyes one last time before sending him home. Jack's nervous, worried. He's gone through the apartment trying to minimize the dangers for Matt, but he knows there are going to be problems.
Jack Murdock?
Jack looks up, expecting to see the doctor. Instead, he sees two guys in expensive suits.
Who's asking?
The man who spoke hands over a card. Jack glances at it. A lawyer.
We hear your son is going home today?
What of it?
The corporation we worked for would just like to make sure that there won't be any unpleasantness.
Unpleasantness?
Yes. Your son stepped out onto the street in the middle of traffic. He was clearly at fault.
Jack rises to his feet, realizing who they are.
You shysters blinded my son!
No, Mr. Murdock, we didn't, and I'd prefer it if you didn't say anything like that again. We take defamation very seriously. Now, can we trust your discretion? Please say yes. It keeps things simple. And we really wouldn't want to make public your relationship with Mr. Rigoletto.
Jack stares at him, eyes wide.
Think very carefully before answering. After all, who would look after your son if you were in prison?
Matt is in that bed for a month before they send him home. There's nothing they can do for him now except refer him to a local chapter of the American Foundation for the Blind. They tell Dad that Matt can speak to counselors there, that they have programs to help him adjust to the loss of his vision. Matt doesn't want to go. The first time his dad broaches the subject, Matt locks himself in his room and climbs beneath the bed covers. He can't face that, won't face it. That means acceptance, admitting that this is what the rest of his life is going to be like. 6 months later. Matt used to sit up here on the roof all the time, watching the world go by on the street below, watching family life in the tenement block opposite. He liked the sense of belonging, of seeing his neighbors, even if they couldn't see him, or being part of a neighborhood that knew him, knew his dad. Now it's different. He's not part of anything now. Nobody greets him with friendliness. It's always with pity, guilt, sorrow.
That poor boy. His life is over.
Been better if the truck had finished the job.
But Matt doesn't feel that way. All he feels is confusion. He always thought being blind meant an absence of everything, blackness forever and ever. But it's not that way with Matt. He can sense depth and shape, and somehow feel his surroundings. Right now, for example. The winter wind flicks and curls around the trunk of the tree on the street below, giving it shape and form in his mind. He can sense, see, the curvature of the trunk, the spread of the winter bare branches. No, not see, that's the wrong word. Maybe his memory just fills in what he thinks he should be seeing. Is that how it works? The wind gives him measurements, his imagination gives him the image? He stands up, the wind buffeting him. He shuffles forward until the toes of his sneakers protrude over the edge of the rooftop. He lifts his face into the wind. The smell of an approaching storm, overlaid with the aroma of cooking food. Meat, fries, pizza, hot dogs. He leans forward, tilting out over nothing. It crosses his mind that if anyone down there is watching, they'll think he's about to commit suicide. He smiles at the thought. No, he's just rediscovering how to live. The wind soars past his face. He follows it down to the street, around the cars parked along the sidewalk. He sees the shapes the wind forms as it whips around the fenders and wing mirrors, over the roofs and around the tires. He knows that he'd be able to walk around the cars, hover his hands an inch from the metal, and not touch them once. Even though he's adjusting to life without sight, that doesn't mean he's happy. Far from it. He still wakes up every day with a heavy pit of despair sitting in his stomach. And the only thing that banishes these feelings is the gym. Always after hours, though. He doesn't want to feel other people's pity. Doesn't want to sense the looks, the knowing nods. He sneaks in through the same back window he's always used. He doesn't put on the lights. Why bother? Every night he attempts to train his new senses, tries to use what he has learned and put it into practice on the balance beams and against the punching bag. It isn't the same, though. Inside, without the wind, without something to bounce against objects, he finds it more difficult to gauge distance, to know what direction the punching bag is coming from. So he ends up with more cuts and bruises than ever before. He comes back. Night after night, week after week, pushing, trying to force his body to see again, to somehow do what he used to do, to ignore the disability. And every time he comes back, he ends up flat on his face. Tonight when he falls, Matt rolls over onto his back and doesn't move. He's tired of it, tired of everything. Why did this have to happen to him? Why not anyone else on that street? Why not the old man, even?
Why me?
He could have done something with his life. He was on track. A lawyer, a judge, a cop, anything. Anything that would please his dad. Now? Now he is nothing. He can't even box. The worst possible career his old man would choose for him. And he can't even do that. The tears start. He's held them in since the accident, kept them in check. But now, sitting on the old, tattered mat, smelling sawdust and sweat and cigars, he lets it all out.
Quit feeling sorry for yourself, kid. It's pathetic.
Who's there?
Matt wipes his nose and turns his head this way and that, trying to locate the source of the voice.
Get up. You deaf as well as blind? I said get up.
I don't...
Wrong answer.
Ow! Hey!
Get up.
What the hell?
Wrong answer.
Ow! What? Hey!
Matt scrambles back, bumping up against the wall.
Get up.
Matt turns his head left, then right, trying to follow the voice. Matt's hand moves fast, grabbing the stick before it hits him a third time.
See? Not so hard, was it?
The stick is yanked out of Matt's grasp.
Get up.
This time there's no warning.
Ah! Oh! Stop it!
You can stop it. Get up.
Matt scrambles to his feet, turns in a slow circle.
You're a slow learner, kid.
Who are you?
Wrong question.
The stick flies.
Whoa!
Matt jerks back out of its reach. He thinks carefully before speaking again, wondering how he's going to get away from this psycho, how he's going to call the police. A thought occurs to him. He turns to where he thinks his tormentor is standing.
Why are you here?
He braces himself, standing on the balls of his feet, ready to dance out of reach. But the blow doesn't come. He's asked the right question. He says his name is Stick, which Matt figures is fitting enough. They leave the gym and head out onto the cold streets. Matt feels a wave of nervousness. He doesn't like being outside. Not anymore. It's still a minefield of disasters for him. He has the white cane his doctors assigned him, but he hasn't perfected using it yet. He swings it too fast, and he walks with the same pace he used to keep, so he ends up tripping over boxes or bikes padlocked to railings. He has to force himself to slow down, to walk like an old man, and he hates it.
I've been watching you, kid.
They move slowly along the sidewalk.
Why? Because you're special. You've got something we can use.
Who's we?
That doesn't concern you.
Anyway, I'm not special. I'm a nobody.
Oh? You know that, do you?
His voice is mild, but Matt can hear the tension in it, like a cobra about to strike.
I'm blind. How can I be special?
You think blindness is going to stop you? You think blind people can't accomplish anything?
No, it's just...
Just that you're feeling sorry for yourself. I got no time for self-pity, kid. Snap out of it.
Matt feels the anger rise up inside him.
I can feel the heat coming off your skin, and I'd advise you to choose your next words very carefully.
Feel the heat rising. Matt stops walking.
Are you blind too?
Since birth, so yeah. I do know what I'm talking about. And I do know what you're going through. But you know what? I still don't care.
They walk in silence for a while, the sounds of the city coming at them from all sides.
Where are you taking me?
I'm not taking you anywhere. I'm showing you something.
What?
You'll see. Or, I suppose you won't, will you?
It turns out to be an old basement in an abandoned tenement. Matt stands before the entrance, stick at his side.
I'm not going in there with you.
Why the hell not?
'Cause you could be a psycho.
True.
True?
Yeah. Doesn't mean I'm gonna hurt you, though.
Not reassuring.
It's not meant to be. I have a gym down there. I'm gonna train you.
Train me to do what?
To fight. To be a warrior.
A warrior, right. And why would I want to be a warrior?
Stick's face is suddenly right in front of his. Matt can smell cinnamon and oranges.
You'd rather keep running? Hiding?
No.
You're not a kid anymore. Understand? You have to train if you're going to be any good to me.
Any good to you? I don't know what you mean. For what?
I can't tell you. Not yet.
Right. So, let me get this straight. You, a stranger who's been stalking me, want me, an underage child, to go into an abandoned building with you, where you'll train me to be a mystical warrior?
I didn't say mystical. Nothing mystical about fighting.
Whatever. The answer's no.
Don't be stupid.
I mean it. I'm not going in there with you.
Matt braces himself, ready for the blow to the head, but it doesn't come.
Look, I got no time for this. I'll be here. Come back when you're ready to apologize.
Apologize for what?
Wasting my time. I thought you were ready. Obviously, you're not.
Matt manages to stay away for a week. Every day he wants to go back to find out what Stick was talking about, but he holds off, not wanting to give in that easy. He arrives in the afternoon and pushes open the broken door. He sweeps his cane around. Nothing. The passage has been cleared of debris and litter. Matt steps inside, feeling a clammy dampness in the air. He can smell the mildew and mold, invisible spores getting into his lungs. How bad is this building? Is it going to fall down on top of him?
Turn left 10 steps ahead.
Matt recognizes Stick's voice, calling from somewhere in the building. He does as instructed, and finds himself at the top of a set of stairs leading into what he assumes is the basement. He moves slowly, feeling the steps with his stick by sweeping it from side to side, just like he was taught back at the hospital. 2 feet wide, normal distance between steps. Down he goes, all the way to the bottom.
Proud of yourself? You don't need that cane, you know. Well, it's handy. But not for getting around. It's better as a weapon.
Matt doesn't say anything. He realizes that Stick likes saying things like that in hopes of getting Matt to ask what he means. Well, he isn't going to give Stick the satisfaction.
Couldn't stay away, huh?
I was curious.
Bet you were. But now that you're here, you need to listen up. There are rules, okay? If we're gonna get you fit in time, we got a lot of work to do.
Again, Matt doesn't ask what he means. He thinks he can sense disappointment from Stick, like Matt is ruining his fun.
You'll train here every hour you have to spare. Even then, I don't know if it will do any good. You're undisciplined, self-indulgent, emotional. Those are 3 qualities I truly, truly hate in people. But I'm gonna take a chance on you, Matt.
Why? Why are you taking a chance on me?
Because I got no choice. I need all the help I can get.
Weeks pass, and Stick still doesn't tell him what he needs Matt for.
Whoa!
Matt eventually stops asking. It doesn't seem important anymore. He knows that sounds crazy, but it's true. The time in the basement is what it's all about. The training.
No. You've already told me you can feel the wind. Now you have to feel the air.
I can't feel the air?
Matt is sweating, frustrated. That's the 5th time he's run straight into one of Stick's fighting mannequins.
There's always air, kid. How do you breathe?
I mean, it's not moving!
Doesn't have to. Just stop. Calm yourself.
Matt does as instructed. He calms his breathing, taking deep, slow breaths. He allows his senses to enter the room in his head. Not all of them, just enough to feel something more. The darkness that shrouds him shifts slightly, pulsing. Some of it grows heavier, a black solidity that seems to have form. Other parts grow lighter. Odd, charcoal gray patterns form behind his eyes.
Wait. Focus on the air. Feel the currents touching everything in the room.
Matt's breathing slows even more. The patterns of gray and black writhe and twist. He can sense movement over them, an invisible touch, almost like seeing heat waves over the summer asphalt. The grays and black become more defined as he focuses on these invisible waves, watching them form into lines and shapes. Then they shift even more. Matt frowns in irritation. It isn't working. Then, the shapes change, becoming more precise. Contours and crags appear, bumps and valleys, almost like he's high up and looking down on a mountain range. The picture evolves again, and a circle opens up. A lake in the landscape? No. Matt's perception deepens, like he's seeing one of those pictures that's either an old woman or a young girl. The peaks and valleys change in his mind, and he realizes he's looking at Stick's face. The circle opening up is Stick's mouth as he begins to speak.
You get it? The air is always there. You just have to see it.
Matt looks around in amazement, but movement shatters the spell. His calm focus breaks into 1,000 pieces, and he's back in the jagged darkness.
Practice, kid. It'll come to you.
Months pass. The basement becomes Matt's second home, where he goes to escape, to hope. He listens, tests the air, filing the sounds against the catalog in his mind. The dry stretch of catgut, the wood pulled tight against its natural curve.
You're holding a bow. What are two blind guys going to do with a bow?
This. Well?
Well, what? You fired the bow. For all I know, the arrow could be sticking in the ceiling.
Don't be a smartass. You know exactly what direction it went.
Matt makes his way to the wall. He feels around the area where he knows the arrow hit. There's a target there with a small depression in the middle. The arrow sticks out from the exact center. He pulls it out and touches the tip. Warm. So it hadn't been put in place beforehand. Not that he'd expected Stick to fake him out, but you never know.
Now you.
Matt takes the bow and arrow. It's lighter than he expects, and harder to control. He pulls back on the bowstring, feeling his muscles quiver as he tries to hold it still.
Not far enough.
Stick taps him on the shoulder. Matt tries to pull back the string even farther. His shoulder muscles protest.
Now hold.
Why?
Because you need to learn control first. You always need to learn control first in anything. Remember that, kid.
Matt holds on. His muscles scream. Sweat prickles his brow.
How long?
Now.
The string slices painfully across the underside of his forearm, flaying the skin. The arrow hits the wall and ricochets out through a window.
No good. Go again.
I'm bleeding!
Don't care. Go again.
Matt tries to ignore the pain. He draws the next arrow and repeats the maneuver, waiting till Stick tells him to release.
Now.
This time the arrow doesn't go through the window, but it also doesn't hit anywhere near the target.
No good. Again.
Again. And again. And again. Until Matt can barely lift his arms. His muscles are jello. His body is soaked in sweat, the salt stinging his forearm. He misses the target every time. Each time he tries, he seems to veer farther and farther away.
You're fighting it.
Fighting what?
The bow, the arrow, you're trying to control them.
What else am I supposed to do?
You have to become one with the bow, with the arrow.
Matt releases the tension in the drawstring and lowers the bow.
I don't understand.
Matt's not quick enough. The stick catches him on the shoulder.
Did I tell you to stop? Did I tell you to stop?
Matt pulls back on the drawstring, raising the bow again.
There's always going to be someone faster than you, someone with better aim. The arrow has to come from you. The sword has to be your arm. There should be no difference between your fists, your feet, your nunchucks, your katana, whatever. If you sense a separation from your weapon, you're going to die.
You're not training me to become some kind of master criminal, are you?
No, kid.
That's a relief.
I'd pick someone a lot smarter than you if I was going to do that. Now, enough talking.
Matt increases the tension in the bowstring. He retreats back into the security room of his mind. This time he blocks everything out except himself, the bow, and the target. He focuses on them wholly. until nothing else exists. He senses the tension in his shoulder, his biceps, down his aching wrists and trembling fingers. Senses the arrow from fletch to point. Pulls the arrow into his being until it's a part of him. Then he extends his senses out toward the target, drawing it to him. Feeling invisible lines of awareness link the arrow to the wood. And he releases.
I did it!
Matt lowers the bow, ignoring the flames of pain across his back and neck.
I did it! Did I hit the bullseye?
No.
Matt sags with disappointment. After all that, he'd expected to get the arrow dead center.
But you hit the wood. It's a start. Now do it again.
But...
Again.
The seasons pass. Months trail behind Matt in a fog of exhaustion and euphoria. He feels like a magician. His senses are powers he can use, powers that make him something more, something better. The nights are the best. When he wakes hours before dawn, he climbs out his window, onto the fire escape, where Stick is always waiting. They take to the rooftops and cross the city. The life below them, unseen and uncared for. The darkness enfolds them, hides their dance across the rooftops. Where the distance between buildings is a dare, and height, something to be ignored. On these nights, the only thing that matters to Matt is the wind in his face. The flickering shades of gray that delineate form and shape. This is living. 8 years ago. Larks thinks most people are content with sleepwalking through life. He looks around every day and sees their faces, the features a blur of desperation and sadness. Nobodies. People who just drift through the life the good Lord gave them. Not looking, not living. Just sliding from day to day, unaware of the world around them. They go through the same routine every day. Wake up, go to a crap job, go home. Take drugs to numb the pain. Rinse and repeat, with slight variations depending on their character. Maybe they stop off for a few drinks at the end of the day. Maybe they head off to that lunchtime rendezvous with the secretary. Whatever. But it all ends the same way. Lying in bed wishing sleep would come, and realizing with a heavy sinking feeling that tomorrow is the exact same thing. That this is life. And the worst thing is, they accept it. They know they're watching their lives drain away like water down the toilet, but they're cowards. They don't do anything about it. They abide. They settle. It makes him sick. But there is one man who is more awake than anyone Larks has ever met. One man whose eyes are wide open to the world, wide open to the possibilities around them. Wilson Fisk. As soon as Larks met Fisk, he'd known instantly that this was the man to whom he would give his loyalty, that this was the man who would make Larks' name mean something. Larks knows this to be true with the same belief a Louisiana housewife has that the traveling healers with their big tents and Jesus shows will fix her asthma. Larks thinks Fisk would actually make a pretty good faith healer. He has the charisma, the presence. He has that old-time biblical vibe going on, the one that says, "Don't mess with me, son. You do, and I'll bring all kinds of hellfire down on your head." Larks squints against the late afternoon sun. It's a deep orange-red, half covered with crimson-lined thunderheads piling up into the sky. He thinks it's the hottest day they've had this year, but today he doesn't mind. He enjoys the feeling of heat on his face as he and Fisk walk the neighborhood to collect protection money for one of Rigoletto's lieutenants, a man called Al Spilotro. Spilotro is a born and bred Hell's Kitchener who watches over his turf with the unhealthy obsession of a jealous husband. And the fact that he's picked Fisk to handle the money means he sees something in Fisk, just like Larks does. He and Fisk turn onto West 31st Street. They only have one store here, a butcher shop run by a husband and wife team, Mr. and Mrs. Brennan. They shouldn't really have any shops here, seeing as it's outside Hell's Kitchen and technically Triad territory, but the Butcher had become unhappy with the Triad's protection. Mainly because Fisk and Larks have spent a period of months vandalizing the shops along the street for exactly that reason. The Brennan switched over to Spilotro for protection, and then, miracle of miracles, all their troubles stopped. It's only a matter of time before the Brennans spread the word to their colleagues along the street, and West 31st becomes Rigoletto's territory. Slow and steady, as Fisk always says. Building up their influence, building up their reputation, but never directly challenging the Triads. The street is crowded, everyone out enjoying the summer day. Old men playing dominoes, a couple of kids chasing each other back and forth across the road, dodging between cars. They pass a bar that has moved its tables outside, the patrons sipping their beer and whiskey on the sidewalk. The owner of the bar, a bald, stocky man called Joe Fielding, pauses in the act of collecting empty glasses.
Afternoon, Mr. Fisk.
People around here are always polite to Fisk. Even if they don't pay protection to the mob, they know who he works for. Fisk stops walking. Larks stops a few feet behind, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings.
Joe, how are things?
Joe glances around to make sure no one is listening.
Not so good. The place was robbed again a couple of nights ago.
Larks watches Fisk feign surprise.
Sorry to hear that. Cleaned me out. And your friends?
The Triad.
Nothing. They haven't even come round. You wouldn't get that kind of treatment from me, Joe. I come from around here. I watch over my people.
Which is why Spilotro picked Fisk in the first place. He wanted someone who knew the area, who had the streets of the kitchen in his blood.
You going to see the Brennans? I am. Time for our weekly chat. I won't keep you then.
Joe hesitates, then steps closer to Fisk.
What do you think about us maybe having a weekly chat? Maybe you could come by for a drink? On the house, of course. I'd consider it an honor. We can talk about those robberies you've been having. Great. I'll see you soon, Mr. Fisk. You take care. And you, Joe. And you.
Fisk carries on walking, and Larks follows close behind. Another one who wants Rigoletto's protection. The street will soon be theirs. After that, well, a long and careful look along the docks might be in order. The Triads won't give over control of the docks without a fight, and Rigoletto would be against that. Wouldn't want to upset the enemy. But Fisk, he couldn't care less. He has plans, Larks knows. Big plans. And Larks is going to be there the whole way. 7 years ago. The worst thing about Hope is, well, it's the Hope itself. She's a treacherous mistress, waits for you to lower your guard, to think things might be going well, then she strikes. And the longer things do seem to be going well, the stronger the fear that builds up in the background, because you just damn well know, that something is coming. Something big. Take now, for instance. Jack Murdoch is feeling pretty good about life, and that's an uneasy feeling, all things considered, because he's never really experienced happiness before. He's always just gotten by, survived. But Matt is doing okay. Hell, Matt is doing great. That kid just amazes him more and more every single day. If it had been Jack who'd been blinded, and not a day goes by when he doesn't wish it had been, he doesn't know what he'd have done. But Matt seems stronger after the accident. Sometimes Jack thinks the kid can see better than him. And he's studying constantly, something that brings a smile to Jack's face every time he sees Matt, running his fingers across those Braille books that cost a fortune. Money well spent, though. The kid has brains, and Jack knows he's going to be the one to take the Murdoch name and do something good with it. Because Jack sure as hell isn't leaving behind any legacy worth talking about. Jack Murdoch? Nah, no idea. What, a boxer? Did he win? He worked the red suit and horns? Yeah, I remember him now. Daredevil, right? Didn't know his real name. But maybe all that is behind him now. Rigoletto hasn't made him wear the suit in months, and Jack has been fighting real bouts. They're tough matches, sure, against younger opponents. Isn't everyone younger than you these days, Jackie boy? But he's been winning. 6 in a row. And the next fight is a big one. Madison Square Garden. A chance to prove he still has it. Rigoletto hasn't even asked Jack to work the collection routes with Slade for months. Maybe he's found a new bruiser, someone who enjoys it more. The old fire is coming back. The pride. The hope. Early morning, Jack jogs through Central Park, watching the moms push strollers through the puddles, people with their dogs, old couples taking a morning walk. Jack likes this time of day. Not too early that it's dark, but early enough that the weight of the day ahead hasn't yet pulled anyone down into frayed tempers and unhappiness. It's a brief interlude, when everyone can pretend they're happy and normal, and that life might hold promise. Jack used to feel the same. Lately, though, he's managed to carry the feeling through the entire day. Managed to ignore all the crap that Hell's Kitchen throws at him. He jogs along the path. His lungs are burning, but it's a clean burn. Feels good. Rain's fallen during the night. Everything is damp and gray. The smell of wet earth hangs in the air. A scent he loves because it's so rare. Colors stand out, deep and lush. The bark on the trees, the grass, the concrete path, the earth itself. Dark and heavy, cleansed. 10 miles a day. That's the bare minimum if you want to be a boxer. On TV, they always show boxers weightlifting, spending all that time in the gym. But that's just stupid. It'll make you too bulky. You need power, speed, jogging, skipping, dragging tires. That's the best program for a boxer. Low tech, but it does the job. At the edge of the park, he stops at a water fountain and drinks his fill. He straightens up, looks around, and sees a car slowing down next to him. His stomach sinks. Rigoletto.
You're pushing yourself too hard, Murdoch. You're not a young man anymore.
Gotta keep training, Mr. Rigoletto. Especially if I want to keep up my winning streak.
Rigoletto gives him a confused look. It quickly turns to amusement.
Murdoch, you don't actually think you've been winning those fights, do you?
Jack frowns. His turn to be confused.
How many times you been hit in the head? It's a setup. Those 6 wins, I arranged them.
No, I beat those kids.
Murdoch, I fixed it so you're the flavor of the month. Everyone will bet on you to win at the garden fight.
I will win.
No, you won't.
Mr. Rigoletto. No, I...
Usual threat applies, Murdoch. How is your son these days? Open?
They stare at each other.
Take a fall in the 4th. Make it look convincing. I'll give you something extra for your troubles.
Jack watches the sedan go. Stands there staring, long after it has disappeared. He realizes he's trembling with rage. It had taken all his willpower not to reach into the car and snap Rigoletto's neck. He'd been about to head home before Rigoletto found him. Now he heads back into the park and runs for another 2 hours, trying to burn off the fury bubbling away inside. It doesn't work. Matt is at home when Jack gets back, his clothes drenched in sweat, his muscles trembling with fatigue. Matt sits at the small kitchen table, running his fingers across a book.
Hey.
Hey, yourself? Taking a shower.
Matt pauses and turns his face in Jack's direction.
Everything okay?
Jack hesitates. No use lying. The kid can pick up on that kind of thing now. God alone knows how.
Nervous? Big fight tomorrow.
Your form's good, old man. You'll win.
Jack doesn't say anything. He heads through to the bathroom and closes the door, leaning his head back against the peeling paint. He turns the water on hot, waits for the steam to fill the room. Then he climbs into the tub and stands beneath the old shower as the water scalds his skin red. At the dinner table that night, Jack stares at his son. It's been 3 years since the accident. 3 years since the day he thought he'd lost Matt. He can still remember it, clear as anything. The feeling of utter helplessness, of failure, of rage at the world. And the weeks after, watching Matt screaming in that hospital bed, only at peace when he was dosed up with drugs. And even then he'd mutter and toss in his sleep, crying out that everything was too loud, begging his dad to make everyone stop talking.
What are you staring at?
Nothing. I was looking out the window.
No, you weren't.
That wasn't a question, Matt knew. Jack has heard people say that when you lose one of your senses, the others grow stronger in response. But not like this, surely. It doesn't seem natural.
You really think I can win?
Sure. You're in the best shape you've ever been in. You're gonna wipe the floor with him. You're not worried, are you?
Me? Ah, piece of cake.
He swallows down his water, gets up to refill it at the sink.
You looking forward to law school?
Change the subject. Don't let him know what's going on.
Sure.
Come on, you're gonna do good, kid. Gotta learn how to make those rules you're so good at following. Spread your wings. Whatever it is they say.
Yeah, spread my wings.
Now it's Jack's turn to sense that something is up, which is pretty good for him. He knows he isn't the most perceptive of people. Comes with the territory, one too many blows to the head.
What's up?
Nothing.
Matt.
If I go, who's gonna look after you?
Who?
What's so funny?
Jack raises his hands in the air, a gesture of surrender.
Nothing. Just... Matt, you're a good kid. You know that? I'll be fine. You don't have to worry about me.
Even as he says it, he remembers all the nights he'd finished a bottle of whiskey, listening to the Stones, and cradling a picture of Mary. The nights Matt had to help him to bed. The times Matt had sewn up his wounds, taped up his ribs, shopped for groceries when Jack was too hungover to do it himself. God, he thinks, he's been a terrible father. Jack puts a hand out, hesitates, then lays it lightly over Matt's. Matt stiffens in surprise and almost pulls his own hand away. Jack has never been one for hugs and stuff like that. Another mistake.
You think about yourself now. Understand? I'll be fine. You've always been there for me, Matt, but it's your time now. Your turn to find out what life's all about, away from this hellhole.
He squeezes Matt's hand, then moves it away. Matt doesn't say a word. Madison Square Garden. The crowd always makes Jack feel alive. It's his drug, what gives him strength. Tonight, he needs it. His opponent is good, fast, faster than Jack. But Jack can take a punch. That's his secret. He lets the kid hit him. 1, 2, 3. Then he takes a swing. Or a jab. Or hits the kid with an uppercut. Surprises him. Jack can see the kid didn't expect this kind of fight. It's in his eyes. Jack can almost hear his thoughts. Who the hell does this old guy think he is? He's what, pushing 50? And he thinks he can take me? But that look changes after a couple of rounds. After the blood starts flowing, it becomes respect, maybe a bit of fear. But a cockiness too. A smirk that appears with the passing of the minutes. Like he knows something. And maybe he does. Maybe he knows Jack is supposed to take a fall. Maybe Rigoletto is setting this kid up as Jack's replacement. Because let's face it, after today, Jack's career is over. The rumors will start. Whispers on the street. Slade. Larks. Fisk. They'll all start talking. Word will get out that Jack threw a fight. He'll lose all the respect he gained. It's the only thing people know about Jack Murdoch. He's an honest fighter. He'd never take a fall, never throw a fight. He is trusted. Which is why Rigoletto set him up in the first place. Jack brings his focus back to the fight. The cheers and jeers of the crowd. Bright white flashes in his eyes. Bastards aren't supposed to take pictures, but they always do. The metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Sweat stinging his eyes. A cut on his eyebrow, gumming up his eye. He opens his eye wide, tries to loosen the crud. Not working. Fight. Dodge. Duck. The kid's mouthguard is bright pink. What's up with that? It's distracting. Don't look at it. Jab. Connect with the ribs. The kid twists to the side, away from the ref. Uses his elbows. Hits Jack in the side. Hard. Jack's pretty sure he heard a crack. He sure as hell feels a flash of sharp, jagged pain. He really hopes he hasn't punctured a lung. The kid uses Jack's distraction. Rabbit punch to the head. Jack's actually impressed. Bright lights flash in his vision. He realizes he's looking at the mat, staring at the sweat and blood on the canvas. How'd he get down here? It's only the third round. He needs to get up.
4, 5.
On his knees.
Get up, old man. Don't let them see you weak.
6.
One arm down, steadying himself.
7.
Onto his feet. Surprised look from the kid. Didn't expect him to get up after that. The ref is holding Jack's fists.
You good? You good?
I'm good!
The ref nods and releases his fists. Jack doesn't wait. He charges back into the fight. And hits the kid hard in the cheek. Teach him for using his elbows. The kid staggers and falls back against the ropes. Jack goes in, forgetting what he's supposed to be doing. He only sees the fear in his opponent's eyes and responds to it. Attacks. End of the round. Jack forces himself to stop and sees the relief in the kid's face. Back to his corner, onto the stool. Slade's there, hanging casually on the ropes while Jack's trainer wipes the blood away and smears his eye with Vaseline.
Mr. Rigoletto wanted me to remind you to go down in the next round. Murdoch!
Jack turns his head. Slade's looking at him funny.
But remember your kid. I saw him in the crowd. You don't want anything to happen to him, do you?
Matt's here?
Slade nods over his shoulder. Jack stands up and spots him instantly. An island of calm in the furor of bloodlust and drunken screaming.
Guess he wanted to support his old man. At least he won't be able to see you take a dive. Silver linings and all that.
The crowd is on its feet, screaming savages, except for Matt. He's still sitting, holding his white cane against his knees, dark glasses reflecting the spotlights, waiting, listening.
This is for you, Matt.
Does Matt's head move slightly, as if he hears the words? No, impossible. No way he can hear over all the screaming. But Matt slowly gets to his feet and faces his father directly. A brief moment of calm as Jack stares at Matt. Prouder of that boy than anything in his entire life. And then the kid is coming for him. Grinning now so that Jack knows he knows. He thinks this is the round he's going to win. Jack grins back. And he hits the kid with everything he has. All the anger he's had building up over the years. All the frustration at having to work for Rigoletto. All the pain at losing Mary. Everything. It all goes into that one punch. The uppercut hits so hard, the kid goes into the air. Jack steps back, lowering his hands. The kid hits the canvas like a doll. He bites his tongue as he lands, and blood sprays out. His head bounces.
1.
The ref is on his knees.
2.
Jack tries to find Matt again in the crowd, but it's too crazy. Too many people in the way.
3. 4.
Jack glances toward his corner.
5.
6!
Sees Slade there, looking at him with pity.
7!
Then Slade slips away into the crowd.
8! 9!
Jack knows he's going to see Rigoletto.
10!
The ref is on his feet now, coming toward Jack. He holds up Jack's arm. The winner. The thing is, Jack isn't even scared. He's done what he set out to do. Prove to himself and Matt that he still had it. That the old man might be a loser, but he isn't a quitter. Jack turns away and slips between the ropes, taking his time. Not showing fear. They'll be watching. Everything feels hyper-real. The colors too sharp. The sounds strangely loud and clear. He can smell popcorn, beer, hot dogs, and sweat. People slap him on the back as he hurries across the rubber mats. Some want to shake his hand. He ignores them all. He doesn't have much time. Jack hadn't planned on ignoring Rigoletto. If he had, he sure as hell would have come up with a plan. A packed bag, plane tickets, a rental car, something waiting to get him out of here. He would have sent Matt away. Or he could have just not turned up for the fight at all. He and Matt could have left New York, the city he'd lived in his whole life. But where would he go? He doesn't know anything else. And Matt, on the run? Nah. No, he'd planned on doing what he was told, just like he always did. Be a good little boy. Listen to the good mob boss. Do as you're told. But when he saw Matt in the crowd, something changed. He couldn't do it. Couldn't let Matt down. Matt believed in his dad. No father could ignore that. No matter the cost. Jack leaves the arena by a side door leading out into the alley. Rain glows white in the streetlights. Oily puddles on the asphalt reflect brake lights from cars passing the alley mouth. Jack stops. Puts his hands in his pockets. Rigoletto has moved quicker than he anticipated. Jack doesn't turn.
Get it over with, then.
They come at him with pipes and fists. Slade, Mikhail, Gillian, Angelo, and Marcello. He doesn't bother fighting back. No point. He realizes that now. He isn't walking away from this. He signed his death warrant in that ring. The pipe comes down again, onto his ankle. He thinks it's Gillian with the pipe. Bone shatters. Slade, heavy, strong, comes at him with fists. Nose broken, eyes swollen shut. He's lying against a dumpster. And still the blows come. He doesn't feel the pain anymore. He floats above it, his mind tucking itself away in some kind of self-preserving cocoon. But he can still feel the blows landing. He still doesn't regret what he's done. He regrets leaving Matt on his own, though. But he's glad of their talk last night. He'll be okay. The kid will be okay. Then the blows stop. Jack forces one eye open and sees his attacker step back into the rain, out of the light. Shadows of death leading back into hell. Another figure walks slowly toward him. Jack has never really noticed how old-fashioned Rigoletto dresses. The suit, the overcoat, and the fedora, like he's from the 50s. He's old school, the last of a dying breed. He's still a moron, though. Blood spills out past Jack's shattered teeth and ruptured lips. Rigoletto pauses a few feet away, unsure. Then he walks forward again, until the light above Jack slowly crawls across his face.
Hell you laughing at, Murdoch? You gone crazy?
This is really it. He's finished. Oh well. He had a good run. Not everyone can say that. He feels the pain melt away, and he grins at Rigoletto. A young man's grin. He manages to move 2 of his fingers. The pain flares briefly to life as he forces broken bones into the shape of a pistol and fires it at Rigoletto. Rigoletto stares at him, then opens his jacket and pulls out a .44.
You're a dumb SOB, Murdoch. You know that?
Rigoletto forces the gun into Jack's mouth. Jack tastes oil. It's cold on his tongue. When the end comes, it's a relief. 7 years ago. It's Matt who has to identify his dad's body. There's no one else to do it. Matt is the only family that Jack had. At first he thinks it's all been a mistake. There's no way the corpse lying on the steel table in that freezing room is Madeline Jack Murdoch. It can't be. Matt reaches out to touch his dad's face, but the coroner stops him with a hand on his shoulder.
Better not, son. We're talking gunshot trauma.
Matt swallows back tears. He clenches the steel table, his fingers turning white. In the end, he has to identify Dad by one of his tattoos, the faded one on his upper arm. Matt can feel the ink on Dad's cold skin, trace the shape of it with his fingertips. Jack told Matt he got the tattoo on the last day of high school, him and Matt's mom. 1/2 of a heart each. He'd laughed when he told Matt. Corny as all hell, he'd said, staring at the tattoo. But they were young. And at the time, it was the most romantic thing either of them had ever done. That night, Matt returns to Madison Square Garden. He knew. He knew something might happen. That was what all that talk had been. About Matt looking after himself, getting away from New York, spreading his wings. His dad knew. Matt stands at the mouth of the alley. That snapping sound, the crime scene tape, already torn and caught in the dumpster, flicking in the cold wind. He moves forward, his stick tapping the way ahead of him. Not that he needs it. He always likes to have it in case anyone is watching. It stops the questions. He knows the spot instantly, can smell the tinny ozone of Dad's blood. Matt is stopped just beyond the dark stain. He takes a deep breath. Smells hot dogs from the street, pizza and curry, lamb from a Greek diner a few blocks away. Beer, wine, red and white, dry and sweet. He can smell them all. He pushes them to the background and focuses on his immediate surroundings. The odors in the alley reveal a picture of recent events. The cops with their leather shoes, the coroner stinking of bleach and industrial-strength cleaner. Matt turns in a slow circle. His dad is easy to spot. He'd know his dad's fragrance anywhere. Talcum powder, whiskey, the clean scent of hard-working sweat. Sadness. Matt still doesn't know how he can smell sadness. He just can. And layered over it all is the stench of blood. Then more. A whiff of gunpowder, gun oil, Brill cream in hair, expensive aftershave, gold rings. He smelled that before. Rigoletto. There are others, too. Slade. Every time Matt encounters Slade, he notices the stink of garlic and prawns, his favorite food. Matt can smell it in the alley now. And more. McHale. That ancient Old Spice aftershave, sharp and pungent, fails to hide his terminal BO. The sweat soaked into all his clothes. No matter how many times he washes them, he can't get the stink out. Gillian. Asian food, noodles, sweet and sour chicken, every lunch without fail. Angelo. Designer aftershave, expensive face creams. Marcello. Little Italian guy with a huge nose, always sniffing like he has a permanent cold. Homeopathic remedies, ginger, tree roots, and bark, green tea, psyllium husks to help with his IBS. 6 men. 6 men against 1. Matt is pretty sure he knows what happened here. Rigoletto wanted Jack to throw the fight. Jack decided he wasn't going to do that, and he paid the price. Rigoletto must have lost a fortune to take such extreme action. After tonight, money is going to be the least of Rigoletto's worries. It's already midnight. Matt doesn't see the point in waiting any longer. All the lessons over the years. He's always known Stick was training him for something, and this, Matt feels, is it, to punish those who have done wrong. Matt slips on his dad's old motorcycle jacket. It's dark red, almost black. Then he finds an old balaclava at the back of the drawer and pulls it on. Feels the wool scratch against his skin. Jeans and sneakers next, and finally, his old baseball bat, stashed away in the back of the closet. He takes to the rooftops. It's where he's most comfortable nowadays, where he can be alone, where he doesn't have to bother pretending, where no one can see him. That's important. If he's ever spotted, there will be questions. He still can't explain what he can do. How the hell would anyone else understand? It isn't hard to pick up the first scent. Old Spice and sweet and sour chicken is not a combination that many people carry around. Gillian and McHale, they always seem to be together, like a pair of those old TV cops. Same fashion sense, too. Creased suits, food stains covering their shirts. Matt tracks them to a bar on West 41st Street, perches on the opposite roof, and waits. He can hear them inside, laughing, telling crude jokes, drinking pitchers of beer and whiskey chasers.
You see his eye, man? The way it went red like that?
Ruptured, Mikhail.
Huh?
The correct term is ruptured, when all the blood vessels pop. I think it was Slade's toe cap. He's got those metal cowboy tips on the ends of his boots.
They're talking about Dad. Matt grips the edge of the building, the concrete rough beneath his fingers.
What's with that, Gillian? The guy's Italian. What's he going around wearing those things for?
The guy loves cowboys. What are you gonna do?
It's weird.
Why? What difference does it make to you?
None. But those ties. Did you see the one last night? One of those leather things with the belt buckle at the top. They should be banned.
I didn't take you for a fashion connoisseur.
I'm not. I just got taste, you know? Taste don't cost nothing.
Right. You ready?
I'm still drinking.
Bring it. I want to join Angela over at the Magic Box. If she's got some fresh blood in from Czechoslovakia.
Yeah? Where's that?
Not sure. Russia?
They stagger out of the bar, their feet scuffing on the sidewalk. They stumble along the street, passing a bottle of whiskey back and forth. Matt keeps pace along the rooftops. He waits for his chance, and finally sees a narrow alley up ahead. The streets are pretty quiet here. No one to witness. Perfect. He picks up speed, sprinting across the rooftops, dodging around metal chimneys spewing greasy steam from fast food joints and air conditioning vents. He leaps across a gap between buildings, feels the gulf pass below his feet, and lands easily. Barely a pause, still running. Swift, smooth, calm. Just like Stick taught him. He grabs the fire escape, slides down the ladder, hops over the balcony, and drops the last 15 feet to the ground. Readies his bat, moves toward the alley mouth.
All I said was, don't stick your fingers in the peanut butter. It's unhygienic.
What did she say?
She said it was just a jar of peanut butter, and she'd use her finger if she wanted to. I kicked her out, told her never to come back.
Hey! You the two bastards who killed Jack Murdoch?
The hell?
Who's there?
Doesn't matter. Whoever it is, he's gonna die.
Matt hears the snick of a switchblade. He smiles grimly. They come slowly, feeling their way forward.
It's dark, I can't see nothing. Means he can't see either.
Right. Mikhail whirls around. Matt's bat comes up and hits him between the legs. The fat man doubles over. The bat comes up again, hits him in the throat. He drops instantly. An extension of Matt's arm, the bat whirls to the right, flicking around in a circle. It hits Gillian twice, breaking his nose. Shattered teeth fall to the ground. Gillian swings the switchblade. Matt brings the bat up, then flicks it down. The snap of a breaking wrist. Gillian falls to his knees. That could kill them. He could do it quick, get his revenge. But he doesn't. Matt Murdock takes his time.
No.
Matt doesn't stop. He thinks of his dad lying in that morgue, and he drops the baseball bat and goes to work with his fists, just like his old man, using the moves that Jack taught him when he was a kid, before he warned Matt away from boxing. Even when they pass out, he keeps going. The rage and fury spills out. Every wet slap of fist on bloodied skin. Every shift of their unconscious bodies beneath his fists makes him want to hurt them even more. At the end, he still wants to kill them, but he manages to pull himself back from the precipice. You can almost see his old man standing there, shaking his head.
I told you to use your head, kid. You call this using your head?
I'm doing this for you, Dad.
20 minutes after he called the thugs into the alley, Matt Murdock grabs his now red bat and climbs back up to the rooftops.
2 down. 4 to go.
He knows where Slade will be, the gym. Matt sneaks in his usual way, round back into the locker room. He pauses inside. He can hear Slade pounding away at the bag, but he can hear something else too. He runs the sound through his mind and comes up with a source. Ginger, green tea, Marcello, cleaning his nails with a knife. Matt pads through the locker room and into the passage outside. He remembers all those years ago when he heard his dad being forced into working for Rigoletto. That night started his old man on the path to his death. That was the night his dad really died. Jack just hadn't known it yet. Matt figures Slade will be different from McHale and Gillian. Slade thinks he's a boxer. Then Matt hears Stick's voice in his head.
Don't underestimate your opponent.
Slade was a boxer. Not pro level, but he's big. There's a lot of weight behind him. So Matt evens the playing field. He flicks the light switch at the entrance to the gym.
Hey, Slade. What happened, man?
What the hell you think? Power cut.
Nah, look. There are lights outside.
Then it's the breaker. Go look.
I'm not going down there.
Oh, don't be such a chicken. Go look.
You go look.
Matt moves across the wooden floor, avoiding the boards that creak. He hefts his baseball bat, pauses to listen for breathing, then swings. Marcello drops. Matt isn't sure he likes the sound the man makes when he falls. He hit him hard, maybe too hard.
Marcello, the hell was that?
Ropes stretching and creaking as Slade climbs out of the ring.
Marcello! Hey, this isn't funny, man. What was that sound?
Matt waits as Slade approaches. As his huge form barges through the air, currents form around him, giving him shape in the gray twilight of Matt's mind. He's almost 7 feet tall and covered in thick curly hair, like a werewolf in human form. Slade makes his way carefully across the floor toward where Marcello had been sitting on a wooden stool. Slade stumbles over the little man's prone figure. Matt senses uncertainty in Slade as he reaches down and touches Marcello's face. His fingers come away, covered in blood. He straightens up, looks around.
Who's there?
Matt hesitates. Out of all Rigoletto's henchmen, he hates Slade the most. Slade's a bully, just like the ones from school. The ones that made Matt's life a living hell. Matt knows his old man hadn't been bothered by Slade. Jack just ignored him. But over the years, Matt has been listening to Slade. He's seen the casual cruelty in his eyes, sensed the sadistic nature of the man. Matt wants him to see who is punishing him, wants him to know why. He moves back to the light switch, making his way quickly along the wall and up into the ring. He waits beneath the spotlight for Slade to see him. The big man is still staring down at Marcello.
Over here!
He can feel the air current shift as Slade turns and sees Matt.
Come on then, big guy. Let's see these amazing boxing skills you're always talking about.
He drops the bat.
I'll even give you a fighting chance.
Slade takes his time, looking around in confusion as he approaches. He doesn't believe Matt is here on his own. Matt knows he's wondering where the reinforcements are. When he realizes no one else is coming, Slade's big face splits into a cruel grin. Matt can hear his lips stretching, hear the amusement in his voice.
I'll break you in half, little man.
He pulls himself into the ring. Matt feels the vibrations through the canvas, the way it dips slightly with Slade's every step. He senses the towering solid wall of the man, and the heat from the spotlight disappears as his shadow falls over Matt. Matt tilts his head to stare up. The man's imposing bulk makes him think of recess. Hundreds of beatings, hundreds of taunts. All the times he was left lying in the grass, bleeding and crying, forced to take it because the old man told him to. Forced to take it over and over and over and over. Rage surges to life, burning through his veins, igniting his blood. His muscles tremble. He feels like he can take on the world and can fight and fight until no one is left. The adrenaline soars through his system, and he lashes out with his foot, straight into Slade's knee. Slade's kneecap explodes, the leg turning backward in a way it was never meant to go. Bone rips through skin. The sudden, frantic breathing of a man engulfed by pain. Matt tastes blood in the air, fear in Slade's sweat. Matt pulls out the special gift he has for Slade. The big man's own favorite weapon, if the rumors are right. A roll of pennies stuffed into a sock. Slade sees what's coming, shakes his head.
No! No, don't!
That hits Slade in the face. Metal bursts skin. Over and over again, until Matt loses count, the sock tears. He drops the sock and uses his hands and feet to turn Slade's ribs into broken, jagged things. Only then does he stop. Sweating, unfulfilled.
2 left.
Angelo and Rigoletto. He'll go for Angelo next, leave Rigoletto for last. Matt still has to think of something special for the boss. Rigoletto will take time. The Magic Box is an escort agency just off 12th Avenue, and it has all the cliches anyone could expect from a place with a name like that. From the pink neon sign and the mannequins in the windows dressed in skimpy lingerie, to the heavy-set bouncers standing outside. The sign says massage parlor, but they aren't fooling anyone. Aren't even trying to fool anyone. Matt checks the place out from the building opposite. He can smell Angelo in a room on the 3rd floor. Expensive aftershave, and that cream he uses in the hope it will lessen the wrinkles he sees growing deeper every day. Warm red light spills out of the room through an open window and onto a small balcony. Pink curtains occasionally flutter through the windows, then settle back in place. An electric fan blowing in the room. Angelo's not alone. Thick, cloying perfume. 4 different brands. He lets his senses roam farther afield. Male sweat. Testosterone. False declarations of love and comfort from the girls. Proclamations of undying devotion from the customers. Matt lifts his eyes to the night sky and feels the breeze cup his face, like fingers stroking his cheeks, urging him on. He leans over the roof. The gap between the 2 buildings is huge, but he's not going to let that stop him. Angelo is in there, not 30 feet from where Matt stands. He can't let him go. Matt moves back a few steps. A moment of weightlessness, a feeling of freedom. Then the rooftop rushes toward him, and he hits. But he's misjudged. His knee buckles and he falls forward, hitting his face hard on the roof tiles. He falls, dazed, and slides down the incline of the roof. He hits the edge. His body slides halfway over, and this time, the weightlessness snaps him back to his senses. He lashes out and grabs hold of the gutter just before he drops to his death. He hangs there by one hand, blinking and shaking his head. Stupid. He's getting cocky. He needs to be more careful. He looks down, sees the balcony over to his right. He shuffles across, using two hands, drops down lightly. He presses up against the wall. Listening.
All I'm saying, honey, is you have to spend a bit of money if you want to look good.
It's him, Angelo. He's close.
How old do you think I look?
I don't know, Angelo. 40?
51.
Matt realizes Angelo is moving, pacing around the room.
No way. You look too good for 51, doesn't he, Sammy?
Yeah,
It's true, but I take these supplements and I only eat grass-fed meat. Go home.
Matt reaches in and grabs Angelo as he walks past the window. The man struggles like a landed fish. Matt can't swing his other hand over fast enough. Angelo gets out of the grip, and Matt has to stumble into the room or risk losing him altogether. Matt tries to pull Angelo, but the man yanks his arm and forces Matt farther inside.
Damn it!
Matt lashes out and punches Angelo in the nose. Angelo crumples to the floor, but Matt keeps hold of him and starts dragging him back to the window.
He's not a cop! Look at him!
The girl that shouts has thick red hair.
Bession's trying to kidnap Angelo! Grab him!
Then Matt is surrounded by a mass of limbs. Nails gouge his skin. High heels dig into his body. He shields his head, stumbles back against the wall. But still they come, pummeling, kicking, biting. A scream was right in his ear. Everything is too loud. The stench of perfume overwhelms him. He can't get away. They're on top of him, driving him to the thick carpet. No, it can't end like this. He still has to get Rigoletto. Matt thrashes and surges suddenly to his feet, throwing bodies off his own. One refuses to let go. She's wrapped around his neck, trying to gouge his eyes out. He whirls around and slams her into the wall. And she still doesn't let go.
I'm gonna kill you! You son of a... You!
His foot catches in the thick carpet, and he stumbles forward. His legs slam against the window frame, and he tumbles through onto the small balcony, smashing into the railing. There is a feeling of sudden lightness, and the smell of terror.
Oh, please!
Matt lunges forward, throws his hand out, feels his fingers brush the girl's leg. Then she is gone.
Holy hell! Call an ambulance, quick!
Matt barely hears them. He's leaning over the balcony, imagining the scene below him. He hears quick, desperate footsteps from the room behind him. Angelo getting away. Matt turns in a daze. He can feel the stares of the girls. He wants to say it was an accident, that it wasn't his fault, but he can't. He turns back to the window, numb with horror. He steps out onto the little balcony and pulls himself up onto the roof, then walks slowly away. He killed her. He didn't even know her, and he killed her. He lets his feet take him across the rooftops of Hell's Kitchen. He keeps thinking it isn't real. It didn't happen. The same feeling he had when Dad was killed. Everything slows down. Reality shifts, becomes new again, as if he's experiencing everything for the first time, but through a filter of pain and horror. He returns to Stick's basement gym. He needs comfort. Someone who might understand.
Stick! Stick!
He enters the gym and knows instantly he's alone. The place feels empty, abandoned.
Stick!
But there is no answer. Matt curls up on the floor and pulls his knees up to his chest. Terminal Hotel. A fitting name, thinks Stick. He always wondered whether Stone picked it just for the name, or if there's some other, more esoteric reason for holding their meetings here. It certainly isn't for its class or cleanliness. More likely, it's because the staff, if you can call them that, knows when to look away. Stick enters the foyer. He extends his senses, probing the area for enemies. Habit. There will be no enemies here. He moves past the old reception desk, tempted to bang his stick on the wood to wake the slumbering clerk. He decides against it. He knows himself well enough to realize he just wants to lash out, to hurt. It isn't the clerk's fault what happened tonight. If it's anyone's fault, it's his. He misjudged the boy, badly. That's 2 now. 2 in a row that have come up short of expectations. He presses the elevator button. He hopes Stone has some ideas, because he is empty. He has nothing left. He steps inside. The smell of piss and vomit almost overwhelms him. Old fast food wrappers are piled up in the corner. The stench of old grease and stale fries thick in the air. The elevator drags itself upward to the 3rd floor. An ancient carpet leads the way, dated and threadbare. The door is unlocked.
It's just me, Stick. No need to be paranoid.
Paranoia is our friend. You do well to remember that. You left that door unlocked.
If the Hand wanted to find me here, you really think that door would stop them? A child with a rubber hammer could break it down.
The window is wide open. Stick can feel the cool breeze wafting into the room, bringing with it the stink of car fumes and humanity.
What is it?
We've lost him.
You feel Stone tense.
No, I don't believe it.
Whether you believe it or not, it's true. Matt Murdock is not the one we seek.
He has to be.
No. He took the law into his own hands tonight. He took my teachings and used them for personal gain.
What kind of personal gain?
Revenge. Against those who killed his father.
Are you insane? The boy got revenge on his old man's murderers, and this is why you say we can't use him?
He's undisciplined, emotional. I thought I could teach him to control it. I failed.
You didn't fail. You created a weapon. Tonight that weapon tasted first blood. It was the blade's quenching.
No. I misjudged him. He can't help us.
Stick, you've said this to me so many times, I'm sick to death of hearing it. The chaste are all that stands between this world and the forces of darkness. But we're growing old. We need young blood, and in the past 20 years, you found two possible candidates. Matt Murdock and Elektra.
Don't talk to me about her.
I have to. The girl failed, or we failed her. Either way, there's already a chance the enemy has got to her. If we don't find a new champion...
I know! You think I don't know? Why the hell do you think I spend my life traveling around looking for someone worthy?
Stick, no one is ever going to be worthy. You hold everyone up to a standard no one can meet.
You did.
40 years ago, and no one since. We must give the boy one last chance. One more test.
No. It's done.
Stick.
Enough. I won't discuss this anymore. We can't let our order be compromised. You know that. The boy has failed. He's useless to us.
6 years ago. Larks is good at waiting. It's a skill not many can nurture, and one he finds useful. He can sit still for hours. It's like meditation. The world flows through him, thoughts drift through his mind, and he comes out the other end feeling rested and peaceful. He can't find peace right now, though. Something is up. Something is happening. Fisk sits opposite him in a booth at Frankie's, a bar Fisk likes to use when he wants to make sure they're not being followed. He told Larks once it was because when he was a kid and he wanted to get away from his old man, he would come and wash the dishes here. Frankie would give him money and 1 beer, but only if he drank it on the premises. Larks thinks it's a dump, the kind of bar you see on every block in the city. Irish scarves on the wall, beer signs proudly displayed, locals stuck to the bar top, peeling their arms up from spilled booze every time they need to take a leak. But Fisk feels safe here. He knows he can talk without any of Rigoletto's men overhearing.
This is an opportunity, Larks, a great opportunity.
An hour ago, Larks told Fisk about Slade and the others winding up in the hospital, hooked up to drips, pins pushed into their broken bones. He also told him how Gillian had gone snitch, screaming about turning state witness if the cops protected him. Of course, that meant the police had arrested the others, too. Fisk stares over Lark's shoulder.
Yes, I think it's time I made my first move. I've waited long enough.
Lark waits, calm. He knows he's going to be asked to do something bad, and he's fine with that. Larks has a lack of morality that bothered him at one point in his life. He couldn't understand why he didn't give a crap about people, didn't feel anything the first time he twisted a bird's head clean off, its tiny legs scratching at his wrist for a full minute while its head sat a few feet away. A few years later, he found a book for shrinks in the library. It talked about sociopaths and psychopaths and that kind of thing. He read the book with great interest because it described him almost exactly. Not a psychopath, no. A sociopath. That's different.
Slade and the others, they must not leave the hospital.
That's all he says. All he has to say. Larks finishes his beer, gets up, and leaves the bar. He steps outside. There's a chill in the air. A coldness that hits him in the back of the throat when he breathes in. Tingles his nostrils every time he inhales. He likes the winter. Everything's dead. The sky is gray, the trees are black and damp, the streets coated with ice. But it makes him feel more alive than summer. Summer suffocates him, pummels him down with heat and heaviness so he can hardly move. But winter, he comes to life in winter. The cold wakes something in him, something primitive. It's the best time to kill. It feels right, murder in wintertime. He waits till after 1 in the morning. He knows that's when the hospital is busiest. Kids spilling out of bars and nightclubs, getting into fights, breaking bottles over heads. Harmless stuff, but it keeps the doctors busy. Larks enters the hospital by the back entrance. Inside, he passes huge plastic bins filled with dirty sheets lined up in front of an industrial-sized elevator. He could just walk straight up to the wards. He doesn't think he's going to be challenged, but there's something he's always wanted to do. He climbs the stairs to the next floor, walks past offices, peers inside until he finds what he's looking for. A doctor's white coat, hanging over a desk chair. Larks slips inside and grabs it, disappointed not to find a stethoscope lying there too. Still, beggars can't be choosers. Pulls on the coat and checks the name tag. Dr. Slater. A minuscule smile touches his lips. He likes that. Larks checks for the knife he keeps in the back of his jeans. He can still get to it with a quick flick of the coat, so he leaves the office satisfied. He changes his stride, straightens his shoulders, walks with a kind of casual arrogance that doctors have. That I'm too important for any of this walk. He heads to the ward where he knows Slade and the others are holed up. As he turns the corner, he's surprised to see a cop sitting there, reading a magazine. Larks doesn't stop walking, doesn't miss a step. Always act like you belong, and no one will question you. The cop glances at him. He's young, bored. But there's something behind his eyes as he takes in Lark's coat, then his longer-than-average hair. The cop frowns slightly, trying to join up his image of a doctor with what he sees approaching.
Evening, officer.
The cop nods at him, still uneasy, but not sure why. Larks marvels at how much confusion a simple white coat can cause.
You have a family waiting at home?
Why?
No reason. Not easy doing the night shift for a bunch of crooks.
Oh, yeah, I do. Have a family, I mean. Truth is, I'll probably get more rest here than at home. The new baby doesn't sleep through yet.
Larks nods in understanding. Then his hand flashes out, slices the blade across the cop's neck. The man blinks. For a moment, it's as if nothing has happened. So sharp is Lark's knife. A fish-cutting knife. The only thing he has that belonged to his old man. Then the cop shifts slightly, and the wound opens up, peeling wide like a bloody smile. Lark moves quickly. He pushes the door open, grabs the cop, and drags him inside. He manages to get the body into the ward before it makes a mess on the floor outside. He dumps the still-living cop on the floor. The cop's reaching up. Lark squats close to him, watching. He's always fascinated by the moments of death. Every single person he's killed, if it's not an instant death, and he works hard to make sure it never is, they all go through the same series of emotions. First, it's disbelief. They fight, not even acknowledging what's coming. Then it's fury at their approaching death. Absolute primitive anger that they're about to be extinguished, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. That powerlessness must be the worst part, Larks muses. That feeling that your fate has been taken out of your own hands, your future has been stolen. After that, there's a surge of panic. The body flails about, fearing the end. Then, finally, it's acceptance. Thoughts about those they're leaving behind. Larks can always tell when they shift into this stage of death. Their bodies sag. Their eyes shift away, refusing to look upon anything other than their own memories as they die. He used to let them look away, but lately he's taken a certain pleasure in grabbing their hair, making sure the last thing they see is his thin face. Lark's fingers grip the cop's thick hair as he fades away. Larks leans close, peering into his eyes, and smiles. He can tell the exact moment the cop dies. There's something indefinable, something that just vanishes. He wondered once whether it might be the soul departing the body, but he never came to any decision, one way or the other. He releases the cop and straightens up, looks around. The room has 6 beds, but only 4 are occupied. Mikhail, Gillian, Slade, and Marcello. All of them hooked up to IVs, their bodies in various casts and bandages. Larks walks between the beds, his knife held in his hand. He knows he should get this over with. There might be another cop, one who's just gone for coffee, but he doesn't want to rush it. He picks Marcello first. He leans close, studying the little man. He doesn't look too bad. No body bandages. He has one around his head, though. Larks prods the bandage, trying to find the wound. Marcello's eyes snap open. Larks puts a finger to his lips. Marcello nods and obeys, obviously thinking he's here to spring them. Larks looks down. Marcello has been cuffed to the bed. A smile spreads across Lark's face. A captive audience. How wonderful. He turns in a slow circle, noting the location of each of the beds. He starts with Marcello. A quick dig with his old man's blade. But not a full-on throat slit. He wants something more artistic. Marcello's eyes widen in shock. Larks moves to the next bed. Gillian. He stabs at the throat, same way he did with Marcello. Gillian's eyes snap open. On to Mikhail. The same again, but this time angling the cut to the right. Then on to Slade, the big man. Larks digs the blade deep into his neck and twists. Slade comes suddenly awake. His eyes filled with pain. Larks hurries to the door, then turns to look at his work. 4 men, 2 by 2. Their throats pump blood at an angle inward to the aisle between the beds. Larks is tempted to walk down the aisle, but he knows he can't. He's no psychopath. A psychopath would not resist the temptation. He watches the men die on their beds, then checks himself. There are a few spatters of blood on his right sleeve. He takes the jacket off, dropping it to the floor. He steps over the cop's body and into the corridor. He looks both ways, no one coming. He sets off. He can't wait to tell Fisk. Larks knows he'll be proud. Six years ago, Columbia University.
Hey, move it, fatty! Hey!
Matt stands in the snow, his breath clouding in the air, as Brad Matheson and his lackeys drive up fast behind Foggy Nelson. Franklin Foggy Nelson is Matt's roommate. He's studying law as well. A genuinely nice guy. You don't see too many of those nowadays. Brad had hit the brakes just before he slams into Foggy. The wheels had locked on the ice. The car skids slightly so that it actually does bump gently into the back of Foggy's legs, sending him staggering forward.
Run, little piggy!
Foggy looks around, humiliated, and sees the pitying stares cast in his direction. He breaks into a waddling run, moving his slightly overweight body as fast as he can. Brad and his friends set off after him again. Matt knows Brad's type. The kind of guy who used to bully Matt every recess. The kind of guy with a trust fund, not much of a brain, and the casual cruelty most kids grow out of. Those who don't, well, Matt is of the opinion that those who don't grow out of that sadistic streak either become criminals or cops. It's a fine line between the two. Brad accelerates again. Foggy isn't fast enough. The bumper hits the back of his leg, harder this time. And he stumbles, slipping on the ice and landing on his face. His books fly everywhere, spilling across the street. Brad speeds off, shredding Foggy's books beneath his tires. Matt follows the direction of the car as it comes toward him, his senses extending out, the air and wind forming shapes in Matt's brain. He can see Brad laughing as he speeds past, his friends reaching over and slapping his shoulder. Matt crosses the street and helps Foggy to his feet.
Thanks.
Foggy stares forlornly at his books lying in the muddy slush.
What was all that about?
What can I say? The guy doesn't like me.
Matt bends down to pick up a few books, remembering to poke around with his stick. He has to keep up appearances.
I guess I'll have to live with it. It's not long, right? Only 3 years to go.
Matt, of all people, knows what 3 years of bullying can do to someone. That night, he pulled on a pair of black jeans and a black jersey. He fished out the balaclava he bought for this exact purpose and climbed up the fire escape onto the roof of the college. The campus roofs are clean, well lit. Spotlights shine all around the perimeter. Streetlights illuminate the walking paths. Great for security, bad for Matt. Still, he needs the practice. Since that night back in Hell's Kitchen, Matt hasn't taken to the rooftops much. He'd put his head down, waited for Stick to call him back to training, to shout at him, to punish him, anything. He obviously knew what had happened. But there's just been silence. It has hung over Matt's days, tinged with a disappointment. He knew his mentor must have felt in him. There's nothing Matt can do about it now. There isn't a day that goes by that he doesn't think about that girl, the terrified scream, the sickening wet thump as she hit the ground. He shakes his head even now, shying away from the memory. He pulls on the balaclava.
I said no, Brad. Just drop it.
He finds Brad a couple of hours later. A couple of hours of Matt freezing his ass off, waiting for the idiot to show his face. When he finally does, it's with a girl. Matt recognizes her voice. She's in one of his classes. He thinks her name is Sally. Matt follows them from above as Sally tries her best to outpace Brad, heading back toward her own dorm room.
Come on, Sally. Come back to my room. I got beer, some pills.
Are you crazy? You get caught with that kind of stuff, they'll call the cops.
So what? My dad knows the chief of police.
Good for you. But the rest of us don't have the same connections, you know?
I'll protect you, babe. You hang with me, I'll make sure you never get into trouble.
Sally stops walking.
Brad, listen very carefully, okay? I would rather spend a year in jail than hang with you. Understand? You and me, no chance. Not gonna happen. Stop even entertaining the thought, because it will never, ever happen.
Matt grins.
Yo, you hit me.
Brad, if you even think about trying to kiss me again, I won't bother calling the cops. I'll hunt you down myself. Understand?
Cow!
That's just about enough from you.
Matt drops down directly behind Brad. He hooks his foot around Brad's leg and yanks back, sending Brad face first into the snow. Matt kneels on his back.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to turn over a new leaf. You're going to be nice to people. You're going to realize that people are not here just for your amusement. Got it?
You realize how much trouble you're in? I'm gonna...
Wrong answer.
Matt grinds his knee into Brad's kidney. Matt leans forward, putting more weight on his spine.
Do you know what else you're going to do? You're going to be nice to Foggy Nelson.
Oh?
Matt stares at the back of Brad's head. He has to fight the impulse to start punching him right there and then.
He's the guy you nearly ran down with your car today. The guy you've been hassling since the start of the semester.
Him? Why do you... Okay. I'll leave him alone, Jesus.
I don't know. Not sure what it is, Brad, but something tells me you might not be telling the truth. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Something that will make you remember what happened tonight every time you get the urge to take a shot at someone.
Matt pulls off the balaclava and shoves it over Brad's head so he can't see. Then, he gets down to business. A couple of girls find Brad the next morning while they're out for an early morning jog. 10 minutes later, half the school is standing outside, laughing at the naked guy tied to the fountain. After being there for 5 hours, he has to be taken to the hospital for mild hypothermia. Matt hadn't been too worried. He'd been keeping an eye on Brad through the night. The lack of sleep is worth it, because Matt knows that every time Brad thinks about hassling someone, his thoughts will turn to this night, and he might reconsider. Matt wishes Stick was still around so he could see what Matt did. Matt thinks he'd be proud.
It was the weirdest thing.
Foggy is lying back on his bed with his hands behind his head.
There I was, trying to get some soda out of the machine. You know the one, by the media room? Stupid thing sticks all the time. You gotta get your hand right up in there and pull on this thing.
Skip to the end.
Matt is lying on his own bed.
Huh? Oh yeah, sure. There I was, my hand stuck inside the stupid machine. And who comes walking up to me? Brad Matheson. I think, well, that's it now. He's gonna have a field day with this. But you know what happens?
What?
He says, "Let me help you with that, Nelson." And he tilts the machine so I can get my hand out. I'm standing there thinking, what's happening? Where's the punchline? But it doesn't come. He just says, "You okay?" And I say, "Yeah, thanks." And he claps me on the back and says, "No problem, Nelson. See you around," and walks off. You believe that?
A changed man.
Hey, was that Kathy I saw talking to you today?
Matt frowns. Kathy. She'd come to him after Professor Lynch's class on ethics.
Yeah, asked for help with notes on the lecture. Said she thought her ethics need work. I think she was joking.
Oh yeah? You gonna help her out then?
No.
Seriously? Why not?
Because giving in to your emotions is dangerous. It gets people killed. Control everything. Keep a tight rein on your feelings, your desires. It's the only way to keep people safe. Matt has already violated his agreement with himself by dealing with Brad. He doesn't want to do it again.
I don't have the time. I've got too much studying of my own.
You realize she doesn't actually want you to help her study, right?
Go to sleep, Foggy.
Sure. I'm just saying. You understand what she's asking you?
Yes, Foggy.
You sure? Because I have a feeling you really don't.
Foggy leans over on his mattress to look at Matt.
Like, what I'm trying to say is, the only thing she wants help studying is biology. Human biology.
Matt throws a pillow at him. He waits for Foggy to fall asleep, then climbs out of bed. He pulls on his black tracksuit and sneakers. If anyone ever asks, he can just say he can't sleep and is going out for a run. Which is true, to a certain extent. Not that he has much choice. A good night's sleep is out of the question when sharing a room with Foggy Nelson. Matt doesn't mind. Even if he had a room of his own, he still wouldn't be able to sleep. How can he, with the wind calling out to him? It speaks to him, carrying the news of the day. It charges in off the ocean, fierce and bitter and freezing cold, carrying hints from the cargo boats and fishing trawlers. It rattles satellite dishes and sets power lines thrumming, leaving swirling snow in its wake. It roars down the concrete canyons, winter naked branches clattering in combat. Old leaves and dried out husks rustle and skitter through the air like fairies. And he follows, leaping across rooftops to watch the world unfold below him.
Thanks, man.
A baker gives some fresh-baked bread to a homeless guy shivering in his doorway. Music from car radios and taxicabs. 100 different languages talking the slang of the city. Packs of dogs scavenge for food, battling each other in eternal wars for territory and dominance. A fight to the death. And the triumphant hound howls at the moon, perhaps feeling the stirring of ancient blood, of a time when wolves roamed the steppes. And above it all, Matt Murdock opens himself to the wind, and he joins the celebration. He sails across the space between buildings, lands, rolls, and is up and running again. Over a chimney, pushing off into the sky. Arms outstretched, flying, soaring, above everything. He moves gracefully. He lands and keeps running, no pause, to the next building, this one higher. Catches hold of the fire escape, the metal's cold beneath his grip. Shoulder muscles bunching, pulling him over the fire escape and onto the ledge. Sprinting again, somersaulting between roofs. Tight walking over power lines, easy, calm. And then, a sudden movement at the corner of his perception. Matt stops, frozen, alert. He moves quickly into the shadows. Someone else is here. Matt extends his senses all around him. There, a scent, human and fragrant. Perfume, jasmine, citrus, like a fresh summer's day. A woman. He moves his head slowly, trying to gauge where it's coming from. There, the drumbeat of a pulse, quickened with excitement. It appears, then vanishes, passing him by like a train in the night. A breath, a smile on the wind. He steps out of the shadows into the open, feels the wind brush across his face. There, again, the light patter of feet sweeping across the rooftop. A challenge. Matt sets off after this intruder into his world. She's moving fast. looking back over her shoulder. Her eyes are on him, a smile still on her face. She's flying over the rooftops, pulling away from Matt. He can't believe it. It shouldn't be possible. This is his world. His terrain. No one should know it better than he does. And yet, here's someone running away from him as if they're out for a Sunday morning jog in the park. And then the figure drops away over the edge of a tenement. Matt's stomach sinks. A mistake. She's fallen to her death. He stops at the edge of the building and reaches down with his senses. Nothing. She's disappeared. He tries to catch her scent, but it's masked by the garbage in the dumpster directly below him. Matt drops down into the alley, slips on some congealed grease, and lands on his backside. What? A soft foot on the asphalt. He whirls around. The cat arches its back and rubs itself against his leg. He reaches down and absently strokes its fur, wondering where the girl has gone. He hurries to the alley mouth and waits. There, the hint of jasmine on the wind. She's heading for the park. He locks on to her scent. Old perfume still clinging to her skin, and a not unpleasant hint of sweat. She won't get away from him now. He yanks off his mask. It's getting in the way. He keeps chase. She's playing with him, toying with the blind man. She crosses a busy street in the hope that he'll back off. He doesn't, and realizes his mistake too late. A car, too close. He instantly flashes back to that fateful day. The day that started all this. Distracted, stupid. He leaps into the air, for a moment thinking he has easily cleared the roof of the car, only for his foot to hit the cab indicator on top. He's knocked sideways and sails through the air, hitting a snowbank on the sidewalk. Matt rolls over, the snow icy on his face. Back onto his feet, running again. Matt turns, following the wide concrete pathways into the park. His foot hits something. He bends down and touches the object. A sneaker. He frowns, but leaves it where it is, and walks farther along the path. He finds the second sneaker about 10 paces on. Then a scarf. Then a pair of pants. And a shirt. Then, hanging in the trees, underwear.
What the hell is going on?
He stops beneath the tree, reaches up.
Freeze, creep!
Matt does as he's told.
Turn around, slowly!
Matt obeys. Two cops, one old, seasoned, one young, nervous, his fingers curling and uncurling around the grip of his gun. Matt can take them both out if he needs to. Hell, he can run if he needs to. But that would be breaking the rules. And he remembers the last time he broke the rules. A girl ended up dead. He won't be responsible for something like that again.
Steve, you go look for the girl. I'll watch the creeper.
The young cop hurries off, leaving the old cop to saunter over to Matt.
You're not gonna do anything stupid now, are you, kid?
No, ma'am, I'm all yours. This is just a misunderstanding.
Yeah, haven't heard that one before. ID?
Matt pulls his wallet out of his tracksuit pocket. The cop studies it. Matt can almost hear the confusion creasing her face.
It says here that you're blind.
That's right, officer.
Like, full-on blind?
Afraid so, since I was a kid.
What the hell are you doing out at this time of night?
I couldn't sleep. Decided to take a walk. It's exam time, you know? I'm studying law.
That right. A blind lawyer? Good for you, kid.
She hands Matt his wallet, just as the younger cop comes back.
Can't find anything. No body, no girl, no nothing.
You won't find a body, Steve. Come on.
She pulls the young cop by the arm and leads him back to the squad car.
What are you doing? Aren't we at least going to take him in?
For what? Being blind in a public space?
Blind?
Matt leaves the two cops to sort it out between themselves and walks slowly back along the path. He knows he's being watched, and she's taking a great deal of enjoyment at his expense. Winter kicks in with a vengeance the next day. Thick, heavy snowflakes blanket the campus, piling up against the windows and sidewalks.
I don't get it.
Foggy is muffled by his scarf.
What don't you get?
Matt warms his hands as they make their way toward the gate.
I study non-stop. You barely glance at your books.
And?
And I barely get a passing grade. But you just breeze through.
Maybe you should try studying without the TV on?
Hey, let's not get radical.
Foggy steps into the street, but Matt grabs his arm and pulls him back.
What?
Wait. The driver of the sports car sails to a stop right where Foggy was about to walk.
Hey, you crazy? You could have killed me.
He smells citrus and jasmine. Citrus and jasmine.
What are you grinning at? Seriously, what's wrong with you, woman? And why are you driving with your top down in this...
Matt leaps into the car, straight into the passenger side.
Matt?
The car pulls out into traffic, cutting off several cars in the process. Matt sits back with a grin, feeling the wind whipping his hair at 50 miles an hour. In the snow, through traffic. He knows that she's throwing sidelong glances at him as she looks for the fear. Every time she does so, he catches more of her facial structure. Delicate, but hard. Full lips pulled back as she smiles into the wind. 60 miles an hour. She cuts off a huge truck. The driver slams on the brakes, skidding as the back end of the truck slides out into traffic. There are no collisions, though. Everyone stops in time. She's still watching him, more than she's watching the road. Her head resting on the wheel as if she's about to take a nap. 70 miles per hour. Ice and water spray up to either side of them. 80. She's sitting back now. She seems disappointed. She expected a reaction from him, and she's not getting it. Matt grins again. She slams her foot down. 95. It would be enough to turn anyone else into a gibbering wreck, not Matt. He can feel his blood pumping, his heart racing in his chest. It's been a long time since Matt has felt this alive. An hour later, they're up in the mountains, the air thin and empty in his lungs. They haven't spoken a word to each other. His cheeks are red and stinging. He can't feel his nose anymore. But at least he's dressed for the occasion. Unless his senses are lying to him, the girl is wearing a black cocktail dress. That's it. No shoes, no stockings, just the dress. She carries on, climbing higher and higher. Matt decides it's time to break the ice.
Miss?
She smiles, tilts her head to the side. She thinks she's won, but he's about to start asking her questions. Who are you? Why are you following me?
Yes?
Don't you think you should put the top up? You don't seem to be wearing much, and I'd hate for you to catch a cold.
The car lurches suddenly, skidding to the side. They smash through a barrier, hit a drift of snow, plow through it, and soar into the air. They come down again hard, soaring down the slope at 60 miles an hour. Saplings hit the car and fly to either side. She somehow manages to avoid the bigger trees. Matt holds on, his heart thumping. Not out of control, just enough to feed him the adrenaline he needs. He senses no panic from the driver's seat. She did this on purpose. The car spins 360 degrees as it slides down the slope. The girl tilts her head back to the gray winter sky. A wild slalom through naked trees. Matt can sense the edge of the cliff, a sudden drop-off where cold air buffets upward. They're heading right for it, but still Matt doesn't care. He feels alive. The normality of the past few years, the sheer mundanity of his life wiped away after an hour with this girl. She pulls the handbrake, the car skidding around again in a slow circle. The edge is approaching, 50 feet. The car hasn't even slowed down. 30. They're going to go over. 20. The car hits a thick bank of snow. Matt is thrown sideways, his seatbelt digging into his shoulder. The car tips up onto its side, hangs there for a moment, then drops back again.
Was that good for you?
The girl gets out of the car, heads to the edge of the cliff. She stands there with the wind buffeting her and barely moves. She's strong. Matt waits, letting her take the lead. He doesn't have a handle on her yet. Can't figure out what she wants, how she thinks. She fascinates him.
Close to the edge, Matt Murdock.
She knows his name.
One step from the end.
The end of what?
Matt slowly walks toward her. He feels like he's approaching a deer in the forest, like the slightest wrong move might chase her away. He comes to stand next to her. She doesn't turn, just stares over the cliff.
This is where we belong.
In the cold?
On the brink.
She glances sidelong at him. She studies his face, her eyes roving over every detail, as if trying to commit them to memory.
The rest of the sheep, they're happy to stay in their pens, numb, asleep. But we're different.
That right?
Yes. When I saw you on the rooftops, I knew.
She turns away again, staring down.
We're the same, Matt Murdock. Two of a kind.
She turns to him, stares up at his face. He gets the feeling she's almost hoping for something, searching, trying to understand.
People like us, we can't live like the rest of them. We can't be quiet. We can't just slide into our deaths. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Matt does understand.
You and me, we're drawn to the edge.
She reaches up and strokes his cheek.
And over it.
And she steps back into the embrace of the air.
What? No!
Matt tries to stop her, but it's just like the last time. He's too late. She's gone, falling.
No!
Falling. He waits for that familiar, sickening sound of flesh hitting the ground. Instead, ice. She'd hit ice. That means water. Matt doesn't hesitate. He follows her over the edge. The wind tears at his face. His glasses are ripped away. He turns in the air, manages to orient himself feet first, just in time. It's like hitting a wall. His knees are driven into his chest. He thinks at first he's broken his legs, but it's just the ice. The freezing water engulfs him, squeezes his body tight, and draws all the air out of his lungs. He swallows water. He thrashes to the surface, hits shards of ice as his head breaks through. He dives back down again, searching, feeling, but he's hopeless. He can't smell her down here. All he can sense is a primeval darkness, a feeling of emptiness below him, above him, ready to swallow him whole. He thrashes around, trying to find her in the water, but there's nothing. No one. She's probably been carried downstream by now. He breaks the surface again, another lungful of air. He's about to dive back into the darkness when a sound pulls him up short. Matt treads water, waiting, listening, and there it is. 6 years ago.
You have to make people respect you, Tony.
Rigoletto sits at the table in the private room at the back of his favorite restaurant, sipping his drink. He's passing on his wisdom to his nephew and second-in-command, Tony Piccolo. Tony is in his 40s now, and being primed to take over the business should Rigoletto ever decide to retire, something that Larks doesn't think is ever going to happen. The old man will head up the business till the day he dies. Tony Piccolo thinks he's old school, that his name should be mentioned in the same breath as Al Capone or Lucky Luciano. Larks thinks he's a joke, and he knows Fisk feels the same. The guy loves that mob show on cable, always goes on about how true it is, how it's so hard to balance family, the capital F family. He likes to think he looks like the actor too. He started to pack on the pounds, and Larks once caught him practicing his stare in the mirror in the bathroom at Lou's place, trying for that lazy snake stare that the main actor has. Larks didn't say anything when he walked in on him, just headed to the urinals and did his business. He told Fisk about it later. Fisk laughed till he almost choked on his wine. Larks felt good that night. He likes making Fisk laugh. Larks listens to Rigoletto going on about respect. Fisk sits opposite Piccolo, occasionally nodding when Rigoletto turns to him.
Am I right, Fisk?
Larks knows for a fact that Fisk doesn't think Rigoletto's right. Rigoletto is old school, old-fashioned, from a bygone era that, in Lark's opinion, did never exist outside Rigoletto's dreams. An era when the mob had honor, helped little old ladies across the road, protected the neighborhood from the real criminals. Nah, never happened that way. The mob back then was the same as it is now. Rigoletto's either going senile or just doesn't want to admit it. It's always been about power. Do crime to gain money, to gain power. Simple equation. That's all it comes down to in the end. Power. And not just crime, everything. Love, life, marriage, jobs, divorce. It all comes down to the shifting dynamics of power, who has the most, and how you're going to get more. Larks, as the most junior member present, gets up and pulls the door open a crack. The door explodes inward, smashing into his nose. He stumbles back, white lights flashing behind his eyes, his nose streaming blood. Chaos around him. As he stumbles back against the wall, he sees a masked gunman enter the room, pointing a snub-nosed revolver at Piccolo. He watches the gunman slowly squeeze the trigger. An orange flare, sparks bursting from the barrel. The bullet hits Piccolo in the chest. He grimaces and swats at the wound like it's a bug bite. The force rocks Piccolo back in his chair, and it topples as bullets land in Piccolo's leg, arms, stomach, ass. Barely 3 seconds have passed. Another gunman rushes inside. His gun points at Fisk, as the first gunman turns his weapon to Rigoletto. Larks steadies himself against the wall, pulls out his knife, and throws it. It hits the first gunman in the neck. He staggers. He just misses Rigoletto. Fisk has his own gun out. He shoots the same gunman in the chest. The second gunman turns and bolts. Fisk is on his feet, standing protectively before Rigoletto, ready for another attack.
Go!
Larks runs out of the room and into the restaurant. Shocked faces turn toward him. He sprints outside to the street just as a car peels out into traffic, crashing sidelong into a yellow cab before speeding around a corner and out of sight. Larks returns to the room. Rigoletto is on the floor next to his nephew. Tony Piccolo is dead, lying on the floorboards in a widening pool of blood. At least he got to go out like in the movies. He'd like that.
What the hell was that, Fisk?
Detective Boyd storms toward them across the grass, his pale face pinched with anger. Larks stands up slowly. He's tall, well over 6 feet. Boyd is big too, but his weight is heavy, more fat than muscle. Fancy haircut and cologne, like he thinks he's somebody. He looks at Larks and slows down, raises his hands in the air.
Okay.
Larks says nothing, just plays with a bottle top he found in the snowy grass, flicking it between his fingers like a magician. Larks doesn't like Boyd. He has too much ambition in him, wants to get to the top by any means possible. People like that, they have no loyalty. It's hard to control them. But as Fisk says, it's good to have a cop in your pocket, especially one who's on his way up in the department. They just have to make sure they have enough dirt on him to keep him in check. Only problem is, Larks knows Boyd probably thinks the same thing. Who knows how much digging he's done since he started working for Fisk.
You did good.
Fisk breaks off a piece of stale bread and tosses it into the pond. None of the ducks seem interested.
None of us was supposed to get killed.
You picked an unreliable man. He looked like he was about to harm Rigoletto. That is correct, yes, Larks?
That's what it looked like to me.
He wasn't. He was scaring him, that's all.
He was going to pull the trigger.
He was a cop.
Boyd looks nervously around, then steps closer.
He had a family. What am I supposed to tell them now?
Nothing. The police will investigate a gang shooting. A corrupt member of New York's finest will be found to be involved in the dispute. This will sidestep any subsequent questions. You will say nothing at all.
But his wife, she'll lose his pension.
Fisk stares at Boyd for a few moments, before breaking into a smile.
You're joking, yes? You're not honestly telling me you care about this.
Boyd looks away.
If you are, then please, feel free to send her your fee for today's work. Better yet, send her a percentage of the money I pay you every month. No? Your moral outrage doesn't extend as far as that? I didn't think so. Run along, Detective. You're scaring the ducks.
Boyd turns and trudges away through the park, his hands in his pockets, the wind buffeting his hair.
I don't like him. He doesn't respect you.
I couldn't care less. One of the many things Rigoletto and I disagree on is fear versus respect. Fear keeps people in check. Respect does not.
And what about Rigoletto and his lieutenants? Do they fear you?
They will.
It takes Matt the rest of the day to climb down the mountain road and finally hitch a ride back to campus. He trudges into his room. His fingers are numb. He can't even feel his toes.
Where have you been?
I went for a swim.
Matt turns on the shower, just the hot water. As steam slowly fills the room, he pulls off his almost frozen clothes, dumps them onto the floor, and wraps a towel around his waist. He sits down on the edge of the bath, letting the heat seep into his bones.
Swimming with Electra?
Is that her name?
Yeah. She's bad news, man. Crazy.
Steam slowly envelopes Matt in a warm embrace.
You know Flint's skiing accident where he broke both his arms?
Yes.
He doesn't even know how to ski.
Hence the broken arms.
No. I mean, he made a pass at Electra. He said the last thing he remembers is her laughing in his face. And then he wakes up in the hospital. That chick is certifiable.
Maybe. Now, do you know where she lives?
Matt isn't really sure why he's standing here in the dark, the snow falling softly onto his head at 10 o'clock at night. All he knows is he can't get Electra out of his head. All last night and today, she's been all he can think about. He knows Foggy's right. She's trouble. But there's something about her that draws him. She's a magnet, pulling him in. He's not even really sure how he feels about her. Is he angry with her? Amused? Irritated? He thinks it's a combination, which is probably why he can't stop thinking about her. He's never felt this way before, about anyone. He does know one thing. He wants to teach her a lesson, for leaving him out there, for assuming that she knows him. Because all those things she said, she was wrong. He can follow the rules. He's not like her. He can curb the primal instincts that they all have. He spent most of his life doing just that, controlling himself, making sure people don't get hurt. And the one time he gave in, the one time he let his emotions get the better of him, someone died. So who the hell is she to stand there and try to strip him down, to get under his skin? He wants to show her, to prove that he's different from her. But there's also a small part of him that wants to impress her. To Matt's eyes, the mansion across the street looks like a prison, a solid block of stone with high fences and manicured windows. It grates on his nerves, too neat. Its shape reveals itself to his senses without any work at all. A big block of bricks and mortar. No surprises. Like a pimp whose neck is loaded down with gold jewelry, that's what this house is. A statement to the world by an insecure man. Foggy said Electra's dad was some kind of diplomat. Maybe they're all like this. You show me yours and I'll show you mine. Matt waits outside the fence, letting his senses talk to him. He's aware there's some kind of function going on tonight. Lots of cars pulling in around the front. Lots of armed guards. Tricky. He briefly considers calling it off, but he can't. His curiosity is piqued. He waits for the moon to pass behind a cloud, then steps out from the shadow of the yew tree and crosses the deserted road to the iron fence. The gap between the bars is small, too small by the looks of it for a grown man to squeeze through. Appearances can be deceiving, though. He remembers Stick's words, "Your ribs can flex, kid. Let them." Matt forces himself through the gap. For a brief moment, he thinks he's stuck, and he imagines the faces of the guards as they discover the intruder wedged in the fence. But he manages to pull himself through and moves across the open ground to a low wall that runs along the back of the house, sectioning off the garden from a gravel path. There are stairs leading down, probably to the kitchens. Not where he wants to go. He needs to go up to the roof, where he feels safest. He listens, hears the scuff of feet on the gravel, the rustle of paper. Smells a strong scent of mint gum. The guard might as well have strapped a spotlight to his shoulders. Not that it would be hard to track him without the gum, but still, nice of the guy to help out. Matt waits for the guard to pass, then hops up onto the low wall, using it to jump and grab the ledge beneath the second-floor window. He pulls himself up. Another leap, and he grabs the ledge 10 feet above him. Third floor. He needs to move fast now. If any of the guards happen to look up, they'll spot him instantly. The roof is too far. He slides quickly along the 3-inch ledge, moving gracefully, calmly looking for another way, leverage to get up. Nothing. He keeps going until he catches her scent outside a window. Jasmine and citrus. He peers through, sees it's her bedroom. He hesitates. Suddenly, he feels like an intruder, almost a peeping Tom. Is there another way to do this? Matt looks over his shoulder, back down to the grounds. There are another 2 guards patrolling. They could look up at any moment and catch him. No, this is the way in. He tries the latch to her bedroom window. Locked. Not a problem. He pulls out the lockpick set Stick gave him, crouches down, and carefully unrolls the worn pouch, taking out the pick and the grabber. He inserts the grabber first, using it to hold down the guard mechanism, then inserts the pick. He feels the vibration through his fingers. He puts away the lockpicks and hops over the ledge into Electra's bedroom. He pauses, taking everything in. He can smell her presence, as if she is in the room with him. The memory of her scent shows him her movements, where she spends most of her time. It's strong at her bed, the dresser too, where it mingles with the smell of makeup. He moves to the fireplace, his hands running across the numerous trophies there. Swimming, track, karate, aikido, kendo.
First place every time. Daddy's little girl can fight.
Matt feels even more like a stalker now, so he moves to the door. Must be something big going on. Probably a fundraiser. Matt steps into the hallway. Thick, expensive carpet beneath his feet. He pauses. What is he actually going to do here? He hasn't thought this through. He wanted Electra to know he's no pushover, but hadn't really figured out how he was going to do that. Maybe he should just go back into her room and write something on her mirror in lipstick. Thanks for the swim, or next time I'll drive. He heads back into her room to do just that. Crap. The dog bursts around the corner, trailing a leather leash. From the sounds of the dog's footfalls, it's big, a Rottweiler maybe, or a German Shepherd. Still, Matt doesn't want to kill it. As it leaps through the air at him, he snaps out a kick that rattles its brain enough to drop it to the ground, instantly unconscious. The dog's handler appears around the corner.
We have an intruder. 3rd floor hallway.
He's holding a walkie-talkie to his mouth with one hand, while the other fumbles at the holster for his gun. So much for doing this the quiet way. Matt launches himself at the guard. He gets to the guard just as he wrestles his gun free. Matt hits him in the wrist, and he drops the gun. Matt catches it in midair, then snaps it hard against the man's forehead. His head jerks. Matt drops to the ground and sweeps his leg. The guard falls back. Too late, Matt realizes he's close to the window. Matt rushes to the edge, He senses a glass roof about 10 feet below him, now with a gaping hole in it, as the guard plunges to the floor of a huge hall. The hall is filled with people. They look upward, directly at Matt. He pulls back, but not before he catches a whiff of jasmine and citrus. Hears the particular rhythm of her heartbeat. She's down there, playing the piano. It's a difficult piece, Rachmaninoff, he thinks, but she makes it sound easy. Is there anything she can't do? She hasn't even missed a beat, not even when the glass exploded above her. She turns to look at him. He feels it like heat on his face. He's suddenly trapped. Her eyes pin him like a moth to a board. A moment of timelessness. Matt jerks back. Bullets rush through the empty window and pepper the wall behind him. This has gone bad very quickly. What the hell was he thinking coming here? He broke the rules again. And now bad things are happening again. He has to get out. Now. He runs, furious at himself for doing something so stupid. He hadn't been thinking clearly, hadn't been thinking at all. He let her get to him, let her get under his skin. Back along the hallway.
He's on the 3rd floor!
Matt stops, turns back. No, can't go back. They'll be coming that way too. He tries the door closest to him, moves to the next. It opens into a study. He hurries in and sprints to the window. He leans out the window. Spotlights illuminate the grounds like a prison yard. Guards run around, dogs pulling at leashes. No way out in that direction. He has to go up. Sticks lessons flood back into his mind. His words, every time Matt got flustered or angry.
Keep calm, kid. Breathe. Shut everything out. And focus on the moment.
Matt steps up onto the windowsill. He turns around, feeling the wall. Rough bricks. At least something is going right. Bricks mean finger holds. Matt reaches as high as he can and feels for the deepest groove between bricks. He wedges his fingers in, but there's no way to tell whether the grooves are deep enough to hold his weight. Nothing else for it. He makes sure his fingers are lodged as tight as they will go and takes the weight off his feet. Pain stabs through his finger joints. He manages to hold on, just. He pulls out his left hand. His right shoulder and elbow scream in pain. He tries to ignore the pain and pulls himself higher, wedging in his left hand. Then he releases the right, moves it higher, and repeats the process. It's slow and painful, but he reaches the roof without any shouts of alarm from below. He gets both arms over the ledge of the roof as a bullet tears through his left arm. He drops back from the ledge. He hangs from his right hand, tears of agony rolling down his cheeks. His left shoulder's on fire, electric shocks pulsating through his veins.
Get a light up there.
Stone shards explode next to his head and pepper his face with tiny needles of pain. He grits his teeth, expecting a bullet to hit his back any second, and pulls himself up again, using only his right arm to lift his entire body weight. He rolls over and drops onto his back. He stares up at the heavy clouds. He tentatively touches his arm and feels the hold. The blood's pumping freely, warm and sticky. He has to stop the flow, has to get away. His whole left side is on fire. He'll go into shock soon. First step, get out of here. He picks himself up, staggers to the other side of the roof. The rear of the house is just as bad as the front, crawling with guards armed with automatic rifles and handguns. Electra's father must be really paranoid to have this much protection. That, or he really is as important as he seems to think he is. Matt moves to the left wing of the house and peers down. Dozens of cars are parked at the end of a sweeping gravel driveway. That's more like it. Better cover down there. The spotlights are all focused on the cars, leaving thick pools of shadows and a stretch of grass between the house and the fence that isn't lit up like a hospital operating theater. No time for finesse. Matt turns, gets down onto his knees, and shuffles backward. Lowering himself over the edge, he hangs from his right arm, then lets go. He hits the third-floor terrace. His knees drive into his chest, knocking the breath from him. He waits. No shouts, no alarms. He waits to see whether the pain will subside, then realizes it's only getting worse. He drags himself to his feet and grabs the terrace railing, almost tumbling over, and just manages to hang on before dropping the 2 stories into a flower bed. He maneuvers the fall to roll as soon as he hits. He keeps going, moving at a crouch, leaving a trail of blood on flower petals and grass. He ducks between the cars, moves to the last one in the line, and extends his senses out across the grass to the perimeter fence. He hears guards to the right, fanning out from the front of the house. More coming from the left. Crap. He'll never make it, no matter how fast he runs. Matt heads back toward the house, pushes open a nondescript door into a security area. Computer monitors, walkie-talkies lying on the desk. Someone's packed lunch, tuna sandwich and a family-sized chocolate bar. Matt feels along the walls until he finds what he's looking for. The car keys hung up on a board. He grabs the first set he touches and hurries back to the cars. He crouches down, loses himself in the maze of neatly parked luxury vehicles. He pushes the key fob. An alarm disarms to his right on the other side of the makeshift car park. He moves quickly, knowing the guards will have heard. He's still not sure which car it is. Has to hit the button again. An SUV. He opens the passenger door, still hidden from the guards. Matt slides in slowly and gently pulls the door closed. He keeps his head down as he inserts the key, arranges himself so his feet are on the pedals. He hesitates. This is insane. He's never driven before, for obvious reasons. But there's no other way out. He feels the bullets impacting the metal, and then he's on the lawn, wheels spinning, churning up mud and grass as he heads straight for the iron fence. He hits the fence full on. He's thrown forward, his knee hitting the bottom of the dash, his rib striking the handbrake. The airbag hits the side of his face. He blinks, dazed, only just remembering to swing the wheel right so he doesn't carry on straight across the road into the property opposite. He jams down the gas pedal, frantically tries to slap away the airbag so he can get to the steering wheel. Cars veer out of his way as he careens down the road. He can smell something burning. Is the car on fire? No, it's water, steam. But he can smell oil, too. The car, damaged by the collision, or the bullets. Either way, he needs to dump it, fast. He reaches out with his senses and hears the spinning of wheels ahead. The clamping of brake discs as cars slow and swerve to avoid him. He adjusts to their distance and moves the wheels slightly to the right, keeping into his own lane. There's a car ahead of him, going in the same direction. Perfect. He focuses all his attention on that, listening as its front wheels shift on the asphalt to follow the curve of the road. He lets the car guide him, like a seeing eye dog. He drives for another couple of minutes, but when the road becomes busier, he knows he has to ditch the car or risk an accident. He sprints into the underbrush at the side of the road, then down a slope and into a park with kids' roundabouts and swings. He keeps running, his whole body numb. All he knows is that he's got to get away from here, back to the dorm, patch himself up, stay inside, keep hidden, don't get arrested. Matt makes it back into town, although he's not sure how. His senses come and go, his awareness waxing and waning. He has no idea how many times he falls, only to pull himself back to his feet again. He's sweating, freezing. Blood still flows down his arm, drips from his fingertips. He crawls deep inside himself, trying to shut away the pain. Through waves of agony and nausea, through blasts of clammy, icy cold, through surges of intense heat and fever, he struggles to hold on to his concentration, to find the strength he needs. Until finally, he's back in the dorm. Empty. Nobody's still up to see him. Into his room, past Foggy, past his bed, and into the bathroom. He leans over the sink, dripping blood down the drain.
Clean the wound. Stay conscious. Stop the bleeding.
It's a simple mantra.
Clean the wound. Stay conscious. Stop the bleeding.
And he repeats it over and over while he fumbles one-handed in the medicine cabinet for bandages and antiseptic.
Stay conscious. Stop the bleeding.
Two of the most important things in his life right now. Fail at either of them, and he knows he's dead.
Stay conscious. Stop the bleeding.
He tentatively prods the back of his arm. He finds the exit wound and almost collapses with relief. The bullet isn't lodged inside. No need to go to the hospital. He uses teeth and fingers to wrap his arm, awkwardly, pulling the bandage tight against the wound. He's lightheaded, exhausted. He pops a few painkillers, strong ones, and leans against the sink.
Stupid, stupid, stupid.
He let his emotions get in the way again, and it almost got him killed. When will he learn? He splashes water on his face. His nose has been filled with the smell of his own blood and fear. But now, as he wipes his face clean, he catches another scent. Jasmine and citrus.
You going to stand there bleeding on the floor? Or do you want me to rinse you off?
4 years ago. Wilson Fisk finds the wintertime glorious. He gets up every morning at 4:30 just to look out his window and stare down at the city. The purity of it pleases him. The endless possibilities of a fresh dusting of snow covering over the dirt and scum. The dirt will come back, of course. It always does. The slush, the litter, the black ice, the mud. But for a brief moment, the city is brand new and waiting.
Times change, Rigoletto. There are street kids out there competing with us. It's embarrassing.
Fisk turns from the window, where the snow already has turned muddy in the streets below. 3 hours. That's how long it takes for the city to become dirty again. He moves his massive form to one side, letting the light flow back into the room. He stands, watching, waiting, in the shadows of the summit conference of the leaders of the Manhattan underworld. 10 of the most important men in the city. Rigoletto called the meeting at Fisk's suggestion. He always does what Fisk suggests, ever since Fisk saved his life.
Competing?
Marcel Beeks controls the trade in and out of the docks, bringing in illegal goods off the boats.
We're not competing. They're leaving us in the dust because they know what people want.
Designer drugs, that's what they want. Fisk watches Rigoletto's face, sees the anger twisting his old, tired features.
We have our families to think of, our employees. We need to move with the times, Rigoletto. Protection rackets, smuggling black market cigarettes, it's not cutting it anymore.
Enough! I'll hear no more of this.
Al Spilotro leans forward on the table.
Why the sudden morality? Money is there to be made. We're talking hundreds of millions here. Why let the small-time pimps and pushers clean up when we have the infrastructure to do it ourselves?
Yeah,
he's right. Beeks and 2 other bosses nod their agreement. Fisk notes who they are. Spilotro takes strength from this and opens his mouth to speak again, but he doesn't get the chance.
All of you shut your mouths. We will not murder children, understand? We will not cater to perversions. I mean, you're talking about human trafficking, yes? Sex slaves? What the hell's wrong with you? And you want to infect our neighborhoods with crack? No. We stick to the old rackets. We may be criminals, but we're not monsters.
But
I've made my decision. Get out, all of you.
The other bosses exchange glances. Fisk watches them keenly, gauging the mood.
Fisk. Why do the times have to change? Why can't things just stay the same? They would give away our old traditions, our honor. And for what? A quick buck? Our own families live in these cities. Our kids go to the schools.
He takes a sip of his espresso.
If they would have us turn this city into hell on earth. Child prostitution, designer drugs, slavery.
Child prostitution, designer drugs, slavery. These things are the way of the future.
What?
Rigoletto starts to turn in his chair, but Fisk steps up behind him and grabs his head in his massive hands.
What are you doing?
Rigoletto tries to pry away Fisk's fingers, but he's old, weak. Fisk grins, then twists. Fisk stares down at the body. He bends, takes the rose from Rigoletto's lapel, and pins it to his own suit. He has waited years for this, working his way up through the ranks, making connections, building consensus among the other bosses. Fisk steps over the body and returns to the window. The snow is falling again, fat, soft flakes that gradually wipe away the mud and dirt. Fisk smiles. It's a sign. This city belongs to him. He sees the way forward, a glorious empire stretching out across the city. But first,
we'll have to clean house.
The following months are an embarrassing-as-all-hell cliché of romantic movie proportions, as Foggy Nelson tells Matt after one too many single malts. Matt doesn't mind. He doesn't mind much of anything at the moment. All he can think about is her skin, her smell, her touch, her hair, everything about her. They meet every single night. When everyone else has gone to bed, he and Electra head to the campus gym and work out together for hours on end. They don't talk, but their bodies communicate. He can sense the joy in her, the savage glee of a hunter, the primitive passion of living each day to its fullest. After their workouts, their sweat mingles on the mats. They become one. But still there is something, a sadness, a melancholy that never quite vanishes from her. And every night, as it grows closer to the time they must leave, Matt senses her mood change, from joy to sadness, a heaviness that hangs over her whole being. During those last moments, the arrogant, cutting woman he's falling for is gone, and she becomes a stranger. A rise through darkness, like swimming up from the depths of the ocean, something drawing him. Something that shouldn't be. Danger. A touch. A piece of wood resting on his exposed throat.
You never did listen, did you?
Matt awakens fully, tenses. The wood presses deeper into his throat as he lies in bed.
Stay away from her.
Matt knows that voice. Stick. Matt tries to sit up, surprised questions forming on his lips, but Stick pushes a long pole up against his Adam's apple and forces him back down.
Don't talk. Just listen. She's evil. Understand? Poison. She's on her way to hell, and she'll drag you down with her. It's bad enough you failed me, but I won't have you joining the enemy, too. I'll kill you myself before I let that happen.
A quick jab, an explosion of pain in his throat, and Matt slumps back onto the bed.
Stay away from Electra Murdoch. I won't tell you again.
When he wakes the next morning, he still can't figure out why Stick said what he said, why he was here in the first place. Electra isn't evil. She's mixed up, sure. Complicated? Hell yes. But evil? No way. Uneasily, Matt massages his throat. It's tender, but there's no bruise. And who the hell does Stick think he is, anyway, appearing in Matt's room like that, ordering him around? What Matt gets up to is none of Stick's business. Not after he abandoned Matt like he did. Even so, when he meets Electra next, he suggests that they go away.
Just the two of us. A romantic trip?
To the mountains. I want to ski.
Sure. We can go to the mountains.
Anywhere, just to get away from the feeling he's being watched. He should have known that Electra's version of skiing wouldn't be as simple as all that. She finds the steepest, most dangerous mountain within a 20-mile radius of their lodge, then she waits till the snow has just fallen, so it's loose. More exciting, she says.
Whoa!
More dangerous. Loose snow means a higher risk of causing an avalanche. Electra goes wild. She's like a lion that has been kept in a cage its entire life and is suddenly released into the savannah. She leaps off crags, soars down the steepest slopes, somersaults from cliffs that jut out over pine forests where skiing is forbidden. Of course, Matt follows. And for the first time in a long time, he feels the twinge of, not fear, but an awareness of his own mortality. One wrong move and he could wrap himself around a tree. One bad landing and he could smash face first on a rocky crag. One misplaced pole and he could start an avalanche. He loves it. He's happy. Life is how Matt always imagined, hoped it would be. Then, he ruins it all. They're lying on the rug beside the fire. The flames have died down, but they are both hot enough from their exertions that neither feels the need to throw more wood into the hearth. Matt traces the flickering orange glow of the fire across her skin with his fingers. He can feel the heat, the warm blush of life.
I love you.
3 words he instantly wishes he could take back. She doesn't react, doesn't move, doesn't say anything. He tries to ignore it, but the longer her silence stretches, the more he curses his stupidity.
Electra?
You don't even know me, Matt. Not really.
I do. Of course.
You don't. You know I killed 5 men last week? You think I'm joking?
Of course you are.
I don't deserve love, Matt. Never have.
Everyone deserves love.
Not me. Not after the things I've done.
She rolls away from him and sits up, her knees drawn to her chest as she stares into the flames.
If I could have stopped myself falling for you, I would have.
Why? Why would you want to stop yourself feeling happy?
Don't you listen? I don't deserve it. I can't be happy, Matt. They won't let me.
Who? Who won't let you?
People get hurt around me.
Matt feels a chill at her words.
Oh, please!
He sees a flash of the woman falling from the window. Tries to shake it off.
You're talking crazy.
Crazy? That's exactly right, Matt. I'm crazy.
I was kidding. I didn't mean...
She turns to him, puts a warm hand on his cheek.
I know you didn't. But it's still the truth. I hear voices.
What kind of voices?
In my head, they talk to me. Tell me to do things all the time, non-stop. Screaming in my head. The only time I can shut them up is when I do crazy stuff.
Voices? Matt wonders whether she's being literal, like schizophrenia? He doesn't know whether he can ask. Instead, he waits for her to carry on.
They started when I was younger. Actually, you know what? Forget it. Forget I said it.
Electra.
No, I'm tired.
She puts her head down on the rug, and she's instantly asleep. Matt sits there, the heat of the fire on his face, his fingers gently resting on her arm. Feeling the beat of her pulse as he rages at himself, forever opening his mouth. Every day since the night at that lodge is like extra time. Matt knows it's over, can feel it in the pit of his stomach. He sees her a few times after they return, but he can feel she's pulling away from him, and the more he reaches out to try to grab hold of her, the faster she slips away. So all he can do is leave her alone. Try not to pressure her, and hope that the end doesn't come. It does. On a day so cold, it turns tears to ice.
Matt, my father, he's dead, Matt.
What? How? What happened?
Someone broke into the house. I'm not sure. I heard voices.
Where are you?
At the airport. Dad's private jet. I'm going away.
Wait, don't go.
I have to, Matt. I can't stay here anymore.
Please, just not until I've seen you. Let me at least say goodbye.
All right.
All the way to the airport, he's running scenarios through his head, arguments to make her stay. He's already a lawyer, trying to argue his case. She won't hear it. She stands to the side of the runway, snow piled in a huge bank the length of the airstrip, while the jet is fueled and prepped for takeoff. She's wearing a heavy coat. Her breath blooms in the air. He can feel it as he stands before her, the warmth coming off her body, turning cold when exposed.
Don't try and talk me out of it.
Why? If you'll just...
No! Don't you see? I'm not meant to be happy. This is my punishment.
It's not...
It is! I loved Papa, so he had to die. The voices told me they did it, Matt.
They?
They did it! They had to show me who I am, that I have to be alone.
Electra, please, you don't have to go.
I do. Don't you get it? If I don't go, then you'll be next.
Who did it? Who killed your father? We can report them, get them arrested.
It doesn't matter who pulled the trigger. The voices are behind it. I'm not going to drag you down with me. You won't end up like my father. I can do this much, right? I can leave you. I will go to hell alone.
You're not going to hell.
Matt pulls her into a hug, enfolds her in his arms, trying to cover her, protect her from the world. She rests her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, before she pushes away from him.
Have a nice life, Matt Murdoch.
It started to snow again. It's going to be a rough winter. Larks has a mission, and it's one for which he's well suited. One he feels he's been in training for over the past decade. All the killings, all the deaths, they've been leading to this. One night to set up a new beginning. He feels a twinge of excitement as he stands before Al Spillotro's house. It's a double-story building, old-fashioned, gabled roof and a small, well-trimmed garden out front. Expensive, classy. Not what he expected of the old guy. The night is freezing cold. Lark's breath clouds the air before him, trailing back over his shoulder as he crosses the street. He slows as he approaches the gate and glances around, but no one else is about. Too cold. Everyone's huddled up before their fires or snuggled up in bed. Larks approaches the door. It's heavy, carved from mahogany. He knocks and waits. No answer. Larks slips around the side of the house, making sure his footprints aren't visible, then leans up against the wall where he can keep a watch on the front gate. He could just break in and wait inside. Larks knows Spilotro isn't married, so there would be no one home to deal with, but this seems more fitting. A hint of discomfort before he gets to indulge. Spilotro arrives half an hour later. Lark's teeth are chattering. His fingers, even in leather gloves, have gone almost completely numb. He sees Spilotro walking up the path. Larks fumbles clumsily in his pockets for the needle he prepared earlier. His numb fingers drop it. He curses silently, pulls off his glove with his teeth, then carefully picks up the needle. Spilotro is already at the front door. Larks hurries around the corner, runs up behind him, and jabs the needle into his neck. The man's legs give out, like a junkie getting his first fix of heroin in a month. His head bounces as he drops. Larks glances over his shoulder, then steps over the body. He grabs beneath the arms and drags it inside. The first thing Larks does is get a fire going. He builds it high, then stands before the flames while his fingers thaw out. He uses the cords from the curtains to tie Spilotro into a leather chair on one side of the fireplace, and pulls up an identical chair for himself and places it opposite. It's a nice front room, thinks Larks. Expensive furniture, polished wood, a well-stocked liquor cabinet. Larks pours himself a brandy, something to help banish the last vestiges of chill. He takes his drink and sits down to wait for Spilotro to wake up, sipping slowly and letting the warmth seep through his body. By the time he finishes the drink, Spilotro is coming out of his drug-induced sleep. Larks rests his arms on the chair and waits.
What?
Spilotro's eyes flicker open. He blinks, glances in confusion at the fire. He tries to move and realizes he can't. His eyes widen, looking down at the cord that binds him, then up at Larks. The fear on his face is a joy to behold. Larks stays silent for a moment, just savoring the look, waiting for it to change. It does. By this time in Lark's life, he considers himself something of an expert when it comes to facial expressions made under extreme duress. He has made the study of such things his hobby, or maybe obsession is the correct term. These moments are what feeds his soul. For some, it's painting. For others, it's writing. For Larks, it's witnessing the emotions of those about to die. The fear in Spilotro's face moves to anger. Larks can almost hear his thoughts. My home. This bastard has invaded my home. I'll kill him. Then the expression shifts to thoughtfulness. How can I get out of this? There must be a way. His eyes move around the room, searching for something that's not there. Then comes a moment of disbelief. He's stuck here. And the realization, he is in a hopeless situation. Cunning comes next, thinks Larks. He'll try to bargain his way out.
I don't know what's going on, but if Rigoletto thinks I'm disloyal, he's wrong. I can pay. Name your price. Say something. What does Rigoletto want? Is it because I spoke out?
Rigoletto is dead.
Then...
I'm here on behalf of Mr. Fisk.
Fisk? What the hell are you talking about? Fisk can kiss my ass.
Mr. Fisk is taking over the business.
Like hell he is. I'm next in line.
Yes, that's why I'm here. We need to have a little chat.
Larks reaches into his jacket and pulls out his fishing knife. He's watching Spilotro the whole time, focusing on the eyes. There. There it is. Anger melting into resignation. Spilotro knows there's no way out. He's going to die. His eyes drain of all hope, all spark. All that's left is a dull gaze, a face filled with resentment. These are the moments Larks lives for. He wishes he could somehow bottle them.
Now, I'm here for some names. You can give me a few names, can't you?
What names?
Those who were planning on replacing Rigoletto.
No one was. What are you talking about?
Come on, Spilatro. We know. Mr. Fisk has heard the rumors, but he's a fair man. He doesn't want to punish anyone who doesn't deserve it. Me? I'd kill you all. Start fresh, new blood. But Mr. Fisk? He thinks some of you might still have a few things to contribute. So give me names.
Beaks. It was all Beaks. He asked me to come in with them, but I said no. Him and Cassano. And Valerio. It was all of them, I swear.
Larks nods and stands up. He looks around the room, sees a stool against the far wall. He drags it over with his foot and places it between their two chairs, lifts Spilotro's feet, and puts them on the stool. Then he pulls off Spilotro's boots and tosses them aside.
What are you doing? Larks! I already told you! Shh!
Using the last of the curtain cord to tie Spilotro's feet to the stool, Larks picks up his knife again. Spilotro flinches back into the chair as Larks turns the blade slowly, the firelight glinting off the metal.
I think a lot. I have this little room with a skylight. I lie there and I think about stuff. Recently, I've been wondering about torture. You know what I've been wondering?
No.
I've been wondering if torturing the mind would be a lot more effective than physical pain. You know what I'm talking about? Whether watching something happen to your body but not feeling the pain is more terrifying than the pain itself. The pain you expect, you anticipate it, but nothing? When it should be there? Scary, I'd have thought.
Lark stabs his knife through the sole of Spilotro's foot. The point slides out the other side as Spilotro tries to jerk his foot away.
See?
Spilotro stares at his wound with a pathetic, puzzled look on his face.
That would be the drug I injected into you. It cuts off pain impulses.
Larks prods the foot with the point of the knife.
Now, Spilatro, we'll come back to my experiment in a moment, but are you ready to tell me who's involved?
Spilotro's eyes reluctantly flicker up from the blood leaking out of the wound in his foot. His eyes are wide, tears coursing down his cheeks.
What?
The conspiracy against Rigoletto. Names.
I already told you!
Thing is, I'm not sure I believe you. Tell you what.
Larks grabs Spilotro's wounded foot, pushes it down against the stool, and slices off all 5 of his toes. Larks stands up, watching curiously. Spilotro sounds like he's in pain, but he isn't. It's impossible. Which means his mind is filling in the blanks. Larks squats next to Spilotro's chair. The man's eyes are fixed on the 5 toes, lying in little pools of blood on the floor.
Spilatro, look at me. Good boy. Does it hurt? I mean, really hurt? What are you feeling?
You're insane!
Insane?
Larks stands up again. He paces back and forth, thoughtfully.
Funny you say that, because I have wondered. But no, I don't think so. I'm different, sure. But that's just because I know who I really am.
You're a psychopath!
No, I'm a sociopath. There's a difference. Now tell me who's involved.
Beaks! Cassano! Valerio! The others were too scared!
Spilotro's foot is pumping blood onto the wooden floor. He isn't going to last long. But Larks thinks he's telling the truth. He leans forward and pulls the blade across Spilotro's throat. Spilotro's eyes go wide. Larks leans close, holding his gaze. The last thing he sees. Larks watches Spilotro's eyes as he slips away, waits for the moment that the life fades. An hour later, and Larks is sitting in a booth, watching dancers about 10 years past their sell-by date writhe and gyrate on the stage to his left. He sips his wine and thinks about the future. Things are going to change with Fisk taking over. It will mean more responsibility for Larks. Probably more money, too, but money has never been a driving force in his life. His art is what drives him. Lark stares at the drunken idiots making fools of themselves at the tables just beneath the stage, practically drooling at the mouth. Morons. He could bet each and every one of them has a family waiting for them at home. Some people just don't know what they have. He raises his empty glass in the air. The bartender glances his way, but then his eyes shift to the side again, and he carries on about his business. He's been giving Lark's attitude since he came in. Larks has no idea why, but it's starting to annoy him. Larks holds the glass there for about 10 seconds.
Kid! Don't make me get up!
He watches the bartender bring a bottle of wine around the bar.
Pour it!
The bartender frowns slightly, then picks up the bottle and pours too much into the glass. It overflows, spilling onto the table. Lark stares at him. The bartender simply puts the bottle down and returns to his position behind the bar. Larks tenses, then forces himself to calm down. He has things to do tonight. He can't afford to lose control. But later on, well, he'll be on his own time then, won't he? You'll see how cocky the little bastard is then. He picks up the glass carefully, but even so, he can't help spilling a drop of the red wine on his trousers. Lark stares at it, then turns his glare back to the bartender. The boy needs to be taught a lesson. Lark's fingers curl around the neck of the bottle. He hefts it to feel its weight. Heavy. Good. Good quality glass. Larks carefully pours the rest of the wine down his throat, then stands up. He holds the bottle low and steps up to the bar, making sure the bartender can't see his hand. He waits until the boy is finished serving his customer, then gestures for him to come closer. The boy comes, reluctantly. Lark bares his teeth in a grin. He's about to grab the kid by the shirt and slam his face into the bar top when a figure appears from behind him and steps behind the bar. Valerio. He doesn't even glance their way as he opens a door that leads into the back offices and disappears from view.
Your lucky day, son.
The bartender glares at him, then moves off to serve a customer. Larks waits till his back is turned, then slips behind the bar and follows Valerio. He finds himself in a narrow corridor. Aluminum beer kegs are stacked against the wall. 3 doors lead off from the hallway, and opposite Larks is a flight of stairs. Larks checks the first door, a storeroom. The next room is empty, so Larks moves on to the last. He pauses outside the closed door, listening. He can hear movement inside, the shuffling of papers. Valerio sits behind the desk in a small office, going through some files.
Larks, what are you doing here?
What do you think?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I talked to Spilatro.
Did you? Good for you.
He told me everything.
About what?
About your little conspiracy against Rigoletto. Ring any bells?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Lark suddenly throws the wine bottle. The base of the bottle smacks into Valerio's face. Blood sprays onto the desk. Valerio clutches at his ruined nose. The bottle has landed on the desk, unbroken. Larks is a bit surprised at this. He was sure it would shatter in Valerio's face.
Tell me who is involved, Valerio.
Valerio is blowing bloody snot all over his desk.
Come on, man, that's disgusting. Just tell me and we can get you to the hospital.
Spilatro!
I know that. Who else?
Beaks!
Good. And?
Cassano!
And?
That's it, I swear!
Larks nods. Spilatro was telling the truth after all. Larks steps forward and picks up the bottle. He clutches it by the neck and swings it in an arc against the side of Valerio's head. Valerio's head jerks to the side and hits the wall. His eyes are bulging. He staggers upright, turning his horrified gaze on Larks, and steps around the desk, but his legs give out. He drops to the floor, and his face smacks straight into an empty keg. Larks winces at the sound.
Valerio?
Larks prods him with his boot. Nothing. Larks leans down, using 2 hands to pull Valerio onto his back. A long glass shard is buried deep inside his head.
Valerio, you silly boy. That was careless.
The bartender walks in and freezes mid-stride when he sees the body on the floor and Lark's leaning over it. Lark straightens up and grabs hold of the kid, jerking him inside.
Not so cocky now, are you?
Larks has gotten lucky. Both Beeks and Cassano are spending their evening at the Empire Resorts Casino, a little franchise operation run by Beeks himself. Larks huddles down in his coat, watching the casino from the shadows of the alleyway across the street. Purple and blue neon lights flicker on and off, illuminating the patrons coming and going through the smoked glass doors. He waits till it's late, till there are no more than a few customers inside. Larks glances up at the sky. Heavy clouds are moving in to blot out the brittle winter stars. It'll snow again soon. He should get on with it. He picks up the leather satchel at his feet and crosses the street, slipping into the alley along the side of the casino. He doesn't need to break in. He doesn't need to torture them for information. He already knows they're the last two who wanted to turn on Rigoletto. Once they're out of the picture, Fisk can face the new day with a group of loyal lieutenants. A fresh start, just what the organization needs. Larks stops beneath the first window he comes to and lays his satchel on the ground. He yanks open the drawstring, pulls out 2 bottles filled with gasoline, and stands them up against the wall. Then he takes out a lighter and touches the flame to the cloth sticking out of the first bottle. Larks picks it up and throws the bottle. It soars through the air, trailing smoke and flames. Fiery liquid sprays up and out in all directions. Lark feels the heat even from where he's standing. He quickly lights the second bottle and throws it against a different wall. Flames spill over a desk and crawl up empty bookshelves. Larks grabs his satchel and walks around to the fire door. He pulls a chain out of his bag and loops it through the handles, then padlocks it shut. He retraces his steps to the front of the alley and peers into the street. He's exhausted. He needs rest after tonight's work. He takes the last chain and secures the front doors, and then hurries along the street. Gabe McAvoy had dreams once. He had a plan, a career trajectory, one he'd had since he was a teenager. His favorite movie is still All the President's Men. Redford and Hoffman. That movie is what made him want to be a journalist in the first place. He wanted to be the kind of reporter who cracked open a scandal, something big, something that ensured his name would be remembered for decades to come. But that's the thing with childhood dreams. You have to give them up. Bury them so deep they only surface at 2 in the morning after a bottle of whiskey when you're playing that old mixtape from high school that you found in the back of your closet. Still, at least he actually became a reporter. That's something, right? Gabe looks around the open-plan office of the Bugle newsroom. Deserted. Abandoned by those who have families waiting, or those who just aren't afraid to go home to an empty apartment. He wonders what that must feel like, to be comfortable with loneliness, to not need to be doing something to distract yourself from your own thoughts. Gabe turns his attention back to his cluttered desk. Bulging files, unopened bills, an ancient computer with one of those green phosphorus screens, old coffee cups, foil takeout containers, empty cans of energy drinks.
Welcome to my life.
Then Yurik walks into the office. The new guy. Thinning brown hair, narrow face, and a pair of black-framed glasses that always ride low on his nose so he has to look at you over the top of them. Gabe can't decide whether Ben is like him, scared of that empty apartment, or still trying to impress the boss by working late hours. Gabe briefly considers asking him, but how the hell do you do that? Ask a complete stranger whether he's lonely. Ben looks his way, raises a hand in greeting.
Working on a big story?
Gabe doesn't think Yurik is green. Word is, he's been in the game for a decade. but he still seems to have that optimism new reporters have. That belief that the big story is out there somewhere, the one that will make your name. Gabe should probably set him straight, but it makes him feel better about himself that he doesn't. Not because he's protecting the guy, but because he thinks the guy should feel what Gabe feels. Over the coming months, his shoulders will stoop, his face will become jaundiced and blind from the booze and the late nights, and he'll become like everyone else at the paper. His apprenticeship will be served. Jesus, but he's a real piece of crap. Seriously, who thinks like that? He feels terrible. Then a moment later, he feels good about feeling terrible. That means he still has some humanity left, right? That he can feel bad about thinking those types of thoughts?
McAvoy.
I need to speak to someone on the crime desk.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, I got some information for you.
Yeah?
McAvoy wonders what it is today. A guy who thinks his neighbor's a serial killer? Or a guy framing his cheating wife?
Yeah, it's about Rigoletto.
Rigoletto?
Yeah.
What about him?
He's dead.
How?
Look, I need protection. I'll tell you everything you need to know, but I need guarantees. The new guy, he's cleaning house. He just tried to burn me alive. I barely made it out.
Okay, wait. Let me think.
I don't have time to wait.
Listen, if what you say is true, you're gonna need witness protection.
Gee, you think?
Go to the 43rd Precinct.
No cops. They're all on the take.
Not all.
Oh, come on, man. Are you stupid or what?
There's a guy I know. He's honest. All right, fine. He's as honest as you'll get in this city. But he's my contact. We do each other favors. I'll get you in touch with him. He'll set up a meeting with the FBI. They can arrange proper protection.
Fine. But if you screw me over, I'll kill you and your entire family.
Come on, man. You're handing me the biggest story of my career. Why would I screw you over? Where are you hiding out?
Why?
Because I need to come see you, and the FBI will need to know where you are.
A motel outside town. A place called the Restful Inn.
Don't leave your room. I'll come see you in a couple hours.
McAvoy sits back, runs his hands through his thinning hair. He doesn't even allow himself to get excited. He's been disappointed too many times for that. But if this is true, it could be the big one. He grabs his coat, heads toward the exit. Urich glances up as he passes.
Going home? Big story.
Oh?
Yeah, mob informants and corrupt cops. The usual.
He crows inside as he sees Urich's eyes go wide. Yeah, new guy. Chew on that. Maybe this is the big one. Maybe this is the one that will get his name out there. The one that will make Hollywood come calling. He leaves the office, wondering who would play him in a movie.
So?
Detective Slattery leans back in his chair. McAvoy is convinced it's about to snap under his weight.
You're saying this anonymous caller wants to turn against Rigoletto?
No, Rigoletto's dead. He wants to turn witness against the new boss.
Right. Sorry. And in return, he wants to be put into the witness protection program?
Reasonable request.
McAvoy sips the whiskey Slattery poured for him. He knows that Slattery had had a few already before he arrived.
Just call the bureau.
Sure. Wait, I don't got the FBI on speed dial.
It's smart ass. There has to be procedure for this kind of thing. I could have just got the story from him and ran it in the papers, you know. I came to help you out. You're in from the start. It'll make your career.
Fair enough. And you're right. There are procedures, but I have to speak to my boss. He'll have to speak to his boss. Yada, yada, yada.
So what are you saying? You can't help?
I can, but in the morning. Give me the details you have, and I'll send it up the chain so it's handled first thing.
This is big, Slattery. Don't mess this up.
Hey, why would I? Like you say, it'll make my career.
McAvoy arrives at the motel outside the city. It's run down, a dump nestled in a bend in the road, barely visible until you're passing it by. There are 3 cars in the parking lot, an old Lincoln, an ancient station wagon, and a brand new Mercedes.
Way to keep a low profile, moron.
He parks next to the Mercedes, admiring it through the rain-streaked window. It's a nice ride. Leather seats, self-heating, and those back massager things. Gabe takes a mouthful from his flask to steady his nerves and make sure he has the tools of his trade. A digital recorder, check. Gum to get rid of the whiskey breath.
All right. Check.
He pops the gum into his mouth. It's barely 3 steps to the door, but he's soaked through by the time he gets there. He shakes off the rain. He's 47 years old and still doesn't own an umbrella. What's that about? How the hell is he going to get off his ass and actually buy the stuff he really needs? Like umbrellas and dish towels. Adult stuff.
It's me! McAvoy! Hey! Open the door! You called me, remember? I'm the reporter!
The door opens, revealing dim light from inside the room. Odd shadows cast across the walls. As the door swings wider, he sees why. The bedside lamp has fallen to the floor. His eyes snap to the body before his brain realizes he's in deep trouble. A figure appears in the door, tall and thin. McAvoy only has time to think, Slattery, you bastard. And that's it. The blade bites deep, severing the carotid artery and digging into the muscle behind his Adam's apple. The assassin steps aside as the figure collapses onto the carpet. He pulls McAvoy all the way inside the room. The office is buzzing when Ben Urich arrives for work the next day. It doesn't take long to find out why. Gabriel McAvoy, one of the veteran Bugle crime reporters, has been found dead in a motel outside the city. The official word is he was working on a drug story and asked the wrong person the wrong question. Only problem is, McAvoy wasn't working on a drug story. What had he said when he left last night? Something to do with the mob and corrupt cops? Sure, there could be a drug angle to that. Wouldn't McAvoy have said so? It certainly made Ben aware he had a big story lined up, boasting about it. Ben ponders on this for a while, then pulls out his address book and calls press relations for the NYPD. He gets sent back and forth between different people before finally getting a hold of a man called Slattery.
You say you worked with McAvoy?
We're on the same paper.
What can I do for you?
I'm just trying to get any information on McAvoy's death.
We've already put out the information. He was following up on a story and got himself killed.
And do you have a suspect in custody?
No, there was drug paraphernalia at the crime scene, though. And we found notes in McAvoy's notebook about what he was working on. Open and shut case.
I see.
I knew him, you know, McAvoy. Good man. Never quite got the break he was looking for. Kinda sad it had in this way.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for your time, officer.
Anytime.
Ben leans back in his chair, staring across the newsroom at McAvoy's empty desk. It's already been cleaned out.
Ben!
Ben looks up. The editor is standing by his desk, glaring at him.
You got time to sit there with your hands behind your head? You can go cover an art competition at the School for the Blind.
An art competition? For blind kids?
I'm not saying they're gonna be good, but you gotta let them have their fun, right?
Patronizing much?
What was that?
Nothing, boss. On my way.
"3 weeks ago. It's been years since Matt has been back to the city of his birth. He doesn't particularly want to be here now. Bad memories have a habit of latching on and not letting go. He doesn't have a choice. His boss at the law firm in Boston insisted.
Look, I honestly don't give a damn if you want to go or not.
You're on your way to becoming a junior partner. That means you do the grunt work. Besides, it's your home turf. You know the scene. So pack your bags.
And so here he is, walking the streets of Hell's Kitchen. After all this time, he's surprised by how much it's changed. And not in the normal sense, like remembering your childhood through a filter of innocence. It really has changed. Garbage piled up on street corners, as if refuse collectors are afraid to enter the area. Graffiti covering every available surface. Bums and junkies loitering everywhere. Nervous eyes looking for the next target to roll over for some drug cash. A civilian in the wrong place. Matt can feel their gaze on him. He's not worried. He can handle himself. In fact, no matter how bad things have become, he actually feels safer here than he has since he left to go to college. This is his home. The bricks and streets are built into his DNA. As he walks through the old neighborhoods, he feels a sense of ownership. These junkies and pushers are invaders. Hijackers come to steal away his memories. He keeps walking, the cold night enfolding him. He feels the city's pulse, beating in time with his own. He walks and walks, just letting the wind take him where it wants to, until he smells freshly baked bread.
Pascal's Bakery.
The years melt away. He hears the rattle of his skateboard wheels. Officer Leibowitz.
He's over here!
The smack of Dad's right hook as he fights in the ring. And as he thinks of the past, another sound comes to him. Recess, and the nickname he came to hate. The nickname that mocked both his father and him. The bully's fists hit his belly, split his face. The chain link bites into his back, and the entire school, the entire world laughs at him.
Hey, blind man. What you doing out here? It's dangerous at night, man.
Matt doesn't move. He let his memories overwhelm him, distract him. Stupid. He knows the tone of that voice, the arrogance, the cruelty. Funny how things work. Here he's thinking about bullies, and the universe delivers one right to him. The more things change, he smiles, turns around.
You got nothing to smile about, blind man.
I don't know about that.
You crazy, man? You gonna die here.
Is that right?
Matt spreads his legs slightly apart and balances lightly on his feet.
I suppose I should say, just for form's sake, you understand, that I don't want any trouble.
Five.
You don't want any trouble.
The first voice again, the leader.
You should have thought of that before you turned up here in a $1,000 suit.
It's a nice suit. I get the shoes.
His attackers approach, but there's only one sound echoing around in Matt's skull. Over and over.
Daredevil, 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 Daredevil.
Matt breaks his cane in two, just as the leader lashes out. Matt leans back. The knife sails past his face. He brings the cane down hard on the attacker's wrist. Matt brings his other arm around in a wide swing and hits the man in the throat. He drops. The others come at him. 2 sticks against 4 attackers. Matt switches off as his training takes over. The broken sticks become extensions of his arms, weapons of revenge against the bullies from school. Bones break. Skin splits, ruptures. The sticks rise and fall, then break apart. He drops them and goes to fists on skin, the primitive slap of survival. He kicks, gouges muscles, uses his elbows, all the while hearing the hated taunts in his head. He turns in a circle, surrounded by groaning bodies. The leader is trying to crawl away. Matt leaps over the others and grabs his hair.
No! Please!
Matt slams the man's head into the ground.
Don't call me Daredevil!
Matt lets go of the hair and straightens up. The surroundings shift, the sound of the city flooding back in. He reflects on his handiwork. He should feel, what? Proud? Strong? Righteous? He just feels lost, alone, empty. He leaves the side street and stumbles on into the night, trying not to think about what he's done. As when he was young, when the world got to be too much for him and he wanted to escape, he finds his feet taking him back to the one place where he could hide. The one place where he could feel normal. The gym. It's boarded up now. The whole street feels empty. A couple of homeless people stagger along the sidewalk, but that's it. He moves around the back of the building and pulls the boards off the locker room windows, just like he did when he was a kid. The wood, filled with rot and termites, disintegrates at his touch. How long has the gym been abandoned? Dust clogs his nostrils as he climbs inside. But beneath the dust, beneath the sense of emptiness, he can still smell sawdust and sweat. Or is that just his imagination? Whatever it is, the gym calms his racing heart, brings him back to himself. He can almost hear a young boy hitting the punching bag, his fists pummeling the leather like machine gun fire as he tries to work off the frustrations of his life. But all that is buried in the past now, like his father, like Matt's ski mask, and the nightstick he stole from Officer Leibowitz. Matt moves through the locker room and out into the gym. He senses the space around him, as dark as his own vision. He walks toward the ring, reaches through the ropes, and rubs his hands over the dust-covered canvas. He grips the ropes, feels them rough against his palms. It's at this moment that he realizes he's not alone. There's another heartbeat, rapid, frightened. Matt straightens slowly and turns toward the sound.
You can come out. I won't hurt you.
He can almost hear the voice as the nervous breath slides over a windpipe. Young, a girl. The creak of wood, rubber stretching. Matt's hand snaps up and grabs the ball bearing inches from his face.
The hell you do that?
He was right. A girl, about 15, 16. She moves forward. He can feel her stare.
Why you wearing shades? You realize that's pretty sad, wearing shades at night. You think it makes you cool, because it really doesn't. Makes you look like an old man trying too hard.
I'm blind.
Seriously?
Matt is amused to hear there's no embarrassment there.
My bad. Sorry, man.
It's fine.
So, you still got your eyes?
Yeah, I've still got my eyes.
What happened? Were you born that way?
You ask a lot of questions.
I'm young. I'm supposed to. So, were you born that way?
No. It was an accident.
What kind?
The kind of accident I don't want to talk about. What's your name?
Mickey.
Like the mouse?
Gee, that's such an original joke. I've literally never heard that before in my life. What's yours?
Matt Murdock. What are you doing here, Mickey?
This is my place now. I don't have to answer to you.
You own the gym?
Well, own is a strong word, but it's just me and the rats, so I reckon I can lay claim. My turn. What's an old blind guy doing wandering around Hell's Kitchen in the middle of the night?
Will you stop calling me old? I'm only 27.
Anyone over 21 is old to me. Sorry, man. It's all downhill for you. So, what are you doing here?
I used to train here when I was a kid. And my dad, too. There used to be a couple of posters over there.
Are you pointing at the picture of the guy in the Red Devil costume? Jack the Devil Murdoch?
There used to be another one. From one of his championship fights. It must be gone now.
Why is he dressed up like the devil?
My dad was a good guy. And a good fighter, but there was a time when no one would step into the ring with him.
Why?
Because of who he worked for. But fighting was all he had. It was his life. So he took whatever jobs he could, no matter how bad they were.
Matt turns to face the poster. He can remember it well. His dad dressed in a red leotard and cloak, a big D on his chest.
That's where the bullies got the nickname they gave me.
They called you the devil?
Daredevil. They called me Daredevil.
Not so bad as nicknames go.
Matt stands there for a moment longer, watching the memories run through his mind.
What are you doing here anyway? From what I've seen, this isn't the safest neighborhood to be camping out in.
It's better than being out in the streets.
Don't you have a family? Someone who can take care of you?
They're in a shelter. We got evicted from our apartment. All the tenants were. Totally illegal, but nobody seems to be able to do anything about it.
But if your parents are at the shelter, what are you doing here?
You kidding? This place is 1,000,000 times better. No pervs or creepers. Unless you're one, in which case you should know I have a knife.
No creeper or perv here.
So, what brings you here, Matt Murdock? I mean, besides digging up ghosts.
You know what? I don't really know why I came. But now that I'm here, I'm in the mood to train. You in?
Me?
Sure. Unless you think a blind dude is gonna show you up.
In your dreams, old man.
Ben Urich likes his sleep. No, scratch that. He loves his sleep. It's the only time he can stop his brain from working overtime. Stop the thoughts racing around his head like caffeine-addicted hamsters on wheels. The only time he can just let go. If he doesn't get his sleep, he gets incredibly irritable. So getting woken up in the middle of the night? Not his favorite thing.
What?
He checks the time. 3:43 a.m.
My friend, you better make the reason you called me at this time an amazingly good one. I'm talking North Korea just launched a nuke at South Korea good.
It's me, Decker.
Ben straightens up on the bed. Decker is his contact on the force.
What's up?
You should get down to the 45th precinct now.
Why? What's going on?
Just get down here, unless you want to miss the biggest story of your career.
Ben feels a twist of excitement in his stomach. Decker doesn't exaggerate. If he says it's a big story, then it's a big story. Urich arrives at the precinct 20 minutes later. Decker is in charge of the front desk. He's the guy who has to deal with walk-ins and the crazies who want to speak to Mulder and Scully, or the Ghostbusters, or John McClane. Decker swears he's had people asking for all of them.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing.
Decker looks quickly around, his double chins creasing against his chest, then leans over the desk.
False alarm.
False alarm? You said it was the biggest story of my career.
I know what I said. Just go home, okay? It was nothing. Like I said, false alarm.
Decker!
Ben, listen to me, please. If you know what's good for you, go home. Now.
Ben hesitates. He's never seen Decker like this. He looks really worried. No, not worried. Scared.
Go, Ben. Please.
Ben raises his hands and backs off. He glances around. There are a few other cops about. No one seems to be paying them any attention. So why the hell is Decker so freaked out? Ben checks the news services the next morning. Nothing. He checks all the rival newspapers too, just in case Decker got more cash selling his tip somewhere else. Again, nothing. He leans back in his chair and stares up at the pencil sticking into the polystyrene ceiling tiles. This doesn't smell right. When Decker called, he had a story for Ben. But by the time Ben got to the station, things had changed. Someone got to Decker. Someone with power. A celebrity's lawyer? Nah, Decker wouldn't care about that. And what? Decker has always been reliable. He once passed a story to Ben at his last paper about a fellow cop he'd found out was on the take. Deckard couldn't report it because cops don't do that to each other, but he slipped a note to Ben. That story got Ben his current job. Now, something else is going on here. Ben's going to find out what. Ben knows where Deckard drinks, a bar on the Lower East Side called Finnegan's Wake. He waits till he figures Deckard's been there for an hour or so, then heads inside.
2 more whiskey.
Ben slides onto the stool next to Deckard.
How you doing, Deckard?
I was doing great. I was into my 5th whiskey. I was forgetting about work. Life was good. Then you turned up. Thanks a lot, Ben.
I'll leave you to your drinking. Just tell me who was brought in last night.
No one. I told you.
Yeah. Funny thing, I don't believe you. And I'm not leaving till you spill.
You realize you can't run the story, right? It never happened. There's no paperwork.
No paperwork about what?
There was a shooting last night. Some junkie got gunned down in the middle of the street. A cop was driving past, saw the whole thing.
I don't get it. Why isn't there any paperwork then? Open and shut case.
Because as soon as the perp was identified, all hell broke loose.
Who was a perp?
You know Councilman Boyd?
Ben looks at Deckard in surprise. Everyone knows who Councilman Boyd is. He used to be a detective in the NYPD, but decided to pack it in and move into politics. Rumors are he's in the pocket of the new mob boss, the guy who took over after Rigoletto vanished a few years back. Kingpin, that's his name, and that's all anyone knows about him. And has tried to find out more, but he hasn't had any luck.
Councilman Boyd shot someone?
Keep your voice down. But no, his son did. Eddie Boyd. Exactly. Word is the councilman's got his eye on the mayor's job. As you can imagine, he wouldn't be too happy with word of this getting out.
So you're saying he used his political influence to get his son released after he murdered someone? And you were told to keep quiet? Or
I lose my pension.
But there has to be some kind of proof. Arrest reports. The camera in the cop's car. The cameras around the precinct.
All gone. Like they never even existed.
What was the cop's name? The one who arrested Eddie Boyd.
Why?
I want to talk to him.
He won't tell you anything.
Humor me.
You can't mention me.
Come on, Deckard. You know I protect my sources.
If I tell you, will you go away?
Scout's honor.
Fine. His name's Daryl Barton.
Thanks.
Yeah, whatever. Now leave me alone. I want to get drunk.
Ben could wait until morning before following up on Deckard's info, but he's feeling the fire in his belly. There's a story here, a big one, and he wants to be the one to break it. He arrives outside Barton's house just after 10 p.m. It's a tiny building with paint peeling from the wood and a scrubby lawn. There are lights on inside. No answer. He moves to the window and peers through the gap in the curtains. He can see a football game on screen, the bright glow spilling out into an untidy living room. Dirty plates and old cups sit on a stained coffee table. No Daryl Barton, though. Ben makes his way along the side of the house, passing an old mattress leaning against the wall, springs exposed to the elements, and mildewed crates full of empty bottles. There's a tiny back porch that opens from the kitchen. The back door stands wide open. Light streams out, illuminating the rotting wood of the porch. And a bare foot. Ben freezes. His eyes move along the foot and up to the figure slumped in a white plastic lawn chair. Barton. He knows it's him. Saw his face online when he was searching for his address. Ben takes a step closer and sees the dark stain of blood on Barton's shirt. His throat has been cut. Ben looks around, carefully checking his surroundings. Then he moves forward to inspect the body, making sure he doesn't step in the blood pooling on the wood. The cut looks odd, more like a stab wound. It's about an inch across, directly into the artery. Neat, precise. There's a syringe stuck in Barton's arm. Why? Was he shooting up when he was attacked? Or was the syringe put in after he was killed? Some kind of message, maybe? Now that Ben's closer, he can see more drug paraphernalia on the table. A small bag of white powder, a teaspoon stained black, foil, a lighter. He leans forward and inspects Barton's arm. There are fresh injection marks there, but something else, too. Faint bruising, almost as if he was held down. Ben's not really sure what he's looking at. A robbery? A drug deal gone bad? Or is it much worse than that? Something to do with Barton's last arrest? The more Ben looks at it, the more his suspicions deepen. It's too much of a coincidence that he dies the night after he arrests Eddie Boyd. This has to be about stopping word from leaking out. Ben looks around, nervously. If Councilman William Boyd is willing to do something like this to protect his reputation, Ben needs to get out of here. Boyd might have people watching the house. Ben quickly takes some photographs of the crime scene, then calls the cops as he goes to anonymously report a disturbance at Barton's address. Then he drives home, running everything through his mind. Councilman William Boyd's son kills a junkie and is arrested. Boyd gets his son out, making sure all the evidence disappears. Then he calls in a favor from his buddy the Kingpin, and the cop who arrested his son conveniently winds up dead. But that's crazy, right? Would Boyd really do all this just to protect his career? Of course he would. He's a politician. Ben realizes that some might think this is an incredibly cynical view, but it's based on years of experience. Ben spends most of the rest of the night researching in front of the computer. William Boyd first. Ben starts with police records and arrest reports when he was in the NYPD. Nothing much there. Boyd doesn't seem to have been much of a cop in his early years, but then he gets promoted. Way too soon for someone with his track record. Why? Ben stumbles upon an article that sheds some light on the issue. When Boyd quit the force and moved into politics, one of his ex-partners came forward with word that Boyd was dirty, that he had ties to the mob. The guy even went so far as to say the mob, this Kingpin person, was funding the campaign to get Boyd elected as councilman. Ben sits back, makes some notes. Another branch of research to pursue. He traces the names of those who stood against Boyd in the race for office. They were all much more qualified than he was, but they all dropped out. One was accused of stealing campaign funds. One was caught with an underage hooker. And another one, committed suicide, jumped off a bridge. Ben checks back through his notes and finds the name of the cop who said Boyd was dirty. He types it into Google. The first hit is a report on a house robbery with fatalities. The cop and his wife were killed by burglars, their throats cut. Ben checks the date of the report, a week after the cop came forward with his accusations against Boyd. The excitement in Ben's stomach starts to sour, turning acidic with fear. He switches tactics, decides to try to find reports on people who had been killed in a similar manner, a knife to the throat. Maybe he can find out who's doing all this dirty work. Way too many hits. His search parameters are too vague. He needs inside knowledge.
What's that?
Aaron.
What? Who? What?
Ben.
Ben? What? Wait. Hell! It's 3 in the morning!
Sorry, got caught up in work. I didn't realize it was so late.
What do you want?
A favor.
Yeah, I figured that. The only calls I get at this time are either drunk dials or people asking for favors. And I don't think we've ever done the dirty. Unless we were both really drunk and I just don't remember?
No, Aaron, we've never done the dirty.
That's a relief. What do you want?
You still know that girl at the coroner's office?
Maybe. Why?
I need to track a means of murder, throat slitting, but with an odd weapon or an odd style. The killer doesn't slit the whole throat. He seems to stab the artery with a blade about an inch wide.
Jeez, you're not asking much, are you? How far back?
Try 5 years. See what you can find.
You realize I'm going to have to take her out to dinner?
So?
So you're paying.
Deal.
And I'm not talking a bistro on the street corner. I mean a real fancy pants restaurant. Gourmet cuisine.
Deal. How soon can you get back to me?
I'll let you know. Now get lost. I want my beauty sleep.
You need it.
You son of a...
He hangs up before she gets a chance to insult him back. He really hopes her contact can find something useful. She used to work as a dispatcher for the NYPD, but got fed up with sitting on her ass all day listening to terrible things happen. She quit the job, but her list of contacts is long and varied. Nowadays, she's a secretary for a local private investigator and debt collector. She told them the guy's a scumbag, but she's using him to learn the ropes. Wants to become an investigator on her own. He checks through his notes one last time, but there's nothing more he can do tonight. Aaron calls him a few days later and tells him to meet her at a tiny coffee shop just outside Hell's Kitchen. He arrives early. The winter sun shines through the dirty windows, touching everything with a harsh, brittle light. He drinks 2 cups of the weakest coffee he's ever tasted while he waits for her. She finally makes an appearance, sneaking up behind him and sliding into the seat opposite.
You're late.
And you're welcome.
She tosses a file onto the table and raises a hand covered in rings to get the waitress's attention. Each ring is weirder and more grotesque than the last.
Coffee. The strongest, most vile stuff you have. If it doesn't dissolve my spoon, it's not good enough.
You cut your hair.
Her purple hair hangs in a too long fringe over one side of her face.
I've grown my hair. That's how long it's been.
Seriously?
Last year? Summer? The taco and rum incident?
Oh, yeah. That long? Sorry, I didn't realize. Burke's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Crazy being the operative word, if this is the kind of stuff you're covering.
She taps the manila folder.
You found something?
Of course I found something. Well, my friend did. But it's one and the same to you.
She obviously wants him to take a look right now. He opens it up and flicks through a series of photocopied autopsy reports.
You owe me for this.
I know.
Big time.
He keeps paging through the reports. There are a lot of them. He glances at Aaron.
17.
17.
And that's just going back 5 years. Sally's checking farther back now, but that'll take a bit longer.
Why do some of these ring a bell?
She takes out 2 more reports.
Oh, he was in the local mob. There was a big hoo-ha about it when they found his body. You would have seen it on the news.
The mob?
So were...
She takes out 2 more reports.
So were these 2.
Then checks the dates of the deaths. They all took place a couple of years ago. Around about the time, he started working at the Bugle. Ben stops moving.
What?
Right about the time he started at the Bugle, which was the same time Gabriel McAvoy was killed. He hadn't been covering a drug story, had he? He was working on a story about the mob and corrupt cops. William Boyd. Was he still a cop back then? Ben thinks he was. And moving from cop to mayoral candidate in a few short years is pretty impressive. Unless he really did have help from this kingpin, like his dead ex-partner said. What is he thinking here? Boyd starts out a lowly cop on the force, then he hooks up with Kingpin, the new mob boss. But he isn't a boss back then. He's just another guy in the mob. A guy with ambitions. Boyd does favors for him, and in return, Boyd gets promoted before he should. Then this Kingpin makes his move. Rigoletto goes missing. Kingpin takes over, and the mob guys in Aaron's files turn up dead.
He was cleaning out the old guard.
What?
Ben shakes his head, still thinking. The dates match up. All dead, Gabe included, on the same day, according to the autopsy reports. Kingpin makes his move and sends his pet killer to take out those who are loyal to Rigoletto. Maybe McAvoy got a lead on the deaths, went to investigate, and got taken out. So now, Detective William Boyd has an even more powerful ally, the head of the Hell's Kitchen Mafia. Boyd moves up the ladder in the force until he decides, no, this isn't for him anymore. He wants something bigger. He quits the force and runs for office. His opponents all happen to drop out of the race. Lucky him. He becomes a councilman, pretty powerful, and then his son goes and does something very, very stupid. Kills a junkie. He's witnessed by a cop, gets arrested. He's taken to the station, but Boyd still has friends on the force. They get in touch, and he sends his heavy hitters to get his son out, making sure everyone understands that this never happened. And he makes sure the arresting officer doesn't blab by asking for a big favor from his friend, the Kingpin. So, does this mean Ben might be able to find a direct connection between Councilman William Boyd and this Kingpin? If he can find a paper trail, something linking the mob to Boyd, or even better, to taking on Boyd's opponents. Ben sits back, stares blankly at the table. This is huge. This is Bernstein and Woodward huge.
Yo, Earth to Uric. You there, man?
Yeah, sorry.
Ben nervously looks around, making sure no one's watching. He's being paranoid, he knows that. But paranoia is something he's going to have to get used to now, if he wants to stay alive.
Aaron, listen to me. You and your friend, you can't tell anyone about this. Seriously, your lives will be in danger.
Chill. I know when to keep my mouth shut.
And your friend?
She doesn't talk much to anyone, except me, of course. She prefers the company of corpses.
He nods absently, his mind turning over. He's thinking again, making plans. He needs to track down Eddie Boyd, follow him around a bit. He's not the story, though. William Boyd is. And Eddie is the weak link in Councilman William Boyd's life. Eddie Boyd will lead Ben to the real story. Matt likes Mickey. She reminds him of how he was as a kid. Impatient, keen to grow up, restless. They meet to work out. Her after school, and him after filing papers all day, dealing with the shadier aspects of corporate law. He teaches her some of the basics of what Stick taught him. Not much. There's not enough time. Just enough so that she can survive on the streets if she needs to. Days blur into weeks. He falls into a routine. Up before dawn for a run through the streets, then to work for a 9-hour day, and finally meeting up with Mickey to train at the gym. It's not bad, as these things go. And then one day, while he's escaping the office for a brief respite during lunch, he hears a familiar voice.
A pastrami Reuben on white with a side order of mayo, please.
A what?
A pastrami Reuben on white with...
I heard you, kid. I just don't believe it. Pastrami Reuben on white is bad enough. But mayo? I'm pretty sure there's a law against that.
There's not. Trust me. I would know. I'm a lawyer.
Yeah, the crappy suit and cheap aftershave gave it away.
Foggy whirls around, surveying the diner. He spots Matt.
Matt! Matt Murdock?
The one and only. How you doing, Foggy?
Not too bad. You?
Nah, I'm stuck looking for tax loopholes for faceless corporations. Not exactly what I dreamed I'd be doing when I enrolled at Columbia.
You don't sound like you're enjoying it much.
I'm not. Not really. I want to work with people, you know? Fight the good fight. I hate doing the big business stuff.
Trust me, you do not want to work with people. They're terrible. All of them. I mean, right now I'm drowning in a class action lawsuit against a slumlord. Scumbag kicked all his tenants out so he could knock his buildings down. He's breaking my back.
Foggy's pastrami on white is unceremoniously dumped on the table. He digs into it, shoveling the food into his mouth as if he hasn't eaten in weeks. Matt grins.
Some things never change.
Hey, you want to work with these people so bad, how about you help me out? I wouldn't normally ask, but these folks, they don't have anywhere else to go. If this lawsuit fails, they're out on the streets. Could you take a look?
Sure.
What? Really?
Yeah. How can I say no to an old college roommate?
They meet up at Foggy's tiny apartment after work, going over the case notes, the histories, the building regulations.
The guy's name is Cornelius Drexel. He owns a whole load of buildings, all of them falling apart, and he refuses to do anything about them. I mean, really, the city should be forcing him to fix the buildings, not okaying their demolition.
So, who's signing off on the evictions?
A guy called William Boyd, a councilman on the city planning commission. The guy used to be a cop. Lots of rumors that he was dirty. This kind of thing would be right up his alley.
Have you, tried to track the paper trail back to him?
No luck. But Boyd keeps his hands clean.
Of course he does. That kind of guy always does.
Over the course of the night, Matt and Foggy cover the entire case. They argue, throw out theories, argue again, and finally pack it in when they realize the sun is rising and they both need to get ready for work. And when Matt stumbles out into the bright, brittle light of winter in New York, he's surprised to realize he's not tired. He feels exhilarated, alive. During the course of the night, he has remembered why he wanted to become an attorney in the first place. To fight for justice. To fight the bullies. Foggy's class action makes Matt think of Mickey, her claim that her family was forced out of their apartment. He mentions Foggy's case to her that night when he meets her at the gym.
Yeah, they're part of that.
She dodges a left hook and comes in hard with a body blow. Matt dances back out of the way.
Nice! You're getting faster.
And this Drexel guy is as creepy as his name makes him sound. A real mouth breather. He owns a ton of buildings out on 48th Street. Not the best neighborhood, but it was our home, you know?
I do.
Matt lashes out with a left-right combo that catches Mickey off guard.
Hey, we were talking.
Yeah, always pay attention. You never know where the next punch is coming from.
She scrambles to her feet and comes at him. He blocks her punches, then drops into a crouch and comes up again with an uppercut. This one catches her on the protective headgear. She staggers back, then launches herself at him in a furious barrage of fists and feet. Matt blocks them all, waiting for her anger to run its course, then hits her again on the padded helmet.
No anger.
He remembers Stick saying the same thing to him all those years ago.
Anger clouds your mind. You need to stay calm.
Screw you!
Mickey hits him hard in the stomach. He goes down onto his knees.
Always pay attention. You never know where the next punch is coming from.
Yesterday. If this was a movie, thinks Ben Urich, it would have to be a montage, with some kind of cool music playing over it to make it seem interesting. Because interesting, it really isn't. Following people sucks. It's tedious, tiring, and painful. Ben has never experienced pain in his lower back like he has over the days he's been following Eddie Boyd. A dull, throbbing pain, interspersed with sharp, shooting daggers. You know, just to shake things up a bit. But at least he's building up a pretty clear picture of Eddie. And it's not a flattering one. His life seems to consist of parties, drugs, hookers, sleep, recovering from parties, more hookers, a few fights at the clubs he frequents, and then some more drugs. Wash, rinse, repeat. Tonight looks like it's going to be drugs. If the rundown tenement Eddie is visiting is anything to go by, Ben would bet even odds that somewhere inside is his dealer's crib, not just a pickup location. Ben leans forward and peers through the windshield. The building is dirty brick face, windows broken, graffiti sprayed everywhere. God, Hell's Kitchen is a dump. He hates this place. There was a time it tried to clean itself up, but all that has gone out the window the past few years. The place is dead now. They just haven't cremated the body yet. He checks the side mirror to make sure no one's approaching from behind. Lucky for Ben, his car is such a pile of crap. It fits right in. Ben freezes, hands gripping the wheel. The sounds came from the building that Eddie went into. Were they gunshots? He peers up at the windows. Bright flash of light. Top floor, 3 windows across. Definitely gunshots. Ben's first instinct is to get the hell out of there, but he fights it. This is his story. He can't just abandon it at the first sign of danger. He grabs his camera from the passenger seat and sprints across the street. It's late. Nobody out and about. There aren't even any bars or clubs in the area to encourage people to hang around. Just broken streetlights and litter everywhere. The tenement door is damp and covered with mildew. He pushes it open, feeling the soft wood give beneath his fingers. A dark hallway beckons. There. A staircase to the right winds up to the next level. Ben hurries up the steps. He pauses on the second floor.
Stay where you were at!
Ben carries on to the third floor. The apartment he's looking for is the first door on the landing. He creeps closer and leans forward. He moves to the next apartment. No answer. He grabs the door to stop the creak. Nothing. No one heard it. He slips into the room and looks around. Light filters in from outside. Not much, but enough to show him that the apartment is empty. He makes his way to the thin walls separating the rooms and puts his ear against the damp plaster.
Clay, I'm giving you one last warning.
The light in the apartment Ben is in shifts suddenly, then pulls away from the wall and looks quickly around. He spots a hole in the wall a few feet away, where a stream of light shines through. He moves carefully to the hole and stares in. The room beyond is lit by bright, harsh arc lamps. The furniture is basic: a sofa, a bed, and an old box television set. Eddie Boyd strides across the room. He's tall, wearing a vest despite the cold, bulging shoulder muscles showing his dedication to either the gym or steroids. He's heading straight for a little weasel-faced guy trapped in the corner. Eddie must have been standing in front of Ben's hole in the wall. Eddie grabs the weasel-faced guy, Clay, Eddie had called him, and waves the gun under his nose.
Who else was there? I don't know. It was dark. I couldn't see anything behind the lights.
Eddie fired his gun past Clay's ear. Clay slumps down against the wall, his hands up to protect his face. Then scrambles for his camera, sets it to video mode, and positions the lens close to the hole.
How could you not know? You were supposed to control the scene. Anyone could have been there. Anyone! I'm sorry. I didn't think it would happen like it did. Oh, you didn't think? You didn't think it would happen like it did? You moron! I got arrested because of this. I need that flash drive, understand? I understand. So what are you gonna do about it? I'll ask around? We'll ask around. Good boy. You've got one day.
Eddie walks across the room, then tries to follow him with the camera, but the lens catches on the wooden frame between the boards. Then freezes. Then slowly looks up. Straight into Eddie Boyd's furious gaze.
There's someone in that room!
A figure runs toward the door. A third person Ben hadn't even seen. Eddie swings the gun around and fires it through the wall. Ben dives to the ground, bullets whistling over his head and tearing through the walls into the apartments beyond. Then half crawls, half runs to the door and pulls it open, stumbling into the hall, getting ready to fight for his life. After talking to Mickey about Cornelius Drexel, Matt decides to take a walk along 48th Street and see some of the buildings for himself. A few cabs splash through oily puddles reflecting broken neon signs. Hookers huddle in doorways, occasionally venturing into the freezing wind when a car slows along the curb. Matt frowns. He doesn't like it down here. He can't get a sense of the area, a sense of the city. He needs to go high. Matt turns into a suitable alley and leaps up to grab the dangling ladder of the fire escape. He climbs the metal stairs and comes out on the rooftop, heading to the edge. The next building across is higher, more suitable for his needs. He jumps, grabs an air conditioning unit sticking out of the wall, climbs on top, and then leaps the 6-foot gap to grab hold of the roof ledge. He pulls himself over and straightens up, feeling the cold wind moving freely past his face, unhindered by buildings. He moves to the edge of the roof, stands there feeling the tendrils of wind. He reaches out with his senses, feels the shapes and sizes of the buildings all along 48th Street. There is a minuscule trembling through the soles of his feet, signaling weaknesses in their structures, the invisible groan of stone foundations crumbling under the weight of their years. It's not a great street, but that's not the point. People live here, and it's part of Hell's Kitchen. That's home. His people. If no one else will look after them, it's up to him. This slumlord needs to be forced to fix these buildings. And this Councilman Boyd, if he's been approving eviction orders without proper authorization, then he needs to be called to task. He can't just go around breaking the rules and getting away with it. That's not how it works. Matt turns his head. Gunshots, half a mile away. He pinpoints the location, waits, and watches. Matt hesitates only a moment, then takes off at full speed, sprinting across the rooftop toward the edge. He leaps across the gap between the buildings, soaring through the air, and lands on a piece of piping. He slips, stumbles, falls to his knees, and skids. He pushes himself up again, picking up speed. The next building is lower. He jumps the distance and drops a story. He leaps over a wall, down another level. He pauses. The next building's roof is 30 feet above him. No way he can get up there. Instead, he leaps across the gap and grabs a window ledge. He pulls himself up, shoving the window open with one hand. He climbs through, straightens up, to find himself staring at an old woman.
Apologies, ma'am. Just passing through.
She comes at him with a greasy frying pan, cooked eggs still clinging to the metal. She swings it, and the eggs fly through the air. Matt dodges, runs into the landing, and out the front door.
Come back here, you son of a...
Across the hall, into the apartment opposite, and straight toward a window in a deserted living room strewn with magazines and computer games. He shoves the window up, leaning out. An old fire escape ladder is bolted to the wall about 2 rooms over. Matt climbs onto the ledge and throws himself sideways. His fingers grasp the rungs of the ladder. Icy. His hands slip from the rungs. He drops down, tries to grab hold of the ladder again. Pain rips through his palms. His shins smack against the metal, but he can't get a grip. He leans in and wraps his arms around the ladder so that the crooks of his elbows are rubbing painfully down the metal. He can't stop his momentum completely, but it's enough to slow his descent. He drops the last 10 feet and hits the ground hard, rolling into a dirty mound of snow. He pushes himself up, stands, and hurries out of the alley, heading across the street to the building the shots came from. It feels more claustrophobic at this end of the street. Darker. No shops. No life. Matt pulls open the door leading into the tenement and finds himself standing in a long hallway. He runs his hands over the wall. There's graffiti sprayed everywhere. The paint's a different texture beneath his fingers. Matt makes his way up the stairs, trying to ignore the smell of urine and waste. He'd like to say it was animal, but his senses tell him no. This is 100% human. He can smell the cast-offs of drugs, heroin, burned tinfoil, cannabis odor hanging in the air. Still strong, although it's probably a day old. He reaches the 3rd floor. Matt moves toward the sound. As he reaches the door, it flies open. A huge, bald, full-bearded man runs out. He's looking the other way, heading to the apartment next door. He stops before he gets there, sensing Matt's presence behind him. He turns.
Whoever you're shooting at, I'm taking them out of here. I'll either be doing that with a nod and a smile, or you'll be lying on the floor with a broken leg. Your call.
The guy doesn't have a gun, which means there's someone else in the room behind him. Matt has to take care of this guy fast.
So, which is it?
The man runs at him, but the man, like many before him, underestimates the blind guy. Matt grabs his attacker's arm and whirls him against the wall, using the man's own weight and momentum against him. Matt lets go, drops down, and sweeps one of his legs out to the side. The man collapses to the floor, his head smacking into the boards. Matt kneels on his chest and drives his fist straight into the man's windpipe. The big guy opens his mouth to scream, but he can't draw the breath. His eyes bulge. He grasps at his throat. Matt yanks him up by his shirt, makes sure his grip is good, and smashes the guy's head into the wall, gouging a hole in the plaster. Matt straightens up, critically considering his handiwork. Not bad. 2 blows, not counting throwing him against the wall and tripping him. Neat. Precise. Matt likes that. The second apartment door opens, and a terrified-looking man stumbles out into the corridor clutching a camera. He has dark hair, glasses, and a thin, long face.
Are there more?
The man whirls around.
What? Are there more like him?
Matt points to the unconscious figure at his feet.
You hear that?
Come on, let's check it out.
He hears a noise from below. Matt darts back to the stairs and leans over the balcony. There are figures streaming in from the street, perhaps drawn by the gunshots. Where the hell had they been hiding? He counts 3, and then moves back and grabs the cameraman.
What's your name?
Ben.
Ben. I'm Matt. We're going to have to go up.
Matt senses the hesitation.
You're not looking at me. Are you blind?
Mikey! Get him!
No time, Ben. You want to live, then you better listen to me.
Yeah, but you can't see anything.
You know what they say? When you lose one sense, the others make up for it. Follow me.
Matt takes the stairs. There's only one more floor above theirs. He arrives on the landing.
Crap.
No access to the roof like he'd hoped, just the window. That'll have to do. Matt tries to open the window, but dampness has swollen the frame so much it won't budge. He uses his elbow to break the glass, then clears away the shards. He cranes his head around to look up. 10 feet to the roof. He can probably reach it, but he doesn't think Ben will manage. He ducks back inside to the stairs. He leans over the balcony. The 3 goons are running up toward them. No going back now. Matt shoves open the door to the closest apartment. Empty. Old ornaments litter the floor. Matt hurries through to one of the back rooms, Ben close behind, and tries the window. It opens onto the back alley. Garbage is strewn all along the wall of the building. Old food, ancient broken furniture, crates left so long in the rain they're soft as paper. Matt's senses tell him there's an especially large pile of trash swept up against the side of the building below them. Not a pleasant landing, but what other choice do they have? Someone coming up behind them. Matt spins around to find one of the goons running straight at him, pulling his gun out as he comes. Matt lunges forward, kicks him in the wrist. Matt punches him in the nose. The man drops, scrambles away to the right, and comes back up with a piece of metal piping. Matt easily dodges, and it hits the rotted windowsill. Matt kicks down hard on the metal pipe. The goon lets go, and Matt turns and kicks at his leg. But the goon surprises Matt. He spins around and lashes out with his foot, aiming for Matt's stomach. Matt catches his foot and twists. The goon pushes himself into the air, spinning around with the momentum so his ankle doesn't snap. The goon lands on his side, kicking backwards with his free foot. He connects with Matt's head, snapping it back against the wall. Pain explodes behind his eyes. Tiny white lights float in the blackness of his vision. Matt blinks and shakes his head, realizes that the goon is going for the gun again. Ben appears from the darkness, holding a long piece of wood. He hits the goon across the back, Ben stares at his hands in shock as the figure grabs the metal pole again and swings it around, hitting Ben in the head. Ben crumples, and the figure turns back to Matt, but Matt's already moving. He lashes out and knocks the metal pole aside. The goon staggers back, then reaches for something on his belt. Matt thinks he's got another gun, but his hands come back up with 2 daggers. He twirls them expertly, then rushes Matt, swinging them at him from either side. Matt dances and whirls, using his forearms to block the onslaught. He feels the blade slice his skin 2, 3, 4 times. He kicks the goon in the stomach. The goon staggers back, dropping one of the daggers. Matt scoops it up. He flicks it around so he's holding it by the blade, and then fakes a throw straight at the goon's face. The man jerks aside, and Matt is already running, following his dummy throw. They collide, and Matt grabs the guy's wrist and slams his hand against the wall. The second dagger drops. Suddenly, the 2 other men are running toward him from the doorway. Matt hesitates, then drives his knee into the goon's stomach and shoves him away. Ben is getting groggily to his feet. Matt grabs him, pushing him toward the window.
Out! It's not a long drop. Quick!
Ben, still groggy from the blow, does as he's instructed. He sits on the sill, turns, and drops. Matt follows after, turning and lowering himself through the window. He hangs there for a second, swinging to and fro, then lets go. He hits the pile of trash, remembering to bend his knees as he connects with the ground. His teeth snap together. He tastes blood in his mouth. He rolls to the side, out and away from a wall. Ben is already standing. Matt takes his arm and guides him toward the mouth of the alley. They pause at the entrance, just to make sure there are no more goons waiting.
You got a car?
Yeah.
Lead the way.
They hurry toward what turns out to be an old, beat-up Volkswagen. They speed off into the night, leaving the old tenement building behind them. Ben holds a glass of ice water to his head.
You should get that checked out. Could be a concussion.
I've been hit before. This is just a bump.
So, tell me, why were you at that building tonight?
Me? What about you?
I heard the gunshots. Came to see what was going on.
You a cop?
A concerned citizen. Your turn.
Nuh-uh. Not enough, pal. You want me to trust you? You need to earn it. Those moves, the way you took down those guys. You are not just a concerned citizen.
Ben can see Matt thinking about it. Finally, he nods.
Fair enough. But you need to promise me you won't sniff around. The case I'm working on is very sensitive. You could mess it up.
Case? So you are a cop?
No. You're right, it wasn't a coincidence I was in the neighborhood tonight. I was following up on... Sorry, I'm trying to fill in all the blanks about what happened tonight. Can't you just tell me what was going on, then I'll explain my part after you're done?
Ben hesitates. He's burning with curiosity about this guy, but it doesn't make a difference who talks first. Plus, the need to fill in the pieces overwhelms his curiosity about Matt's identity. Ben starts talking. Matt listens while Ben tells him about his investigation, about the murder of Gabriel McAvoy, about the murder of the junkie by Eddie Boyd and the subsequent cover-up, about the murder of the cop who arrested Eddie, and the long list of deaths Ben has traced back through the years. More murders he thinks are linked to Eddie's father, Councilman Boyd, and how it all boils down to his connections with the Kingpin.
You're sure about that? That Councilman Boyd is in bed with the Mafia?
I'm 99% sure, yeah. The links are all there when you know what to look for. Why do you ask? Are you interested in him too? Is that why you were there tonight?
Boyd's on the City Planning Commission. We think he's pushing through the eviction notices and the demolition orders. I mean, it's small fry compared to what you're working on, but hundreds of people will lose their homes if we don't do something. I was checking out the buildings they're going to knock down. That's when I heard the gunshots. I guess Councilman Boyd's son knew they were abandoned, decided to put one of the apartments to use. You said you had some footage?
Ben nods and checks his camera, presses play, and passes it across to Matt.
How could you not know? You were supposed to control the scene. Anyone could have been there. Anyone! I'm sorry, I didn't think it would happen like it did. Oh, you didn't think? You didn't think it would happen like it did? You moron! I got arrested because of this. I need that flash drive, understand? I understand. So what are you gonna do about it? I'll ask around? You'll ask around. Good boy. You got 1 day.
You know what he's talking about, this flash drive?
No idea, but I'm thinking that's why he killed that junkie last week. Something to do with the drive.
Maybe we can help each other out.
Why? Why are you involved in this? What's in it for you?
Matt pauses. He thinks of Mickey, the bitterness already tinting her voice. He hears Mary scream as she falls to her death. Remembers the feeling of helplessness that engulfed him afterward. This is his chance to do the right thing, to atone. Yesterday. Clay has a love-hate relationship with junkies. He hates them for their weakness, their dirtiness, the air of desperation that clings to them like the grease from deep fryers, that smell of stale sweat, the constantly roving eyes looking everywhere but at your face as they search for something to steal, something they can pawn to get their next fix. But he loves them because they're so easy to control. A couple of 50s, a couple of grams in a clear plastic baggie, and they'll do whatever you ask them to. He makes his way along the icy streets, wrapped low in his old duffel jacket and a scarf. Oh, but he's going to make these idiots pay. He hates being out in this weather. He turns into a dark street. About 50 feet away, he sees a gas station at a 24-hour shop. A huddle of homeless parasites sheltered beneath the overhang. Not just homeless, junkies too. This is where one of the Kingpin's dealers sells his wares. The Kingpin. Clay feels a shudder of fear just thinking the name. He's never met the man. Nobody in his circles has. Well, except for Larks. The Quiet Man, as Clay likes to call him. Quiet and insane. But just because he's not important enough to have met the Kingpin, that doesn't mean that Clay is safe from the boss's eye. Clay knows that this latest screw-up might trickle upward. Eddie Boyd is too much of a hothead to let it lie. And his old man being who he is, Clay shakes his head. This will get out, one way or another. And people, not necessarily the people responsible, but someone, is going to get blamed for rocking the boat. The only thing for Clay to do now is to try to control it. Try to maximize his own profits before it all hits the fan, and make sure he has a way out. He approaches the shivering herd outside the shop. One of the morons has lit a tiny fire inside an old paint can. The flames are blue-green, and Clay can smell burning plastic as he approaches. Idiots. They're so stupid they can't even find wood to burn. He spots Silvio right away. Tall and skinny, black hair swept up in some kind of punk style. Is it fashion, or just unwashed? Who cares? Clay's annoyed at himself for wasting time even thinking about it. Silvio spots him and grabs his girlfriend. Sally Saint, they call her. Clay has no idea whether it's her real name. Small, thin, cheekbones jutting out. Clay's wary of her. He knows that she does the thinking for herself and Silvio. Her eyes have an intelligence, no, cunning in them. She reminds him of a wild fox, always ready to pounce. Clay walks around to the back of the shop and heads into the parking lot. There are 2 cars here, among 20 empty spots. A single light in the center of the lot casts a yellow glow over the undisturbed snow. Clay walks to the light. He waits there, hopping from foot to foot, while the other 2 catch up.
What's up, Clay? Got another job for us?
Where's what's-his-face? The guy you put on to me to help with the editing.
Silvio and Sally exchange a quick glance. Guilty as hell, but trying to cover. Thinking they're smarter than he is, that they can bluff their way out of this.
He's gone to see his old man.
Is that so? Tell me, what would you say if I was to tell you your friend is dead? No? Nothing? And what if I was to tell you he's dead because he was shot by Eddie Boyd? Still nothing. Then let me go further. What if I was to tell you he was shot by Eddie Boyd because he had certain footage on a flash drive, incriminating footage, and that the idiot was trying to blackmail Eddie for its safe return? No? Not ringing any bells?
It wasn't our idea, I swear!
Sally elbows him in the ribs.
Shut up.
I don't want to die because of this!
Sally just glares at him furiously. Clay smiles at them both.
Good. At least it's all out in the open. Maybe we can still work a deal here.
What kind of deal?
I'm correct in thinking this footage is of the unfortunate incident last week?
Yeah.
Good. Listen, I don't like Eddie much. The guy's crazy. I don't like crazy. My old man always said, if you have to go against a 7-foot-tall killer or a crazy dude, go against the 7-foot-tall killer, because you can't fight crazy. All I'm saying is, I have a plan. I know a lot of people who'd want to get their hands on that footage, understand? To get to Eddie's old man. I can set up an auction, put the word out to interested parties, start a bidding war.
And we split the profits.
60% to me, 40 to you guys.
No. 3-way split.
They're my contacts. Without me, you got a flash drive and a death warrant on your heads.
Sally pulls Sylvia aside to talk to him. Clay stares up at the clouds. Looks like more snow tonight. He idly scans the rooftops and stops. He frowns. He thinks he saw something moving up there. He studies the skyline, but whatever it was gone.
50-50.
What does it matter what Clay tells them? He's going to kill them anyway.
Okay, you got yourself a deal.
A grinning Silvio holds out his hand. Clay ignores it and looks to Sally.
The flash drive?
We'll bring it to the auction.
Clay thinks about this, considers demanding it from them, but he knows she won't hand it over. She doesn't trust him. He can see it in her eyes. She wants to control this as much as she can. Fine. He'll deal with them afterwards. All he needs is the flash drive at the auction. Who cares who actually brings it?
I'll get in touch with the time and place. I'll try and arrange it for tomorrow. No telling how long before Eddie finds out about you two. And if he does, he's gonna do to you what he did to your friend. You two kids have a nice evening now, you hear?
Clay goes home. Not the crappy apartment on 48th Street. That's just where he works, something Eddie Boyd set him up with to make the movies. He has a place in Manhattan that's actually livable, a place where you don't need a tetanus shot just to enter. He puts on something familiar on the stereo, something to plan a new future. Because if this works out, it will take him up to the next level. No more scrambling around with junkies and hookers trying to make a quick buck. No, he'll be a player after this, someone to be reckoned with. He starts making calls. He's been working on a list in his head since he first came up with the plan. Everyone who might have something to gain from Eddie Boyd's actions. That doesn't just mean criminals either. No, he's thinking bigger. The kind of people who might want to use this against Eddie's father, Councilman Boyd. Politicians, corporate executives, and he's done business with them all in the past. He feels the excitement surge through his body at the thought of how much he will gain from this. Not just the status and the power, but money. He's talking millions here, tens of millions. And once the deal is done, he'll take care of Sally and her idiot boyfriend. An hour later, and it's all taken care of. The auction is set for tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. on a small island just off the coast of the Bronx. North Brother Island, it's called. The place is abandoned. Used to be a hospital, then a halfway house for junkies. It's perfect. No CCTV cameras, no cops. Easy to control the approach, to see who's coming. Nice and private.
You two kids have a nice evening now, you hear?
That's what does it. That's what pushes Sally Saint over the edge. She followed Clay home to his apartment in Manhattan after their meeting in the parking lot. She waits outside with a cup of coffee, watching his window. She can see his back as he sits at his desk. After she spends an hour in the freezing cold, he reappears and climbs into a cab. She's always hated Clay, ever since he first pulled her off the street 5 years ago. He's the worst kind of parasite, feeding off the weak and sponging off the strong. He does nothing for himself. There's not a single thing in his life that doesn't come from someone else's pain or hard work. She knows he thinks that she and Silvio are strung-out junkies, and she lets him think that. Something to thank her old man for. The one good piece of advice he gave her before he walked out with bloody knuckles and all Ma's money. Let them underestimate you, kid. You'll always come out on top if they think you're scraping the bottom. It's Clay's own fault anyway. She would have been happy splitting the money 3 ways, 66% for her and Silvio. That's only fair. After all, it was her idea to steal the flash drive in the first place. Her idea to approach Eddie Boyd about it. Not a day goes by when she's not thankful she didn't set up a meeting herself. She's always felt uneasy around Eddie, and now she knows why. It could have been her lying dead in the street. So, she thinks as she inserts the key into the door to Clay's apartment, he's brought this on himself. All of it. She saw it in his eyes. He's not going to give them any of the money. Not a third, not 50%, not even 10. As soon as Clay gets the cash, he's going to betray them. So she decided to take steps. Sally's had a key to Clay's apartment for 2 months now. He left his key ring lying around at the apartment in Hell's Kitchen, and she'd taken an impression of it in soap, thinking to sneak into his place and steal some stuff, things she could sell. But she didn't. She decided to hold on to the key and use it sparingly. Oh, she still stole things from him, but small things. A watch, some cash he left lying around. That's it. She likes to rearrange his stuff, though, just to mess with his head. She once moved the ashtray by his bed to the fridge and a carton of milk to his desk drawer. After her visits, he always seems on edge, looking over his shoulder. And it takes all Sally's willpower not to burst out laughing at him. None of that tonight, though. Tonight is serious business. Tonight, she's planning for the future. She knows that Clay has 2 cell phones, one for his personal stuff and another one for business. She also knows he keeps the business phone in his desk when he's not using it. Like tonight. Sally finds the phone. It's an ancient Nokia, the kind you can drop from an airplane and it would still work. She sits in his chair and steadies her nerves. Then she opens the address book in the phone and scrolls to the name she's looking for.
Larks.
She's seen Larks around, talking to Clay. He creeps her out, but she knows he has a direct line to the big boss, the Kingpin. She hesitates, her finger hovering over the call button. When she does this, there's no going back. Her life is going to change completely. Hers and Silvio's. And the thing is, she doesn't know whether it's going to change for good or bad. But really, what does she gain from doing nothing? She doesn't want to die in the freezing cold. She's got something to offer. She's not sure exactly what it is, but she knows she's got something inside. There's a voice telling her she's better than this.
Yeah?
Mr. Larks? This is Sally, Sally Saint. I've, seen you around a few times. With Clay?
What can I do for you, Sally?
This is it. This is the start of her new life.
It's about a problem I've, become aware of. I think you and your boss should know about it.
Is that so?
Yeah, I think it could affect him, like, peripherally. That means...
I'm aware what the word means, Miss Saint. Tell me the problem.
Fisk leans on his desk, pressing down so hard that the tips of his fingers turn white.
He did what? Councilman Boyd used his influence to get his son out of jail.
And his son murdered someone? In full view of a policeman. Where is this policeman now? My friend, I do not like it when you say It's the equivalent of a normal person running around the room screaming.
The cop
Yes?
He's dead too.
How?
I killed him.
Fisk leans back in his chair and folds his hands over his stomach.
Go on.
Boyd got in touch with me week before last. He said this cop was sniffing around, asking questions about you.
About me?
That's what he said. Said I should take care of him before he uncovered anything.
Lux, how careful am I?
Very careful.
Exactly. Do you honestly think I would just leave evidence lying around that might incriminate me?
No, but I didn't want to take the risk.
How did you do it?
A drug deal gone wrong.
Again? You favor that method too much.
If it's drugs, no one asks too many questions. They know they're not going to find any answers.
Fisk leans back again, stares out the window at the falling snow.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to correct our esteemed councilman's mistakes. The cop, that's fine. We would have had to kill him anyway. But I want Eddie Boyd out of the picture. In fact, I want anyone and everyone associated with this incident dealt with. It has become messy.
What about the councilman? You want me to deal with him, too?
No, I'll speak to him. He's too valuable to get rid of. I've put a lot of time and money into him.
Larks nods and leaves Fisk to his thoughts. He smiles as he goes. It's going to be a busy couple of days. Matt finds Ben at his apartment and fills him in on what he's heard over the course of the night.
How did you find all this out?
Matt thinks about what he did that night. How after he left Ben at the diner, he returned to the rundown apartment and waited on the rooftop opposite until a man came out. How he followed the man, Clay, he thought he heard, to his meeting with the two kids, Sally and Silvio, and listened to them talk about the auction to sell the mysterious flash drive. How he then followed Clay back to his apartment, where he set up the auction at a place called North Brother Island.
Seriously, did you stand outside his door and listen in?
Something like that.
Okay, let's think about this. Tell me why we shouldn't just go to the cops with this.
I didn't say we shouldn't.
No, but you want to hear why I don't think we should?
You mean besides the fact that you'll lose your exclusive?
It's not about that. It's not about that at all.
Sorry, didn't mean anything by it.
We can't go to the cops. At least some of them must be on the same payroll as Councilman Boyd.
And we don't know which ones.
Exactly. So I think if word of this gets to those cops, it gets to the mob.
And the same thing will happen to Clay that happened to the cop who arrested Eddie Boyd.
And a whole bunch of other people, too. But yeah, we report this, people die.
So what do you suggest?
We go to the auction, hide out, record the whole thing. Hopefully we find out what's on the stick. I write my story, we release the footage on the same day, I get my exclusive, the world gets the truth, and all the bad guys get arrested.
Matt leans back in the couch. It's not a bad plan, but he thinks they should go further. If they can get the stick itself, then maybe they can use it as leverage to prove Councilman Boyd used his political influence to get his son released from jail and have the evidence erased. If Councilman Boyd is prosecuted for that, it should be easy for Foggy to file an injunction against the demolition orders that Boyd signed off on.
Well, we'll have to go early. I'm talking spending the day there. Make sure we get in before the guards.
Fine by me.
And we don't engage, understand? We do this by the book. We stay out of sight, we hide as best we can, get the footage, and get out of there.
What the hell else can we do? You think we're going to take on the entire criminal underworld?
They're not that tough.
Ben raises his beer in the air.
To catching the bad guys.
To catching the bad guys.
As soon as he leaves Ben's place, Matt heads back to the gym. Every day during the past 3 weeks, Mickey has been asking him about Foggy and the case against the landlord, and Matt hasn't been able to tell her anything. He can sense her disappointment growing, turning to anger and frustration.
These things take time, Mickey.
This was a few days ago.
How long?
Well, months, years sometimes.
Years? We can't wait years. Matt, my family is stuck in a shelter, and this guy will just go ahead with the demolitions anyway. He won't wait.
He can't do that.
Who's gonna stop him? He doesn't care about the law. I thought you were supposed to be helping me.
I'm trying, but we have to act within the confines of the law, even if he doesn't.
So you're saying you can't do anything?
I'm not saying that at all.
Just forget it!
Mickey!
I said forget it. I should have known you couldn't help.
And that had been the last time he'd seen her. He'd wanted to let her cool off a bit, so he'd avoided the gym, tried to give her space. But now he has news, even if he can't tell her all the details.
Mickey, look, I know you're angry.
You don't know anything about me, blind man!
Not cool, Mickey.
Not cool, Mickey!
I want to help.
Then help! Get Drexel arrested! Get my home back!
I'm trying. Look, if it makes any difference, things are happening. It might not take months, might not even take days.
What do you mean?
Matt realizes she's not going to let him go without an explanation.
What do you mean?
I've been talking to someone. A reporter. He's got some evidence.
Well, what kind of evidence? Against the landlord? Can you arrest him? Can we move back in?
Wait.
Hey, I see that look. I know you, Matt Murdock. You tell me now. Now. I deserve to know what's going on.
She's right. She does deserve to know. So he tells her what he and Ben have uncovered. All of it. The deaths, the flash drive, the auction. A part of him thinks he's being stupidly irresponsible, but another part disagrees. It's her life, her home, her family. No one has the right to decide what she should and shouldn't know about that. Hell, he used to lie awake at night wishing he had known what his old man was planning. He might not have been able to talk him out of disobeying Rigoletto, but that wasn't the point. The point was, Matt always felt betrayed. Even though he knew Dad was protecting him, he wanted to be told because he wanted to feel included, trusted. He knows Mickey feels the same. When he's finished, she doesn't say a thing, just walks away from him.
Mickey?
So, you're planning on going to this auction, and somehow you're gonna steal this flash drive?
Yeah,
And you think that will get me my home back?
we hope so.
What's on the drive?
We don't know yet. But people are being murdered to get it. It holds the answers, Mickey. I can feel it.
Then I'm coming with you.
No way.
Yes way?
No, this is going to be dangerous.
Exactly. Who's going to look after you?
I can...
This makes Matt stop. He thought she wanted to come out of some need for revenge, but she wants to come to protect him. He almost smiles, but he knows this will just annoy her.
I'll be fine.
You're blind, Matt, in case you hadn't noticed.
Ben will be with me.
Oh? And who is this Ben? I never met him before. Is he trustworthy? Is he strong? Is he clever?
He's trustworthy, he's clever.
But not strong? That does it. I'm definitely coming.
Mickey, you can't come. I won't be responsible for putting you in danger. Mickey, no! I'm sorry, Mickey, but you are not coming. That's my final word, okay? I came to tell you what was happening because I respect and like you, but I need you to stay here, so I don't have to worry about you.
But I'm worried about you! I don't want to lose you! You're my friend!
You won't lose me, Mickey. I promise.
She rushes toward him, throws her arms around him in a tight hug.
You better come back here, Mr. Daredevil.
I will. Scout's honor.
Were you a scout?
No.
"12 hours ago. Matt had heard of North Brother Island. He'd never been there. Not many people have. The island is located in the East River between the Bronx and Rikers Island, and was first used as a quarantine center way back in 1885. Since that time, it has been used as a hospital, a sanitarium, and finally a center for adolescent drug addicts, before being abandoned in the 60s. The island has been off limits ever since, the slow grind of nature gradually reclaiming the structures, picking them apart brick by brick. It's now home to a menagerie of protected birds, the waters patrolled by the harbor unit of the NYPD. Except for today. Today the harbor unit is nowhere to be seen on the East River route. And Matt reckons one of the bidders at Clay's auction has spread some cash around to make them go away. Matt and Ben arrive early in the morning. They tie up their rented motorboat at one of the ramshackle piers, the morning mist reducing vision to a few feet. They climb out. Matt doesn't like the mist. It interferes with his senses, wraps his mind in cotton wool. Sounds are muffled, switched around. The air doesn't move the way it should. Beyond the pier is a small but dense swath of trees, blocking the way to the buildings in the center of the island. They move through small forest, wading through heavy drifts of snow, until they stumble upon an old watchman's cabin halfway to the buildings. They head inside, and Matt sits by the window, facing out into the snow and the trees. Ben sits on the wooden floorboards behind him, reading an old paperback copy of The Sword of Conan. Hours pass. Ben grows impatient, stops reading, and paces back and forth in the tiny cabin. Matt is anxious too, but he knows becoming agitated won't help. Stick taught him to quiet the mind, to conserve energy. You never know when you might need it. But finally, Matt feels the light closing in around him. He leans back in the old chair and stretches.
What time is it?
5.
Okay, let's go.
The sky is dark gray when they leave the cabin, the clouds heavy and low. A few fat snowflakes drift softly out of the sky. That's good. It means their tracks will be covered. They set a cautious, steady pace. The cold air burns in Matt's nostrils, freezes his cheeks as they make their way through the trees. He lets Ben lead the way, Matt's hand resting on his shoulder, even though he doesn't need to be guided. He just does it to stop any questions. As they draw closer to the buildings, Ben turns to say something, but Matt quickly holds a hand up to stop him.
What? I can hear something.
Matt points to the side, and Ben turns slowly around. Moments later, a guard appears, walking at a leisurely pace through the trees. He's no more than 15 feet from them, dressed in a thick winter trench coat and hat. The guard pulls out a small silver flask and takes a long drink. He blows a satisfied, clouded breath into the freezing air. He starts walking again, heading in their direction. Matt squats down, sticks his hands beneath the snow, and pulls out a stone. He straightens up and throws it off to the side. The guard whirls around, scanning the trees. Then he sets off deeper into the woods. After the guard vanishes,
keep in his footprints.
Matt follows Ben as he steps into the guard's prints, which lead them out of the heavy foliage. The first of the old buildings comes into full view, a huge stone structure that nature has almost totally reclaimed. Matt can sense the crumbling decay, the straight edges rippling with nature's growth. Vines of ivy twist through bricks and windows, slowly prying everything apart. Small trees grow in overflowing gutters. Years of leaves form a damp carpet of mulch, piled up in openings and against the walls. They pause against the wall of the next building. Red bricks, a huge chimney jutting from the top.
What's the time? 20 minutes to 6.
Matt nods. The auction is to be held in the old hospital itself. A main road leads through the center of the island directly to the front doors, but there will be guards watching the approach. Matt and Ben have to go the long way around, skirting the buildings. They move past the nurse dormitories, past the offices, and finally around to the rear of the hospital. Matt moves through the thick shrubbery, barely making a sound, but Ben...
Damn it! Hell! Shh! How the hell do you do this? You know what? I don't think you're blind at all. I think it's a trick.
Matt turns and takes off his glasses, letting Ben get a good view of his destroyed eyes.
I was actually kidding.
You ready to go in?
Ben fumbles for his phone. setting it to record.
Ready.
They climb in through a window, dropping into a room covered with gray and black books, the damp having leached them of all their color. Matt waits at the empty doorway, listening. Footfalls off to the left, deep inside the building, and distant voices.
Follow me.
Shouldn't I be leading the way?
We're using my ears now, but holler if you see anything I miss.
They move slowly along the corridor. The paint on the walls hangs in long, discolored strips. Leaves litter the floor, covering abandoned items. An old suitcase lies open. Inside, a photograph of a nurse standing with her hand on the shoulder of a man in striped pajamas. A broken wheelchair on its side. They pass through a wing of the hospital where every surface is covered with small white tiles, cracked and stained with time. Then through examination rooms with slanted floors leading to drains. Matt can already tell there are 10 people waiting for the auction. He expected more. Clay spoke to at least 15 on the phone last night. They come upon a spiral staircase and climb to the second floor. Still no guards. They keep on down the corridor, drawing closer. Then, when they are no more than 50 yards from the voices, a figure turns a corner into the passage and spots them. He stops in shock. Matt doesn't. He takes off at full speed while the guard attempts to swing his gun up from his waist. Matt slams into the guard's chest with his shoulder, sending the man sailing through the air. Then Matt falls on the man's chest, grabs his head, and slams it into the floor.
How did you do that?
No time, come on.
They hurry along the corridor. Matt senses the space opening out ahead of them, and they slow down. The corridor ends at a balcony that overlooks the entrance hall of the hospital. They crouch down and creep forward. Ben gets down on his stomach and slides forward. He positions his phone so that it's tilted down, recording everything taking place below them. Then he slides back to join Matt, out of sight of those below.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming. I apologize for all the cloak and dagger theatrics, but I sincerely hope, once we're done here, that you'll all agree it was worth it.
Matt gestures to Ben, and they slide forward so they can see over the balcony. Matt's senses show the position of everyone below. The vast round room, the double doors leading outside, the windows, the clump of people, all turned toward Clay, who stands on top of an old reception desk.
I called you all here because I have a very hot item I want to sell. An early Christmas present for the right bidder.
Get out of here! Come on!
I know, but believe me, it was for your own protection. When word gets out of what's being sold today, well, let's just say New York's finest will be very interested, and they have access to the city's CCTV systems. Out here, the only witnesses we have are some stupid birds. Feel free to take a few potshots at them on the way out, by the way. Consider it a perk. Sally, if you'd be so kind.
A girl appears from a door leading off the reception area. She's accompanied by a tall, skinny youth. Matt realizes it's the two kids Clay was talking to in the parking lot, Sally and Silvio. Sally hands something to Clay.
A flash drive.
Matt nods as Clay hops down and inserts the flash drive into a laptop sitting on the desk. Light flickers to life on a back wall. A projector of some kind. The whole room is tense with anticipation. Matt can hear the rise in heartbeats, the prickle of sweat, the nervousness, the excitement.
They put the flash drive in the laptop. It's video footage. Shot in... looks like the apartment where Eddie Boyd threatened Clay. Where you saved me. There's a girl in a bed. She looks like she's been drugged. Some guy has entered the frame. He's got a gimp mask on. Can't see his face. He's getting on the bed, crawling toward the woman.
Ben stops talking, but Matt can hear his increased breathing, his heart rate spiking in distress.
What?
The guys... they're... it's violent.
Ben?
He stopped. He's picking up a syringe, injecting it into her arm, but something's wrong. The woman's having a fit or something. There's foam and stuff coming out of her mouth.
What's the guy doing?
Watching her. He's freaking out, looking around, camera shaking. think the cameraman's freaking out too. Oh my God. What? She stopped moving. Guy in the mask is checking for a pulse. I think she's dead. Guy's talking to someone off camera. Now he's walking out of the shot.
What is it?
The guy. He took off his mask before he got off camera.
And?
It's Eddie Boyd.
Clay pauses the video file on that exact frame.
100,000.
200! 300,000!
$500,000.
Clay grins. He opens his mouth to speak, raises his hands in the air, ready to conduct the auction that will change his life forever. Larks despairs of people. He really does. They are so stupid. Take Clay, for instance. Even now, Larks can see him through the window of the rundown hospital, standing atop a desk in the abandoned entrance hall, thinking he can get away with double-crossing Mr. Fisk. Clay is so limited in his thinking that his plan never even got off the ground. His co-conspirator betrayed him within hours. You wouldn't find that kind of person working with Fisk. He knows how to read people, knows how to get rid of the dangerous ones. Larks looks around, nods at the 5 other men he brought with him to the island. Again, the stupidity on display. Clay didn't even try to disguise his trail, just walked right out of his apartment and went straight to the docks. A child could have followed him. Larks takes his gun out, aims it through the window at Clay. 1 second Clay's standing there, his arms raised in the air. The next, his throat explodes, and he topples off the back of the desk. And all hell breaks loose. 2 hours ago. The thing about Mickey, the main thing about her, is that she's fiercely protective of her friends. Like, insanely so. So, if she thinks one of her friends is in danger, she doesn't just sit back. She gets involved. She intervenes. She knows Matt is going to need her help. Of course he is. He's blind. He's coming to this unknown island with some reporters she's never even met. And he's being a typical guy about it, acting all tough, like he can take care of himself. Screw that. She's not going to let him charge into danger without backup, especially since he's doing all this to help her. Hell, she even beats him to the island. As soon as he left the gym last night, she packed a bag with her warmest clothes, threw in some dried noodles, potato chips, a 2-liter bottle of soda, and lots of chocolate, and headed down to the river to find a way across to the island. Of course, that way across happened to involve her stealing an old boat that had been pulled up onto the shingle. There were torn nets and a rusted tin of tar beneath the upturned boat. Mickey reckoned someone had been patching up some of the larger holes in the hull. She inspected it, and there were a few small holes still visible, but it was good enough to get her across. She got to the island at about 4 in the morning and waited on the shore. No way was she traipsing through the creepy woods in the dark. She'd seen enough movies to know that was a bad idea. No, she stayed on the shore with the lights of the Bronx close enough to settle her nerves. But as soon as it was light, she made her way to the hospital and spent the day exploring the ruins, killing time until late afternoon when she hid inside, waiting for the arrival of the bidders. She hears them coming and makes sure to stay hidden, only approaching when she thinks the auction has started. She waits in a corridor that branches off from the entrance hall, listening. She's feeling pretty good about herself, actually. She made it to the island, she stayed out of sight, she's close by in case Matt gets into trouble, plus she's a witness to the auction, which means she could testify if Matt ever needed her to. Go Mickey. It's only when the shooting starts that Mickey begins to see Matt's point. She hides around a corner in the passage, hands over her ears as the bullets fly. Even so, she can't block out the sounds of the chaos. Hesitantly, she moves her hands and peers carefully around the corner, eyes wide. She sees bodies everywhere. A desk just beyond the entrance to the corridor with a man slumped over it. And below him, almost lying in the corridor itself, is the laptop used to show the footage. The flash drive still jutting out from the USB port. She stares at it. The one thing that will bring her home back. She can get it. She can grab the stick and head back through the corridor, find another way out. Mickey bites her lip. Where the hell is Matt in all this?
That everyone?
She thinks the voices are coming from outside the hospital.
Think so.
All dead?
Well, they've all got holes in them.
Let's make sure.
No time. Mickey shuffles forward on her knees, reaches out to grab the flash drive, and a foot stamps down on her hand. Mickey bites her tongue to stop from screaming. She looks up into the haunted eyes of a girl, 25 or so, staring at Mickey in shock. There's spattered blood on the girl's face and clothes. They lock eyes for a moment. Then the girl snatches the flash drive from the computer and runs into the corridor. No way is she getting that flash drive. It's Mickey's, and she's going to get it.
Come back here! Come back here!
Matt sits bolt upright.
What are you doing?
Ben tries to pull him back down again.
Mickey. What? That was Mickey. Who?
Matt lowers himself, glances back into the entrance hall. The attackers heard the shout as well. The one Matt thinks of as the leader, a tall, skinny guy with a pinched face like a human skull, gestures toward the passage leading out of the reception hall.
You three, go.
3 of the attackers rush off down the hallway. Matt shuffles backward out of sight and gets to his feet. Ben follows.
Where are you going? I have to help Mickey. You'll die.
Can't be helped.
Oh, hell.
Matt runs. He can hear Ben following, but he doesn't wait. Mickey launches herself through the air and lands on the chick's back. They both fall to the floor, skidding in the detritus and hitting up against the wall. The girl kicks out, but Mickey grabs her ankle and twists it. The girl lashes out with her hand and hits Mickey in the face with something hard and angular. The flash drive. Mickey ignores the pain, frantically grabs at the hand, and pries apart the fingers. The girl tries to twist around, but Mickey puts her weight on the girl's back and manages to pull the stick from her fingers. She scrambles to her feet, holding the stick up in triumph. The girl pushes herself to her feet and launches herself at Mickey. Mickey's eyes go wide. She dodges, lashing out with her foot so the girl trips and slams into the wall. The girl steadies herself and turns to face Mickey. She wipes blood from her cheek.
That's fine.
Sorry. This is going to get my home back.
Your home? That stick is my future. A way out.
A way out of what?
This! All this!
There's a noise above them. Mickey looks up to see Matt leaning over the second floor railing.
Matt! Catch!
She throws the flash drive. The girl then launches herself at Mickey with murder in her eyes. Matt catches the stick just as the girl reaches Mickey. Mickey lashes out with a right hook, then goes in for a haymaker to the stomach. The girl staggers back, falling into an open doorway. Ben arrives behind Matt. Matt tosses him the flash drive.
Take it. Get off the island. Hide it.
What about you?
I've got to clean up here.
Are you crazy? I can't leave you.
I'm not going to do anything stupid. Just go. The flash drive's the most important thing.
Oh, damn it.
Ben turns and sprints back the way they came. Matt launches himself smoothly over the balcony just as the 3 men arrive. Matt lands in front of the first one, drops into a crouch, and sweeps the man's feet out from under him so he hits the ground hard. Matt whirls around, aiming a roundhouse kick to the second attacker's head. It connects, and the man drops straight to the ground. The third one has his gun aimed at Matt. He starts to pull the trigger,
Hey!
but Mickey punches him hard in the kidney. He staggers forward, and Matt hits him in the chin with his knee. He drops to the ground, eyes closed. Matt straightens up. He smiles, about to congratulate Mickey. He turns, opens his senses even more, and becomes aware of the tall, skinny guy from the entrance hall holding Mickey. That can smell a strange scent. Oil? Metal polish? He focuses on the smell, and the airwaves in the corridor mold themselves around the curved knife that the man is holding against Mickey's throat. Matt slowly raises his hands in the air. He remembers Ben telling him about all the deaths he'd been investigating surrounding the Boyd case, how the victims had all been stabbed in their throats with an oddly shaped knife.
The flash drive.
I don't have it.
What do you mean you don't have it? Where is it?
Not here.
Don't lie to me.
Matt gets ready to act, but the girl that Mickey was fighting is slowly getting to her feet, pulling herself up in the doorway.
Larks!
The skinny guy, Larks, doesn't even turn, doesn't take his eyes off Matt.
It's true! He gave it to some guy! Ran off.
Larks still doesn't take his eyes off Matt, but his arm moves faster than Matt thinks possible. Mickey jumps, but he keeps a tight hold on her. The girl in the doorway drops to the floor, a bullet between her eyes. Larks is fast. Matt barely had time to sense the air moving as Larks pulled the gun from the back of his pants.
Now that I've got your attention, I'd really like you to bring me that drive. In 2 hours.
That's not enough time.
2 hours.
Larks pushes the knife point against Mickey's skin.
Or your friend here dies. Understand?
I understand. Where?
The docks off 12th Avenue, by 44th Street. There's a row of warehouses there.
Matt quickly goes over the map of New York that he has in his head. He knows the warehouses. They're not on the docks themselves, but in a fenced-off yard just behind the docks. Not the best area in the city.
I know him.
Third warehouse from the left.
I'll be there.
See that you are.
1 hour ago. Matt runs those last few minutes from the hospital over and over in his head as he makes his way back into Manhattan, thinking about what he should have done, wondering whether he made the right move. He thinks he did. Every scenario circles back to one thing, making sure Mickey was kept safe. And if Matt had attacked Larks, he couldn't have guaranteed that. The only way he could guarantee her safety was by agreeing to Larks' demand to bring the flash drive. Not that he wants to do that, but right now he has no choice. There's no time to come up with another plan. But there's more to it than that. Matt also didn't do anything at the time because his mind was already running ahead, past Mickey, past the fight on North Brother Island, past everything that has happened. Because this is bigger than all of that. Tonight, Matt Murdock is going to make a difference. He returns to his hotel room, pulls out his running gear, black pants, a black shirt, a black scarf stuffed into his pocket. He then hurries across town to Ben's apartment. He feels a rush of relief when Ben opens the door.
You made it off the island.
Yeah. You okay?
Fine. I'll explain it later, but right now, I need the flash drive.
Why?
Larks has my friend. He's gonna kill her unless I hand it over.
But it has the evidence.
I know, but I don't have a choice. Please, Ben, trust me.
Ben heads into his apartment, then returns with the stick.
Can you back it up, just in case?
I already tried. The file is locked. Can't copy it off the drive. He used some third-party program to secure it.
Guess I'll have to make sure I get it back.
Next, Matt heads to the gym. He smiles grimly as he climbs in through the back window, moving to the old lockers. He squats down and pulls up the floor inside one of them. He feels around, his fingers touching wood. He pulls out the nightstick, the one he stole from Officer Leibowitz when he was a kid. He wipes off the dust. It's an old-school nightstick, the length of his forearm. Strong, solid. He swings it, feels the weight and heft. It's good. Perfect, actually. Half an hour ago. Matt makes his way to the docks. When he hears the water splashing up against the tide wall, he pulls the scarf from his pocket and wraps it around the upper part of his face and head, leaving only his mouth and chin exposed. He moves between the buildings crammed along the dock front, making his way to the row of warehouses. He can feel the empty ocean to his right, the cold wind smelling of fish and salt coming in off the river. Piers dot the area in front of each warehouse. The rain starts to fall, freezing cold icicles against his face. Matt perches on the roof of a building opposite Lark's location, an entire compound sealed off with chain link and razor wire. At the center of the compound are 5 warehouses. The third from the left is the largest, easily 100 feet long. Arc lights spill a harsh white glare across the entire yard, glinting against forklifts and trucks parked in neat rows. Guards walk around in pairs. Matt can smell gun oil. Makes sense. The guards will all be armed. But it's not just that. The smell is too strong for that. He can smell heavier ordnance. Grenades? Machine guns? Are they running guns? Possible. Lark's is with the local mob, so it's likely they have their fingers in that particular pie. Matt frowns. There's something else. Something farther away. Deeper? He reaches out with his senses, past the guards' heartbeats, past the ebb and flow of blood pumping through their bodies, past music playing inside the warehouse, past boxes and crates being packed. There. Heartbeats. Almost 100. Fearful, terrified, young. Matt straightens up. What the hell is this place? Are they smuggling people too? This definitely complicates matters. Should he call the police? No, what's the point? This kind of operation would definitely require people to look the other way, cops and politicians both. Matt pushes it out of his mind for now. He's here for Mickey first. He'll deal with the others once she's safe. He waits for the guards to pass, then drops down from the warehouse roof and jogs across the open ground to the compound fence. He grabs the chain link and quickly pulls himself up, stopping just below the razor wire running along the top. He braces his arms, then pushes his body out at a 90-degree angle, still facing the ground. He holds the position for a second, then lifts his feet to the sky like he's doing a handstand. He pushes out suddenly with his arms and sails over the fence feet first. He lands in a crouch on the other side. He doesn't move. No alarms. No shouts. He calms his breathing and listens. Heartbeats to either side of his position. The guards circling back around on their patrol. There are none close to him yet, so he sprints toward the vast warehouse. When he gets close enough, he leaps high into the air, grabs the overhang, and flips himself up and over, so he lands on the slanted roof. He moves toward the center of the warehouse and pries up one of the roof panels. He pauses and listens, but can't hear anything from below. He places the panel aside. He leans over the hole and waits. Nobody close. He drops through and lands on the warehouse floor behind a pile of crates. The wooden containers are piled up in grids with narrow paths between them. Some of the crates are massive, bigger than his hotel room. Matt threads his way through the claustrophobic aisles. Every now and then he catches a hint of exotic scents from one of the crates, deliveries of spices from far away. That makes sense too. The mob would need a legitimate front for any illegal smuggling activities, and spices have long been a favorite of smugglers, to confuse sniffer dogs. Matt makes his way to the far wall and finds a door leading into a well-lit corridor. Offices open to either side. He moves along the passage, stopping outside the occupied office. He counts 4 people inside. He considers what to do. Leave them here, or take them out now? He doesn't get a chance to decide. A surprised-looking guard exits the office. He stops abruptly when he sees Matt standing there, clothed entirely in black. He opens his mouth and tries to swing his rifle around at the same time. Stupid. Rifles in such a confined space are no good. Matt rams his palm into the man's throat. He stumbles into the office, sprawling backwards over a table around which 3 other guards are playing cards. Matt strides into the room and flips the table over as the other guards surge to their feet. Matt drops and spins, sweeping the closest man's feet out from under him. He pushes up, runs, and leaps sideways against the wall, pushing off with all his strength. He flies into another guard, lashes out with his elbow. The guard drops. Matt lands on his feet before the last guard. He's still standing by his chair, his deck of cards held in his hands. Matt uses the nightstick. It's a blur of wood as it jabs the guard's face and chest. A heavy blow sends Matt staggering forward. He hits the wall and whirls around to find the second guard back on his feet, holding a metal chair in his hands. The guard throws it. Matt ducks, and the chair smashes against the wall behind him. Matt lunges forward, the nightstick lashing out to hit the man in the groin. He drops to his knees. Matt kicks him in the head, smacking it back against the wall. Lights out. Matt surveys his handiwork. Not bad, but messy. If he wants to get through this in one piece, he's going to have to be more refined. He rolls his shoulders. He's going to have a nice big bruise on his back tomorrow. Matt leaves the room. He moves along the warehouse corridors, seeking out Mickey's heartbeat. It's as identifiable to him as a fingerprint. There, off to his right, down a narrow corridor through a set of double doors. Matt makes his way to the doors. He waits, listening. Only 2 sets of heartbeats, Lark's and Mickey. He pushes the door open and enters the vast room. It's set up with long trestle tables and bins. Must be where the workers come to eat. Lark's and Mickey are through the door opposite. He crosses the empty space. As he gets to the center, Lark's walks in with Mickey, a gun held to her head. Matt stops walking.
You came!
I said I would. You okay?
She's fine. The flash drive?
Matt pulls the drive from his pocket and holds it up.
Come forward. Put it on that table next to the laptop. Good. Now back up.
Matt returns to his spot as Larks scoops up the drive and puts it into the computer. He clicks on the drive and opens it up, keeping his attention moving between the laptop and Matt.
Good man. Now, just one more thing and then we're done here. Bring me the copy you made.
I didn't make a copy.
You think I'm stupid?
I'm not saying I didn't try, but your friend Clay used some program to lock the file. It can't be copied. See for yourself.
Larks turns his attention to the computer and attempts to copy the file from the flash drive. He nods, pulling out the drive and dropping it into his pocket.
Your turn. Let her go.
Yeah, about that.
There are 4 doors into the room, and they all open to allow a stream of guards inside. They move forward, armed with pipes, knives, chains, and baseball bats, and surround Larks, Mickey, and Matt. He counts 20.
You promised to let her go.
Here's the thing about people like me. We lie. See, what I'm going to do is have you killed. Then I'm going to take the girl away and kill her. Slowly.
Larks backs away from that. The circle of guards opens to let him go, then joins up again to surround Matt. Some of Matt's attackers are armed with handguns, but they're all standing in a circle around him. No way they'll risk shooting each other from this angle. This is going to be a physical fight. There is a moment of stillness. Matt can feel hunger and hate, bloodlust and anger. They come at him. All at once. Matt fights down a rush of panic and does the only thing he thinks will help him. Something he has never done. Not since that day in the hospital, when he learned to cope with his new abilities. He throws down the walls of the room in his mind and lets all his senses open up. They come rushing in, a tsunami of sound and smell and touch. The world snaps into a focus that he never knew existed. The only time he ever experienced anything remotely like this was after the accident. And back then, it almost drove him mad. Now, But now it's like an awakening. He has a full 360-degree sense of his surroundings without having to look or listen. The world opens up, reveals itself to him like a flower unfolding in the sun after a long, bleak winter. He thrusts at his foot, hits an attacker coming at him from behind in the throat, brings the foot back, thrusts up with his knee. Catching the assailant directly in front of him in the nose, blood sprays. He lashes out with his fist, takes another in the throat, reaches out with his nightstick, hitting someone in the eye. Matt keeps moving, landing disabling hits. The throat, the groin, the eye, aiming to hurt, to maim. His senses tell him what's coming almost before it arrives. He's anticipating attacks, hearing the slice of air as fists fly. He uses the nightstick to knock away a dagger flying toward his face. It spins up in the air, and he hits it again, sending it flying away over the guards' heads. He turns, headbutts another attacker. They're close in now. He's losing the ability to lash out. His limbs are squashed against his body. He can hear them coming, anticipate the punches, but he can't stop them. He uses his elbows, the back of his head. Instead of punches, he grabs and pulls, twists and tears with primitive fury. The circle expands in the face of his ferocity. Enough for him to punch, to use the nightstick again. Mickey's being drawn farther and farther away from him. He redoubles his efforts, digs deep, and finds a ruthlessness he never knew he had. Matt leaps and kicks, his training flowing back to him. All the years of running with stick, learning, fighting, it all comes out of him now, focused. 5 minutes after the fight has started, it ends, and Matt stands in a circle of groaning bodies. He limps from the room, taking stock of his injuries. Stupid. He shouldn't have fought them in an enclosed space. He should have drawn them outside, or at least gotten out of the circle. Still, it's done now. He'll know better next time. Matt wants to go straight after Mickey, but there's something he has to do first. He listens, tracking the sound of fearful heartbeats. He can't leave them here. Now that this location is compromised, the mob might move them, or kill them. He doesn't put the wall back up in his mind. He leaves it down, lets all the sounds and sensations come at him. But he doesn't fight them, like back in the hospital when he was a kid. He lets them stream in, keeping them on a loose leash so that he can use them. He finds a padlocked door and kicks it open. The room beyond is nothing more than a 6x6 cell. There are 10 children and 2 adults huddled on the floor, staring at him in terror.
I'm not here to hurt you!
He turns to one of the adults, a young woman in her 20s.
Are all these rooms full?
She nods. Matt grits his teeth in fury. Suddenly, a guard enters. Matt grabs the key ring from the guard's belt before he even hits the floor and hands it to the woman.
Release everyone! Wait 20 minutes, then head outside. You're at the Hudson River docks.
What about the guards?
There won't be any left.
"23 minutes later, a disheveled, bleeding figure staggers out of the warehouse into the freezing air. Steam rises from his body in a writhing cloud, as if the ghosts of those he just fought hover over his shoulders. He staggers through the gates of the warehouse yard. He's dazed, his mind a blur. All he knows is he did it. He put down every guard in the warehouse. He lost count after 40, but he knows there were more. He staggers out onto the dock. He has to get away from the warehouse, has to find Mickey, has to rescue her. He drops to his knees, Tries to get up. Finds himself lying face down in the snow. Hell's Kitchen. Now. After a while, the pain becomes a way of keeping score. A way to keep track of how many people he's pissed off. And tonight, Matt Murdock has pissed off a lot of people. He rolls over. His left cheek is cold from resting in the bloody snow. He puts all his attention on the cheek. It's the one part of his body that isn't screaming in pain. Slashes, cuts, fractured bones. Definitely a broken rib or two.
Close your eyes. Just rest for a bit.
That's the voice in his head. His eyes drift closed.
Yes. A rest. You've earned it, haven't you? After everything.
No, not yet. He hasn't earned anything yet. His eyes slowly open. Booted feet approach. He can hear them pounding on the pier.
They've got guns, Murdoch. Better get your ass in gear.
But he can't. He can't even bring himself to move. His eyes slide closed again as the booted feet come closer.
He's over here!
Matt pushes himself up. He sees two figures approaching, dark silhouettes lined in white light from the halogen globes in the yard. He steadies himself, then launches into a limping, staggering jog. Take them by surprise, Matty boy. Charge the men with big guns. Clever. The guns rise up. He launches himself into a dive, skidding in the snow as the bullets whiz over his head. He hits into their legs like a bowling ball, sending them sliding across the snow. Matt pushes himself up, grabs the collar of the closest, and pulls him toward the water's edge.
No, don't!
Matt throws him into the icy water and goes back for the other one. The man's trying to get to his feet, but keeps slipping and falling, attempting to steady himself with the barrel of his rifle, the handle against the ground. Matt straightens up and breaks into a jog, leaving him to it. Matt can smell Mickey, can follow her scent through the cold night. The trail takes him back into Hell's Kitchen. He moves across the rooftops, Mickey's scent growing stronger. Matt knows he's not in the best condition for the confrontation ahead. He's taken so many knocks, he's pretty sure he's concussed. He's also spitting up blood, which is never a good sign. He moves faster, ignoring the pain in his ribs, his back, his legs, ignoring the throbbing and pulsing aches, the sharp jabs from open cuts. There. A car skidding to a halt at a red light, stopping just short of slamming into the rear of the truck in front. The car reverses, tries to move around the truck. The traffic is too heavy. No way for the car to squeeze past. Matt makes his way down from the rooftop, hits the pavement, and sprints toward the car. Mickey spots him. Matt winces. Would have been nice if she had kept quiet. Larks peers out the window, then shoves open his door. Grabs Mickey and pulls her onto the street. She fights him, but he yanks her toward the closest place of concealment, an antique shop, closed for the night. He shoots the lock on the metal security gate, yanking it aside. Then he kicks open the main door, and they disappear inside. Matt approaches, the nightstick gripped in his hand. He stands to the side of the door and pushes it open.
You still alive?
Still alive.
Come on in then.
So you can shoot me?
I won't, promise.
Yeah. Forgive me for not trusting you.
Either you come in, or I cut your friend's throat.
Matt steps away from the wall and into the shop. Mickey is seated on an old wooden chair. Larks stands behind her, one hand on the knife resting against her neck, the other holding the gun. Wooden cabinets and glass display cases fill the room. The smell of wood polish and old books hangs heavy in the air.
Let her go.
Who the devil are you?
Matt remembers the contempt of the other kids, the shame he felt at the nickname.
Who the devil are you?
He sees an image of his old man, the real Daredevil. The man who fought for Matt, who tried to make his life better, who wanted him to be good, to be the person he never could. And Matt realizes for the first time that there's no shame in the name, only pride.
Call me Daredevil.
Whatever rocks your boat. Why are you wearing a scarf around your head?
I'm blind.
No, you're not.
Matt takes the scarf off, lets Larks see his ruined eyes. Matt can feel the confusion emanating off Lark's body.
How did you survive the warehouse if you're blind?
Guess I'm lucky. I won't ask you again, Larks. Let her go.
You're interesting. In my line of work, I don't get to meet many genuinely interesting people.
Your line of work being murder?
I wouldn't put it quite so crudely. I solve problems. You're a very powerful man. Someone with vision.
Kingpin.
Who told you that?
I have my ways. It's going to be very interesting when that flash drive gets into the proper hands. Councilman Boyd will go down. So will his son. I'm guessing your boss might be a bit worried about that.
The Kingpin isn't worried about anything.
No? Then he's not as clever as you seem to think. Because he should be very worried about me.
Larks raises the gun, points it at Matt.
I don't even like guns. My old man, he was a fisherman. He gave me this knife, lovely little thing. Means you have to get close if you want to kill. You have to look in their eyes.
Matt waits. Mickey is watching him.
Matt.
Matt shakes his head, almost imperceptibly, and she stops speaking. Matt subtly gestures to the right, hoping that Mickey gets the message. Larks is staring at Matt's damaged eyes.
What will I see behind your eyes when you die?
Matt waits, his attention on Mickey. He feels her muscles tense, her heart rate spike, and she moves. Diving off the chair to her left, Matt brings up the nightstick, intending to throw it at Larks, but the guy is fast. Matt shifts the direction of the stick. The bullet hits the nightstick and ricochets, spinning back through the air. It hits Larks in the throat. He staggers. He stands there, blood pouring from his throat. His body is working overtime, trying to draw in air, but there's none to get. He's suffocating. Matt takes a step toward him, then stops. He didn't want Larks to die. He wanted him to go to prison, to pay for his crimes. But Matt can see there's nothing he can do for the man now. Larks looks wildly around the shop. Ignoring Matt and Mickey, he moves toward the wall where an antique mirror hangs. He grabs it from its hook, then slumps down against the wall and stares into the mirror. Matt at first thinks he's trying to see the extent of his injuries, but then realizes that's not it. He's staring into his own eyes. Mickey comes to stand next to Matt, both of them watching Larks. Larks slumps lower, still holding the mirror. He watches himself die, stares into his own eyes as his life ebbs away.
Is he dead?
He's dead. Come on, let's get out of here.
The next day, Matt meets up with Ben at an old-fashioned coffee shop in Brooklyn.
You look like hell.
You should see the other guys.
Guys? How many exactly?
Oh.
Ben stares at him. Decides he's joking around.
Okay, still. At least we're all alive, right? That was some heavy firepower out on that island.
You reported it to the cops?
The cops? No. I contacted someone at the FBI. They're gonna send a team to liaise with the NYPD. This way there'll be no cover-up.
And the flash drive?
I've handed it over to them. My contact says they should be arresting Boyd and his old man today.
The councilman?
Yeah, I had a word with one of my contacts. A guy called Decker, who was on duty the night Eddie Boyd was brought in. He's going to testify that they were ordered to release Eddie, that they were threatened by Councilman Boyd's lawyers. The FBI is very interested in the councilman's past career.
Well, you got your big story.
The biggest.
So, what's next for you? DC? Become a big-time correspondent?
Nah, too quiet down there. I'm a New York reporter. It's in my blood.
Yeah, that's the thing about this city. She gets her hooks in you, never lets go.
Matt stands up, holds his hand out to Ben.
I'm glad I met you, Ben.
Same here, Murdoch. Keep in touch, okay?
Three days later, Matt stands on 48th Street as the residents of the apartment blocks move back into their homes. Mickey stands next to him, watching her parents enter through the doorway, carrying cardboard boxes filled with their possessions.
Thanks.
What for? I didn't do anything.
Yeah, right. You heading back to Boston now?
Nah, I got fired.
Serious?
Serious. Said I lacked commitment to the job.
So you still gonna come around the gym?
You want to carry on training?
Sure. There's still a few things I can teach you.
Mickey stands on her tiptoes and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Thanks.
No problem. I'll see you around, okay?
Well, you won't. But I will.
Mickey heads across the street and into the apartment block, returning to her home. Finally, Matt meets up with Foggy Nelson 2 days later at the sandwich shop.
Looks like you won your case.
What case? We didn't even have a chance to go to trial. When all this crap came out, we didn't have to.
Yeah, well, sometimes fate is kind to us.
You heard the latest? The councilman and his son, Boyd?
What about him?
They were going to turn state's witness. At least William was. Give evidence against the mob.
And?
They were both found dead in their cells this morning. Their tongues cut out.
Seriously?
Seriously. Word is the mob guy got to them. This kingpin everyone's talking about.
Matt's coffee tastes bitter. He's not sure how he feels about the news. They could have supplied vital evidence against this kingpin.
So what's the plan now? You heading back to Boston?
Nah, I'll stick around here. I've missed this place.
Foggy leans forward, putting his elbow in his pastrami Reuben.
Oh, man.
He wipes his suit jacket with a napkin.
I've been thinking, what do you say to me and you starting up our own law firm?
Here in Hell's Kitchen?
Where else? We're both locals. We know the area. We know the people. It's perfect.
You know what? It's a great idea. I'm in.
Great! My mom can lend us the money for an office, as long as it's not too fancy.
We won't need anything fancy. Not for the kind of work we want to do. All that stuff we talked about in college. All those ideals we had. We can do it, Foggy. The two of us.
So you want to flip a coin?
For what?
For whose name comes first on the door. Is it Murdoch and Nelson, or Nelson and Murdoch?
Let's go alphabetically.
Nice try. Call it.
Heads.
Oh, crap.
The coin flies past Matt's face, hits the counter. Someone down the line catches it. Matt turns slightly, catches a familiar scent. A presence long missed, but never forgotten. Stick. Matt says nothing, waiting. Stick takes his time finishing his coffee. Then he gets up.
You watch your back, kid.
He pauses at the door.
And the quarter came up tails. You came in second. Remember that, and don't get cocky.
Wilson Fisk stares out his window at the falling snow. It brings him no pleasure tonight, because he knows that there are others out there watching the snow and thinking it is a fresh start. They will see the snow as wiping the city clean. They will be finding hope. All because of one man. One man who ruined his plans. Plans years in the making. One man who cost him millions of dollars.
Daredevil.
That's what they're calling him. The name on the lips of terrified criminals. The name uttered breathlessly by grateful victims.
Daredevil.
The name of a shadowed demon, an unseen avenger, a silent, almost invisible savior of the innocent.
Daredevil.
Fisk turns from the window. He will find out who the masked fighter is.
And he will pay.
Daredevil. It was in that one moment of cold purpose, that moment when Mickey's life hung in the balance, that the name came back to him. Daredevil, echoing from the schoolyard bully's taunts. He'd spent an entire life running from the name, hating it. But now, he wears it like a badge, a reminder of where he came from, of who his father was, of who Matt is trying to be. Let the bullies know, all of them, the kind that use knives and guns, the kind that use money to beat down those poorer than themselves. Let them all know they have an enemy now. Daredevil. And as he takes to the rooftops, in a costume he made himself, dark red and black, the color of shadows and blood, Matt Murdock vows to protect this city, his home, from the bullies of the world. Daredevil is here, and he's not going away. This has been a graphic audio production of Marvel's Daredevil, The Man Without Fear by Paul Crilly. Adapted from the graphic novel by Frank Miller and John Romita Jr. Copyright Marvel. Unauthorized download and/or duplication is prohibited. Narrated by Richard Rowan. Jonathan Foyer as Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Thomas Penny as Ben Urich. Todd Schofield as Larks. Tim Carlin as Jack Murdock. Maggie Donnelly as Mickey. Dylan Lynch as Stick. Bill Gillette as Foggy Nelson. Jennifer Hopkins as Elektra. And Chris Stinson as young Matt Murdock. With Bradley Smith, Danny Gavigan, Andy Clemens, Chris Genebach, Scott McCormick, Tim Pabone, Yasmin Twazon, Jonathan Church, Michael John Casey, Dolores King-Williams, Alexander Strain, Chris Davenport, Paul Reisman, Robbie Gay, Matthew Keenan, Rose Elizabeth Supan, Alejandro Ruiz, Michael Glenn, Lawrence Redmond, Nanette Savard, Tia Shearer, Colleen Delaney, David Jordan, Ken Jackson, Terrence Aselford, Matthew Bassett, Nora Ashrati, and Andy Brownstein as the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. Directed and adapted for graphic audio by Scott McCormick. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Justin Wirtz. Marvel's Daredevil theme composed by Thomas Hogan. Additional original music by Justin Wirtz. Special thanks to Jeff Reingold, Jeff Youngquist, Sarah Brunstad, and David Gabriel. If you enjoyed listening to the audio presentation of Marvel's Daredevil, The Man Without Fear, you can read it and other Marvel prose novels in print or ebook editions.
Visit www.marvel.com for more information. And be sure to check out Marvel's Daredevil, Guardian Devil, Deadpool, Pause, and other great titles available in graphic audio at www.graphicaudio.net. Listen anytime, anywhere with the Graphic Audio Access app, available for all Android and Apple mobile devices. Google Play is a trademark of Google Incorporated. Apple, the Apple logo, iPad, iPhone, and iPod Touch are registered trademarks of Apple Incorporated. App Store is a service mark of Apple Incorporated.
Come to me, Spider. Here in the elements, in the sight of God and man. Come to me, face me, hunter to hunter, for I fear you no more.
Craven the Hunter had stalked and killed every animal known to man, and considered himself the world's best big game hunter. Confident he could defeat any foe, he came to New York, in an obsessive quest to hunt what he considered the city's greatest prey. Spider-Man.
You exist to test me, don't you? To taunt and challenge me, and mock the hunter until he has regained his honor.
But his target eluded him time and again.
For years, the spider has thwarted me, mocked and humiliated me.
Now, after years of crushing defeats against the web-slinger, Craven stands finally triumphant over the body of Peter Parker.
Some hunter! You had to cheat to win, didn't you, Craven?
Cheating? No, this night I fought with honor.
And to prove that he is the hero's master, Craven will become him.
Now I am the Spider!
Experience the classic genre-defining Spider-Man shocker like never before in graphic audio. Immerse yourself in what IGN ranks as one of the top 10 Spider-Man stories of all time.
I am the bear. I am the beast. I am Craven, the hunter.
Graphic Audio presents Marvel's Spider-Man, Craven's Last Hunt by Neil Clyde. Adapted from the graphic novel by J.M. DeMatteis and Mike Zeck. Copyright Marvel.
If you can't find that graphic audio title you're looking for, go to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can select from over 900 titles and 60 series in either CD or high-quality download formats. If you would like to listen to an entire series, you can conveniently purchase the whole sets on CD or USB flash drive from graphicaudio.net. At graphicaudio.net, you can now earn loyalty rewards points, redeemable toward future online purchases. You can also get full mobile downloads directly to your phone or tablet with our new Graphic Audio Access app, available on all Android and Apple devices, so you can listen on the go, anytime, anywhere. Call 1-800-670-5220 or visit www.graphicaudio.net. Be sure to sign up for our email newsletter, like us on Facebook, or follow us on Twitter.